So, before laundry, it's before laundry today, we're going to see what I can get done in terms of talking about some of my creative ideas here. I'm just trying to get it going at a time. I just had coffee and my medicine today, so I didn't eat yet. Which I was supposed to do. I was better at it yesterday than today. So move on. So we're going to be talking. I wrote things down today. I'm not feeling super great, if I'm being honest. I've got a lot of pain, like a lot of pain, and then on top of it, it's like, well, I came up with a lot of stuff that I was not recording or willing to record at the moment. This is just fucking talking, and I can't remember all of it, and it's bothering me. And I remember trying to think about certain things in my head, and then I didn't write them down or ultimately try and record them by talking out loud. So there's a few damn things here that are all a part of this laundry day today. So strap in for a long one. We got engines, we got a thrust system, we got binary, computer binary and math valves, heat pumps, attempting to reach absolute zero, airship stuff, and roasting coffee seeds, because they're not beans, they're seeds. So there's a bunch of that right now that I have currently on my list. I'm trying to remember what I forgot. So there's that sort of thing. So let's see here. There's let's go with the attempting to reach absolute zero for physics as a type of thing. All right. So for me, absolute zero is a really hard thing to do, mostly just because we do not account for the fact that we are spinning around, rotating on Earth, and then that's rotating around this thing we call the sun, the star we orbit, and that's around a supermassive black hole of our galaxy. Right? So it's like gravitational physics means it will ultimately have a degree of increased energy input. Even if our special relativity starts dealing with it based upon it being in relative lockstep, very close to our rotation as it goes around and does this. So the way I thought of being able to get around that was in every way just to fucking remove it. Just like, here's a big long tube, here's a linear accelerator, we're going to use a linear accelerator. As it gets accelerated, we're going to take heat out, and it's going to start to order fields, and it's going to start to order some of the random nature of the thermal that is going on. Okay, so thermal's a hard one, uh, and just because something's physically able to conduct a given amount of energy out, you know, which is really just field to field interaction, boundary layer stuff. But it's like, well, it has to start any process of becoming ordered. So we're going to take a given atom and it's going to go through what is the equivalent of another version of a bunch of acoustic bullshit in my mind. It's like, we're going to start this kind of seemingly random and then using it's a hydrogen gas. Okay. And then we're going to have that start to get ordered, not using much more than it having the equivalent of a Joule-Thomson, an acoustic resonance with a pressure change difference to try and start the process of having acceleration and cooling take place. Okay? Now, the reason why is because we're going to grab a singular, the coldest, little part that we can, all right, and then we're going to start separating that as it'll be fairly bunched, and then it'll get down to a singular atom as we are moving it down this pipe. It's going to be quite a large accelerator in terms of length, and well, compared to a singular hydrogen atom, pretty large too. So that kind of a situation. All right. Now, it first starts off doing that pure and simple to forcefully create a given more coherented pressure wave and very laminaralistic styles of movement, which become much easier to force given field dynamics to create the decreased temperature that we are looking for. Okay? Now, fields are a hard one for most people because they don't really know what that fucking means. And I'm like, I don't care. How do I have to tell you? This isn't for you. Go look it up. But also, here's a basic, real fast rundown. A field is anything that elicits a given area of effect past a point at which it is being elicited. That's all a field is. That's it. Layman's terms. Easy, simple. That's all you have to know. So, electromagnetically and electrocharge field stuff means like, fuck that shit. So we're going to start aligning this stuff. Quite literally. It's like during its movement, that's a static charge field difference. So what that turns into is a pole and spin force alignment. So as it's already fairly cold and moving quite quickly, this helps to accelerate it again, but also force it, like a railgun, to become moved in a given direction that is counter to the rotation of our Earth and the Sun, and as much as we can really account for within a given size and area. Okay? During that, it's going to yank that given energy out, when while passing it through, it's going to go from a higher energy state to a lower energy state. Standard physics stuff that we use for light. So it goes up, and then it'll drop down to a lower state because it has to ultimately do that to perform this given action. Electromagnetically, though, this is going to be different. So in between, we're trying to force only a certain area, like a filter, for it to become something that can travel through. So it's like very hardcore, only allowing for this. Very, very tight little hole for the electromagnetics. As it goes through like this, it of course will gain a degree of energy. Okay? Because that's friction to it. Alright? Now, luckily we can try and force it into that area, bell curve style, where it's more likely and probabilistically going to do this. But that's the area we wanted it to go in anyways, and we were already pointing it in anyways. So hopefully less friction. And it's going to go down. This is why it's a linear accelerator. Down that path and try and remove more and more energy as it goes through. Now, then it turns into, we're getting into the lasers that are already set up in a near superposition or superposition. So it's near superposition at first, and then is superpositional at the later half of this whole design. All right, now, same thing with fields in terms of near superposition and technicality existence. So it's like they are acting like they are there, and they will be there once it moves through. Now, in order for them to be there, they have to complete a circuit. That is correct. So you already know. Yep. As a result, what that means is that it has to drain energy to make this occur. It's also going to be accelerating in the direction more and more that we're choosing for it to accelerate in, while losing more and more energy, becoming less and less excited, more and more ordered, more and more compressed too. Well, it does this because the field energy, electron orbital field energy, doesn't have as much energy, and so it has to condense. Same thing with the nucleus, the protons and neutrons. They will also start losing their thermal pressure energy, resistance to quantum vacuum pressures. So as quantum vacuum pressure needs to become more ordered, this is another reason why the superpositional state of photons are around. And an oscillative resonance of coherent laser-like and also polarizational areas. And another reason why it starts becoming more and more of a superpositional complete circuit field array towards the very last quarter of this accelerator, as it takes ever increasing amounts of this in a smaller and smaller and smaller area, and more of it, to continuously make sure that it can drain more and more energy and accelerate as it does it. As it becomes, in our view, in relative perspective, like we curve space and time around it, but actually not really. We're just forcing it to lose as much of its energy, not mass. It's not losing its mass, not losing any of its field strength. It's just losing thermal. That's all we're looking for. And so because kinetic is a part of thermal, we're also removing its kinetic continuation relative for us. Then we're going to go to a point where, as we got rid of a large amount of the quantum vacuum pressure, by ordering some of that quantum vacuum pressure and trying to separate it, using the superpositional states, and then having another one inside of that, like a box of those complete circuit virtual particle stuffs. All right, same thing with the inside as the hydrogen atom moves through. All right, that then is going to go after gravity waves. So we're going to be moving masses in a particular way around it to elicit a active noise canceling to gravitational wave influences, which means it's going to be pretty large as it goes through down to this teeny thing that we're trying to make happen, which means large, fast-moving plasmas, because I can't get mass to move that fast easily, so I need to make a large volume of something that I can move really relatively quickly to near relativistic speeds to achieve that kind of result. To have become the active noise canceling I'm looking for. Luckily, though, that's a large amount of energy, like a capacitor, flywheel battery, that allows for me to ultimately run the whole system of linear acceleration. Now, as this atom goes through, it will have been accelerated in no way, really, relatively speaking. It started with a degree of reduction of speed relative to us in our movement. Then you start realizing it's picking up speed mostly because we're canceling out movement of our rotation of Earth the orbit, and the gravitational influences around us. So, my design so far, well, I shouldn't say so far, because I can imagine this quite well. I can do this pretty easily. Has only ever managed to get to 80% the speed of light. And for what it's worth, other people pretty much have gotten the same. And because I complete circuits and so on, it means that I now have an indirect viewing of the temperature as it's accelerated. So I can not just accelerate it and cancel things out, I can detect and sense what's going on pretty accurately. It led to others doing very similar things to the point where it was the size of an Olympic-sized swimming pool, constantly going through every single second, because they start off with water. The problem is the damn thing disappears. It seems to turn into a superfluid-like matter, and it travels pretty darn fast, and it doesn't become very reactive. So I've never had it ever arrive at the end. It's always disappeared, and everyone else has as well that decided to attempt even larger versions. And it turns out that quantum mechanics and standard model all showcase this being exactly what that is. And then it turned into, oh, so I have to get a big, ginormous, huge one. And it turned into, this is in a mountain. Specifically the Rocky Mountains over here in Arizona, and it's a big 270, I don't know, like it's multiple hundreds of miles long, and it's going to be a huge, massive lake that we start off of with and use the oxygen, because we're going to use HCO and some of the other stuff that's in the ocean water from California, and effectively create that as the plasma, and then the hydrogen gets forced through. And then while it's getting forced through, we use a pressure difference, meaning it's higher pressure over here and large probabilistic and all these other damn informational waves for where it started to where it's trying to get rid of itself. That way it becomes a lot less difficult to manage all the electromagnetic, electrostatic, and all the other stuff, issues that can come about with this design. Now, as it's being accelerated towards that end, the very last, I was like, this is a massive, huge, I think it was like over 300 miles long total and a 5 mile deep, like from the top of the mountain down, hollowed out. But, we support the whole thing. Turned into a battery in its own right with water and then humidity and all these other ways that we had to like cool it, and so like that turns into, it doesn't matter. Point is, it was able to become very efficient, but then also it's like, right, we're looking for, get this, huge lake effectively inside of this thing that we're hoping, well, 0.001% will at that point definitely achieve, because we're going to use mass, and then that, removing itself, kind of like ablating away more and more thermal and more randomness and more all the rest of that, until eventually it gets to like this really small amount, 0.001% of it, of actual absolute zero. But from that 0.001%, even smaller is going to be a detected result. And so it was like, we're brute forcing this, because we already did it for like 5 years with other people, doing the whole like literal Olympic-sized swimming pool second run through this thing, and they couldn't fucking get the damn thing to detect at that point, because it would just disappear. Now we were all very much aware that it's going to go somewhere, and so we were like, well, at some point we'll curve in with our orbit around, the black hole, the supermassive black hole of Sagittarius, But it was like, these are going to be tiny little micrometeorites. Maybe we get the size of a basketball of water. You know what I mean? Because like oxygen's also going to be coming out too as an after, and eventually they'll definitely interact with something, but nothing in our atmosphere ever had, and certainly nothing in our solar system. So it's like at some point it's going to, and we believe within about a light year, it should ultimately hit something. Something. Like legitimately, that is the actual word. Something. It should do something, like it should interact somehow with itself or other things around it. Something. So we ramped up and scaled. Like scale is going to be better. Instead of trying to long durationally do this, because that's just a ridiculous amount of energy also, and all the rest of it that has to happen. So it's like, fucking, we're just going to brute force this. And it's like, we're going to detect, like, the probability is so high that we will get this result that we are very assured and pretty darn likely to get this damn thing seen as a true absolute zero relative to our galactic area neighborhood. Because we're also trying to do the acceleration cancel out of the universe. When you have that level of mass and you have that level of acceleration, then eventually you'll get there. That level of stuff. And we'll only get to detect a few handfuls, little tiny cups of water. That's it. That's all. That's it. Like, it's going to be for sure more than enough, but then, like, it's this. A massive, huge lake. Cup. Get a cup. Of actual detected absolute zero. Or at least so close you couldn't think it was something other than that. Now, the problem is that it's really just because our relativistic and all the acceleration and so on was canceled. So it's like, it should not have any thermal. Like, for what it's worth, it shouldn't have a thermal. The thermal was canceled out. Kinetic was then canceled relative to everything around it, right? That's the point we try and make about this. It's like, well, kinetic and thermal are two sides, same coin, and you can't ever remove all the thermal if you don't get rid of kinetic. You can't order the state such that you're going to get rid of that momentum. The information, though, in the fields still exists. The information of it is still there. I'm not removing it. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's different to what others have done. They're trying to remove field strengths and all this other stuff to try and corral this fucker to be as still as possible. I'm not. I'm going still as possible to all of us, and fuck field strengths, keep them. We're just going to remove that thermal as much as we can. Like any and all electron orbit, all of that. And that's why it tries so hard to shrink, but it's not shrinking. You see what I mean? It's really not. It's still the same. It's just condensing. But to us, it'll look very similar as if we curved space and time on it, but it's not really going to do that. So I'm going to move on to the whole other point was we're going to see this fucker in our own solar system. It's going to be very close to just before to just after where Pluto is, that it should finally hit something so soon that it'll rapidly, acceleratively interact, give energy, and start dropping it out of the states it is in. Because imagine, like, I'm trying to find a singular atom a light year away. Nah, I'm not going to be able to fuck off. You know how large space is? You probably do if you know anything about this. Light year away, even if it's an Olympic-sized race, who gives a fuck? I'm not going to be able to see that. So it's like, this is effectively a small mountain of water that's going to suddenly pop out, but also fuse because of how fast it's going to travel. And then it's going to hit something in front of it that's going to start compressing it and interacting. And so then, well, exothermically, because there's also going to be oxygen around, so that also happens to be there, it then will suddenly create this weird oscillatory light show. So it's like it'll go forward, and then a little bit of it will go back, and then I'll hit that's coming forward, and all of a sudden, it should create this cool little sort of laser and a focus lens, but then it'll turn into like this wide, and then a big old kind of like I think it's like a radish root or something. So it's like starts off small, pinprick, and then it'll go wide, and it'll travel forward like a elongated cigar shape, and then it'll suddenly, so as it trails down, and then there's a cutoff. Like it's not going to do anything more. Now, one hell of a light show, and so we were hoping to plan for it to, well, not hoping to plan. The plan is, or was, still going through that future look scenario thing. All right, where this was supposed to be going on with me, doing what I can do as an involved person. So, the head of it all, if I'm being really honest. But moving on, because it's like, no, that would not work. And I'm like, I don't care what the hell you said. It did. It was. And I did. And it is. Granted, then it turns into a whole bunch of other bullshit, and I don't care. It's like back and forth bickering, and I never really give a shit, and I tend to just turn off anyone that goes like, well, I don't, well, I'm going to say another word that is the opposite of what this word would ultimately, and I'm like, sure, blah, 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 blah. Moving on. Point it towards Sagittarius, in no way, and instead, Sirius, the closest star next to us, the closest neighbor star. Now, that turned into, at a certain particular day in our year orbit, at this point in time, to try and get in that direction. Like, somewhere over there. We're hoping. You know what I mean? So, that's unlikely. We're not angling it up. It's a perfectly straight fucking thing, which I should have to tell you. Says I want to tell you all about how, truthfully, we had to carve out this fucker. So we're not going to be using the standard bore, like those big old tunnel things. It turns into this material over here, makes more explosives over here. We drill down, and we take it out. And so it turned into like we're going to have multiple spots. And then as we get forward, then we're going to make more spots a little bit further forward, a little bit further forward, a little bit further forward, and we dig down, 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 and then that becomes its own, like, we're going to use that material for manufacture, and then we're also going to be using it to pay, because there's great minerals that are inside of the Rocky Mountains here. It turns out that it could actually pay for itself, and then some, for how much we are going to be taking out of the very ground. So, and that was great, because we used thermal, as in we're going to heat it up really hot, and then we're going to cool it off, and then use the increased pressure and the brittleness, and with a little bit of explosive and vibrational resonance, and slurry, suck that shit out. And we can do it more and more and more and more and more as we build with the very things, instead of having to buy from others. We manufacture our own stuff, and we keep going and going and going and going and going and going. Now, this is the western half of Arizona instead of the eastern half, which is what I'm at. And this is like a big, long, it's still in Arizona, huge tunnel that doesn't actually really have an exit, although it has an entrance and exits. But anyways, it got humid. We had to eventually turn that into a battery for a brief period of time. There's a bunch of other, we have water areas, and if you don't know about our electromagnetic field, then with humidity and then static charge differences between it becomes a huge battery, electron flow, and so on. And you think it's not a lot, but actually it turns into a lot when it's that level of scale and size. Especially when it's like 5 miles. It's like, yeah, no, but that's mostly because of the height of the mountain that we had to find to make this work. So, and then we still have to dig pretty deep down for that to be a thing because it's 5 miles. But it was the only real way to do the darn thing because of the amount of mass and total volume that we had to push all at one time to do it. If you don't do it all at one time, it doesn't work. So it's like, well, it'll pay for itself, and we got some funds, and then it was like, all right, and then I'm a company. They were like, no, you have to be a company. I was like, sure, fine. Why not the government? Because you're a company, and like, fucking whatever. I don't get it. I literally didn't understand. It doesn't seem to have any issues, for what it was worth. Like there was nothing that was like, scary, or oh, are they trying to screw me over? Like there was nothing that seemed to indicate that that was going to be the case. So I was like, fuck it, I have a company now. I'm doing it, along with a whole bunch of other people working on this together. I had my airships that are going to be there that are now manufacturing airships to a degree, and then I have offset the load that if I can't manufacture or I need to have this extra, to be stored elsewhere, sold, and or made into, because it's like I have to pay for this somehow. Because me, I'm that guy. So it turned into, right, here's a bunch of new engines, here's a bunch of new vehicles, here's a bunch of new recycling, here's a bunch of new renewable sources of energy, and all of the rest. And it's like, well, I have to make a fucking town anyways to support the amount of people that are here. If you know about the LHC, then you know that they also pretty much have a new town for all the scientists that were involved. So that's effectively what I started doing. I have a bunch of towns, and then eventually turned into a city in one area, and then other cities, and then supportive towns, and big whole, ran my government kind of. I became like a mayor. It doesn't really matter. Point is, underground variations of subway train tracks using pressure differences in terms of like, okay, so as it pushes air, it's going to then rapidly accelerate somewhere else, and then it sees that as like the air plug in front of it, and then also it's still just electric motor stuff, so then it can actually go up. We put in the suspension asphalt, kind of piezoelectric. Piezoelectric's got used everywhere. It's like I have to somehow get this water to go through because we need the water anyways to cool the damn thing because it was gonna need to be cooled somehow. Alongside of like I have to somehow create compressed, condensed, cooled oxygen and hydrogen. It's just like this is ridiculous. So it's like, all right, I have a water battery, and then I had a runoff area, right? But that's piezoelectric. So it's imagine like a washboard, like old timey. You have to scrub your clothes, to clean your clothes, right? Similar style to that. Well, it's going to evaporate, and it's going to have to go through anyways. But it's like now it's a river, right? But it's like rivers can become with piezoelectrics and heating and cooling, which this would be, and the water running over it, a bunch of electricity. Like, I became a person that was making exawatt hours just off of the electrostatic charge differences, humidity, air is running over it. There's static charge differences there, and then there's the other, so like already from that, because that's just massive scale. Huge, big scale. Big. But to be fair, in 5 years, we'd already gotten about 100, I forget, it was like around that 200-mile mark. So, but we had already ramped up to such a degree that in another couple of years, we would have completed the whole distance of it. To put it in perspective, though, we have the engines, we have the town, we have the this, we have the that, and we're scaling all this other stuff. I have trillions of dollars in profit coming from the mining of an entire section of the earth, effectively. Like, legit, to put it mildly, there is a lot, especially with mountains, of different minerals. It's just, there's so much. So much. Like, even in small little tiny, like, oh, this is percent, it's very small, rare earth, kind of stuff. These, it's nothing, right? Turns into a lot. Especially when it's like all of a sudden we couldn't find these pockets. We don't know that they're there. And so after brute forcing through all of it, it was like, oh, what do you know? There are huge fucking stores of this shit that are there. Massive. So platinums, uranium, to a degree. I didn't need it, so it's just like whatever. But mostly, neodymiums, yttriums, yttriums, like lots of really expensive elements came bursting out. But to be fair, they had to come out somehow. These mountains, they had to be pushed up. So a lot of the sunken, denser material, heavier elements, rarer elements, are pushed up. And we're going deep enough into that is something that we can effectively and efficiently mine. So we need it anyways. So turns into, oh, we have trillions of fucking dollars in profit. And Arizona got its state tax. I'm that asshole to like companies. I don't do loopholes. I did the opposite. It's like, this is exactingly the taxes I'm supposed to pay. Well, there you go. Arizona got $5 trillion. The surrounding Utah, Nevada, and California areas, because they were helping, also got state taxes. California only got about $2 billion more, but each one of them is a $1 trillion. I got 5 point something trillion for the United States government for their federal taxes. I'm supporting a bunch of different employees, but then that employee base kind of like, we've automated most of it. So it turns into like, well, here's free healthcare, here's all the renewables. So it's like you have all the electricity, all the water, all the sewage, all the everything, and it's for free. Don't pay. It's supposed to be. That's our government paying for all of that. But that's how I wrote the preceding laws for that given area. And we ran the whole thing like that. I mean, we have to build it anyways, might as well engineer it right. Bought the land so that way we can actually have our towns and our cities, interconnected them. Mostly, at first, using the scenic routes. Well, they're great scenic route, but then they're not exactly like, as efficient as it could be. So it's like we left them, it's great stuff. I mean, there's a lot of parks, and so we had like a bunch of those subway, underground train tracks going to, Great Park and other scenic area drop-offs to, getting to the mining area as well. There's a lot of underground. Eventually we got our skyscraper kind of style buildings that are supported in the air together that then supports a much larger geometric style of structure that happens to have in the center like a large mass that happens to act like a gyroscopic stabilizer, sort of. And eventually we're able to go over the mountain to a degree and then, connect with that alongside of using much easier, straighter paths for this. And it all took time. You'd be surprised how fast when you have just mountains of material just on hand, literal mountains of material. Hey, And so when I'm paying for what is the equivalent of practically all of Arizona, and then the government's like, 5 trillion, huh? That would come in handy. I could use some trillion. We're able to start getting certain things passed in terms of laws and so on throughout the state. And, then like we have a company that was private at first, going to release it public. So I've already talked about this before in some of my other videos, but this is, uh, little, hey, if you forgot about this and you heard about that before in the previous videos, well, it's coming back again. If you didn't, well, here it is. Again, so I set up with a bunch of individuals that were vetted and known, and I have assets that I already want to remove anyways. So I have to have assets. It's the standard, like you have this person that manages your finances, and like you need to do this, you need to, that kind of thing, right? So it's like it's about to go public, right? It really evaluated tens of trillions at this point. Like seriously, we're above 10 trillion. And it's like well, I don't know, maybe more, and I don't care. I don't care about money. I mean, I have so fucking much, and assets and all that. I don't want any of it. I have all my things taken care of. I have everything I need. I don't need this. So you know what I'm doing, along with others that are in the company that know what I'm doing. We go to people. We say, hey, look, this is a contract. It's an automatic. You will have no say, no nothing, but you will get money. Okay? These people will have this money that I will have only for this. And so a bunch of individuals who are very poor, homeless, trying to get off or have gotten off of substances and all the rest of this, were made to take stock that I had, and then I eventually bought it all back, and then distributed it along with others, a lot of my wealth through that as it went down through the line. But it also pumps the shit out of the value of stocks. So it'll go back up, and then it spreads over and over and over, and so they get money. And it's a fair exchange, and a certain percentage of it is made pure and simple, only able to be used for advertising and supporting and encouraging certain law and debate and democracy styles of voting and changes. When they do that, they get the rest of the full total amount. So, a lot of people that this was going on with and involved with got a bunch of education, a bunch of training, and help from a lot of the people that we had for our company and so on to start this whole process off. And it redistributed both the wealth and power such that Arizona is the new progressive mecca capital of the entire United States of America. In terms of how we educate, like all of it is no matter what, static. We have to give them this alongside of there is no such thing as property taxes and percentages based upon that. People are paid regardless of their sexual orientation, race, and or gender. All across the board the same. There are caps on what CEOs and so on can have and all the rest of this kind of stuff that I've talked about in my previous videos. Stuff I was already doing anyways, so I didn't have to worry. But that being said, it also turned into blah, blah, blah. Actually, I do like this. And a whole bunch of children and teenagers got to learn how to communicate, know what their feelings were, understand their bodies, know how to definitely get help if anything was abusive or traumatic, and all the rest of it. Same thing with adults. Adults all were required to pass a certain degree of knowledge tests. to be considered to be able to vote, to be able to participate in certain given activities, uh, raising children, sex as well, and more. I know, it's like, wait, adults have to be it. And it's like, yeah, they have to pass tests. You'd be surprised how fast that turned into like a shit show to a degree. But it worked out, especially when you have $5 trillion, and most of it, by the way, for the requirements to be on access. Arizona's version of Medicaid were changed. Even though they have a federal thing, this changed. Most people were on a state driven healthcare system because it's free. And why wouldn't you? It covers more than any of the other insurances, and it drove them out. I'm paying for $5 trillion every damn year to Arizona. This is not like after 5 years. This was every fucking year. I was giving them $5 trillion damn dollars, and same thing with the other states, $1 trillion. You know, so and same thing with the government, federal government. And I'm like the only one really paying taxes. So despite you might thinking, I don't like it, blah 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 blah, turned into, yeah, but you know the guy is right about some stuff, and then the biggest wealth distribution the entire world has ever seen, because we're talking trillions of dollars got distributed to Arizonans and other people around the country for what it's worth, because it can't fully, encompass everyone. But that was another scaling of you have this income, you have these assets. I found all these other assets that you're trying to hide and pretend that you don't have, and blah, 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 and so on. Recognized, blah, blah, blah. And so it turned into, wow, what do you know? A lot of this got really changed dramatically very quickly. Many different senators, House of Representatives, and congressmen and women, lots of it changed. The entire country, basically. And I was all like, yeah, and here's me just living in my zone in this area, and this is what I do, and so on, and I'm not gonna fucking do any of that. Although it was like, you're the wealthiest president. It's like, fucking, if I could get rid of it, I would. I literally, like, almost every employee I had is like, yeah, no, I have stuff in the bank or whatever, but like, what the fuck do I need money for? I have literally everything. What's the point of capitalism? And I mean almost, because there are a few, like, individuals that were like, yeah, no, the point is for whatever they're doing, but I don't ever want it, and it was stupid always. That kind of thing. I mean, we have our type of company, that's running it. I mean, I'm talking over 300 million people existing in our tiny little area of a couple of cities and towns in Arizona. All across the world, easy green card stuff, like in terms of requirements. That's federal though, but they find people and then, hey, we need this person. Anyways, they're a really smart individual, engineer, science, this, that, lots of that. And like you already know about the rules if you listen to some of my other videos. But the rules are very much like that for the zone stuff and so on. Everything is so incredibly renewed and recycled that the vast majority of it is sent to other towns and cities. And we were supporting pretty much the rest of the entire state. Proud as we changed a large amount of their suburban hell landscape and spread out nature, and then, large structure types and designs that allowed for all of the better styles of, renewable, recyclable sort of stuff. So a lot of the companies that might have been around that loved certain monopolistic things going on were effectively gone. The representatives were gone anyways, and the whole lobbying efforts of this, hey, so lobbying no longer lobbies for that campaign or goes to those political parties, turns into infrastructure money. For our state. So, for what it's worth, California turned into a very um, Republican state, if I'm going to be brutally direct and honest about it. I didn't do any of my stuff politically with that. Then they had a huge influx of money. Uh, so there was that. Nevada is a very similar story to Arizona in terms of how they decided to go about changing their laws and going with their style of government, and same thing with Utah. So there's that. California had a few massive holdouts in terms of certain cities that became so expensive nobody could really live there. So, which is already kind of the case, but it's like even more so. Like the CEO of Google would be like, this fucking piece of what the fuck? It's so fucking expensive. I don't even know really what happened after a certain point, because again, we're only 5 years in, and there is like a good solid like 2 to 7 years, depending on when you decide to, you know, feel as though it started. Right? You know what I mean? It's like there's a ramp up and build up there over many years before that point. So it's like depending on when you choose, this was the start. You'll have it be 2 to 5 years, kind of a thing. And the world can get fucked as far as I was concerned. So like, that's still going on. Nobody really fights me, to be fair, though, because it's like, well, you have trillions in profit and valuation galore and assets I can't even imagine. And who the fuck is going to go against the only one that's really fucking making it so that way the country can run from taxes, along with the state, too. It's like they're the richest fucking states ever and country from one dude's company. That has like all of the, genuinely speaking, like practically all of the entire country's population. It's hilarious. It was like, what are you guys doing over there? And then it's like all successful. You know what I mean? Like the way we ran it. I haven't had issues, but it's only been 5 years. But like, it's pretty darn successful for what it's worth. But a lot of people tend to go, yeah, okay, I guess, fine. It's like the entire rest of the country versus our fucking little town and city area. Little my ass. Yeah, it's fairly small for what it is worth. Yeah, it's a fairly small area. But like, yeah, lots of people, lots of very smart, intelligent people, lots of education, lots of open-mindedness, lots of working together and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It worked out pretty well. But yeah, no, we had a lot of experiments for going towards that absolute zero that had gone on, which eventually is why that whole thing happened. It wasn't like, man, I made a little tiny thing and then I got that. It was like, I got a little tiny thing, which isn't really tiny. It's pretty freaking massive, but then, it's like, all right, and then peer review, and eventually bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, until eventually the entire world, and they're all trying to fucking try and, get to the point where they detect the fucker You know what I mean? It's like, it's not, it's just disappearing after a point, and we don't know. Fuck this. For a large amount of it. So, uh, this is what inevitably came from it. And that was a fun little exercise and many, many cool little, uh, you know, experiments, truthfully. And same thing with my energy recovery systems, recycling systems, sewage water treatment systems, energy production, generation systems, capture systems, all on my YouTube already. And just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's another reason why I was like, well, so like you think that it's just this mining thing. It's not. It's like, no, so I pretty much supply most, if not all, of the engines pretty much across the board. If there are any other car companies, from being realistically honest, outside of us. And yes, while there is electromagnetic, meaning uh, electric motors, I have plenty different versions of that. So a lot of the engines were either upgraded for old styles, and there is no real exhaust, from being uh, just direct about it. So California was fine, and then eventually threw it out, and then there's a whole bunch of that, and then there's a whole world that I was doing this with. So there was that. It was global at that point, and then the airship, and then they wanted train stuff, and well, we have a bunch of our train things interconnected between our cities and towns, but that's about it. Mostly because it was like, we don't want this, and I was like, okay, whatever, dicks. Fuck you too, I guess. You're taking my fucking energy from my ginormous battery that we're making. Which is what it would turn into. So we were only allowed to really kind of get one singular, because it's like, oh, we're going to build this. And it's like, we're going to get this. Right, but the moment you're done, it's going and turning into this. Is what they said. So it's like, there was a lot of that happened. I was kind of pissed about it. But that's the federal government for you. Versus the state. The state and I fought. It's a federal thing, so it's just fucking annoying for a while. And imagine me being like, I'm a mayor of this city, and we have our own laws because we basically are this county, right? And so we're running it as it works for us, right? But it's like, I'm also a CEO of a company that is making the largest. I'm eating bananas, so I'm trying to talk. Uh, Running like one of the, if not the largest projects in human history for federal, but also like for science and you know uh, physics. So it was like, right, I'm doing this, and then like that has to be separated in every way to the way the whole rest of it works for our government. There's a bunch of paperwork and a bunch of this to that to blah 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 blah, all on the up and up, all very, because I'm very open on that side. I always believe transparency is always going to be the best. So it's the complete opposite. It's like, this is exactly my taxes. These are exactly all, like Trump, like anyone really, pretty much. It's like, here you go, all of it. It's like, why do we even need money though? Yeah, I don't know, honestly. I really don't. Like, everything's taken care of. So it was just kind of like a weird one. You know what I mean? It is. It's just like, what the fuck is this for? Meanwhile, it's just like, fucking money, money for you guys, whatever. Fuck it, I don't care. You know, I'm just trying to redistribute it again. And they're like, no, you got the one time on us on doing that, and that's all you got. And I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense considering. Because they thought it was a pump and dump scheme, and it's not. Especially since that's the value, and I'm just selling it, and I'm just, you know, and then basically it's gonna work its way back to me. Now I have to pay for all that, but that's fine. I have the assets. I got the fucking cold hard cash and all the rest of it to make it work, along with everyone else. Instead of the company, it's the individuals. And then it's like, all right, company, boop. I guess I don't know, whatever way legality wise, but I was able to do it. It was just like, eh. This is a whole roundabout way of effectively just giving a bunch of people money. You know what I mean? But it highlights like how easy it is to fucking just showcase how much people claiming they couldn't redistribute their wealth that are billionaires are wrong and lying to the American public. But there you go. I was like, here's a bunch of, and then it's like, right, yes, no, and then you are a very rich person, right? Not really. I don't. I mean, yeah, sure, yeah. For what it's worth, I suppose. I don't know. Like it was one of those things where it's like, yes, no. I mean, they all got cold, hard cash money stuff. You know, all of them. And it's like, right, and then the company needs, but it's not really technically the company. Whole fucking workaround bullshit, which is how it has to work. And then it's like, oh, now I got all my money basically back. And then it's like, meanwhile, it's like, so World Bank, thanks for the loan, I guess my company needed for some reason. You know, and I'm like, yeah, look at all this. Fucking stupid bullshit. I have so much fucking. What do I need this for? What the fuck would I need it for? You know what I mean? I don't need it. So it's just like, well, I just redistribute it, but it's like it's supposed to be that way. Like you have to do it that way, so that way it's not illegal, and it's not going to be seen as if I was trying to take advantage of anything. So there you go, and I'm not, because that's actually how you're supposed to use the system. It's just like I planned for it to be used the way I would like it to be used. So a bunch of people got a lot of money. And then I just fucking didn't know what to do with this money that I got. It's just fucking tiresome. After a while, I was just like, what the fuck is this? What is this? What is it? What the fuck am I supposed to do with this fucking shit? What is this? And meanwhile, the government's like, another cool fucking 7 trillion in the bank. Same thing with the state. Like another cool 3 fucking trillion. You know, exchanging of money and then taxes and loans and all this other crap. Meanwhile, I've got like more money than the GDP of America was at the time. I was like, how do I get rid of this? What do I do? I didn't want to get involved in politics anymore. I was bored, and I was like, this is going to have to happen anyways. I'll just support anyone that's on my side. Here you go. Here's some grants. Here's some fucking policies. I'm just kicking it down like anyone that's trying to fuck around and fight me or do anything. So let's see if I can make a PSA ad campaign from all of these people. Let's do it. Let's have a debate. Let's have discussions. Let's do this shit. Meanwhile, it's like it's pretty much automated, the whole fucking mining operation and everything else. I don't really have anything else I can do there. Everything else for building all the buildings and roads and so on is fairly well automated as well. So like a lot of people were very creative, and so it's like let's learn how to make it more efficient. Let's build it better. Let's do this. Let's do that. All that stuff. But it's like you have to remember we don't want to overuse or make too expensive or too hard or too So it's like let's slowly ramp up. Let's do that. And then learn how to create what is effectively like a utopia, if I'm being honest. It's pretty fucking cool. A lot of people live there, but then it's also like everybody's watching everyone too. Looked at all the CIA clandestine and was like, this guy's a fucking definite spy. There's no way there. Same thing with various corporations. It's like, no, you can use my stuff. The stuff I make. But only my people that know it, that know about it, and all that. That's it. That's all you get. Meanwhile, it's a whole bunch of versions of Rupert, Rupert's drop, teardrop, the little glass thing. It dustifies itself once you break it. Same thing when it comes down to information and how it processes it and ultimately works. So it's like, if you break it, completely dustifies itself. You try and scan it, all information stops working, bricks itself. Try and look at it from the inside, in any aspect or way, does that. Meanwhile, everything's patented, and all the rest of it, encryptions and galore. It just kept going on and on until eventually it was like, so, what'd you try and do now? Not even a joke. I had like 3D printing material that's almost like a replicator. I was like, look at them just bricked. And then I was legally able to make it such that it doesn't matter. You and anyone else around you. So you specifically, the ones doing all that. Even if it's like, oh, this whole building, but you don't know exactly who. I'm like, no, I do. It's a bunch of quantum tunnel sensation technology. Sensing, sensation, sensing. The whole fucking area. It knows where it is geographically, height-wise, deep into the fucking earth. Because I had to figure out how to make that happen for us inside of a ginormous tunnel that has to go through Earth. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard shit. So there's a lot of that I had to figure out, and so I was like, well, we got there, but it's another version of like, try me. Try and hack it. Go for it. We have everyone here in our entire 300 strong million plus, really, people that are some of the brightest and best minds and so on currently that can't do it. But it's like you're marked, anyone around you happens to do something and then ultimately tries to give it to you, they're down, they're out, they're gone. They can't use it, and you certainly can't either, the one that originally did it. There's a lot of people in many governments and many corporations that were completely not able to use anything. You got to become an employee for them. You don't get to use any of the stuff I sold you. That's how bad that is. It's like, nah, all of it. Your engine, your car, your this, all of it. Really? Yeah, really. I did that. For everyone. They were apparently like, it's illegal. I'm like, I'm the only one that can do this, so suck it up, I guess. I mean it. Like, when the entirety, because this is also like doing pharmaceutical medicine. Give me a second. It takes trash or a given element, or real precursors that you can't really turn into almost anything. Like, legitimately, you couldn't make jack shit with this unless you were using my device. And it turned into, Well, now healthcare for medicine is very cheap because it's like, wow, it was like $20 a month, a subscription service. You can have your pharmacy give you the little prescription, thing. It's tied to exactingly you. It knows you. It knows all the things about you. You can't fucking try and give it something else or even the same thing or even something slightly different or any of that. It knows ahead of time. It's using my highly encrypted internet software with tunneling systems and all the rest. And it's like, all right, it's going to dustify itself. Try and put anything other than what it's supposed to have in there. Doesn't work. See what I'm saying? It's like, all right, so this is a device this cost. And another one is for your trash and waste, so that'll attach to it. Or you can just add in whatever that you buy from either us or others that can manufacture these. Basically, it's a waste material for most things. Non-carcinogenic. Basically, just, I don't even know what to use this for stuff. Can't really be turned into anything. You see what I'm saying? Like, so safe that you're an idiot if you think it wouldn't be. Using some electricity and light and vibrations, man. Comes out the other side exactingly that prescription. But, no, it's a sealed environment. All right? Capsules it, extended releases it, or press it, depending on ultimately what the prescription that you have entails for it to do. Now, because certain companies are a part of a program that this works with, it means in no way am I stealing any of their medications. And around the world, you can have any doctor prescribe you any medication. Be legitimate and use it exactingly like it's supposed to be used. Now, a lot of them ended up going down the opioid and amphetamine route. Meanwhile, it's like, yeah, except you can't get it unless you have that exact thing prescribed. There's no way to force it to make anything. There's no hacking it. There's no any of that. Anyways, really cheap, easy, ubiquitous. Like you can, for $20, basically have all your, even the most expensive medications, hard as fuck, even rare earth element shit. You've got $20 every month. You want insulin? You want biologics? You want this? You want that? All of them. Every single one. I got brought before Congress when it got bricked by enough people. They couldn't use it anymore. Kept trying to fuck with it. I was like, so this judge, this judge, this judge, this law enforcement, this law enforcement, this law enforcement, this, boom, 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 all of these people in the government, corporations, and influencers and all this tried to and attempted to make illicit substances they were not prescribed. They didn't like that. And I was like, why didn't you charge them except for all these other people that I send all that information and wee woo for those individuals? How come you didn't get that? Same treatment. See what I'm saying? How come you didn't get that treatment? They paused our court case for a little bit and then forgave. There was the president, because again, even though not directly, indirectly people around them, and we have direct evidence that showcases this motherfucker asked them to try and make these illicit substances with my device. gave a huge, ginormous stack of pardons to all of these fuckers. I mean that. I really do mean it. Yeah. So, like, hypocritical as fuck. But it's like, no, no, no. You don't get it. You don't get nothing. There's nothing for you that you're allowed to get. I'm not changing my stance. Then they proceeded to try and make it illegal. That was another thing they tried to do. And so it's like, well, we're going to. And then it was like, okay, so the device is gone. The very thing that made it so people could actually even get their medications is now illegal to operate. You can own it, but operate illegally. So it's like they're all gone. I was like, all right, I still got trillions. Who cares? And I did it again for food. $5 a month for 5 people, split 40,000 calories. Right? Prints out practically anything. Doesn't have the DNA quite the same. It's not going to replicate or do any of that. But it's functionally in all aspects identical. America tanked itself again. It was like, well, what do you know? Doesn't matter if you pay me. It's bricked. It's gone. It's dusted. Meanwhile, it's like, for that little pharmacy thing, if you're a business or you have multiple or any of that, because it tracks it, doesn't matter how many shadow corporations are in between us. It knows. I know. Everyone knows. 65% of the profit, I mean, every time that you make something, you're expected to give me a certain percentage of that money. And it knows. It knows every time. This is pharmaceuticals. This might be another reason why they didn't like that I was doing that. Because it's individual. The pharmacy can give you exactly this. Or you can buy it and have that prescription. The pharmacy itself. Now the pharmacy is a 1 to maybe 5 at most of these things. Which is 25% to roughly about 40%. Depending on if they service more than 1,000 to 1,500 people in their pharmacy. Same thing with food. It's like, scales. It's like 10 people, $5 more. Now there's a cheap option for $3 where it locks you down to 3,500 calories per person for those 5 people. For that food. Same thing though. You're going to manufacture food for a grocery store to sell? 65%. You're a restaurant, depending on how many, it scales accordingly, all the way up to 65%. If you get really Donnie and hardcore with it, same thing with the pharmacy stuff. All right. A lot of America was bricked. Then I was like, all right, so any inorganic, synthetic material. Want to print out the cargo ship? All right, you want to print out a cargo ship. All right, well, you don't need the material, but you can do it. $50. That's right, $50 for that one. I had a $200 one somewhere else at another point in time. Another reason why I still have that technology. That's how that works. But it's like, all right, $50 every month. You don't get any of the material, but you have waste material and you can shove practically anything into it and it'll produce whatever it is, provided that there's the right elements that you have that can ultimately make it work. With the option of using different elements combined in a different way to ultimately try and get that done and accomplished instead. It can be this much difference in terms of strength, weakness, blah, blah, blah. You get the picture. So, moving on, then you'll ultimately understand where it came from when it came down to you pay for the full service, which is $200, which means you buy materials, but also there's a capped tonnage to what you get a month. But you have access to all the way up to our spaceship designs if you so chose to want to print them out. You can't make bombs. You can't have other people collaborate to make individual pieces, no matter how small they might be. You get flagged and they're gone. Weapons, gone. Knives that aren't the only knives we allow to be printed, which is a vibrational, like, butter knife that cuts through stuff, gone. All of any type of weapon, gone. And you're blacklisted. Forever. It's not a certain amount of years. It's till you die. Anyone around you, significantly quarantined. We use the word quarantine because it's like they are now known to be around this person and be with them. I don't want them ever giving them anything. So kids trying to use a device would get blacklisted. It didn't matter. Context doesn't matter. Never will, never does, never can. They can't use a device for the remainder of their lifetime if they do that. They made it illegal for these things to exist and operate in America. Meanwhile, I'm like, okay, sure. If you want to, fine, so be it. Whatever. That's your choice. Certain states fought for a while. Got another extra 5 years after the initial court thing. Right? For certain states, still allowing for them to operate until eventually people got so angry that they weren't allowed to cheat or break a system or not work with the rules or any of that stuff. That they made them illegal. And they were like, no, maybe we'll change it. I have trillions of fucking, man, what do you fucking, I don't have to care. You're the ones that are the fucking weirdos. Meanwhile, I'm seeing generations. I'm gonna have a kid just so that way I can have someone fucking operate. Meanwhile, permanently life banned. Like, to put it in perspective, people that tried to get around it more than even once were fully, to any and all that were around them, banned. It's like stalling. This person you know did this. Now you can't use it. You're not quarantined anymore. You also can't. It's like, we'll just keep in a Ponzi scheme and we can. The second one meant all associate. And then it turned into, if you got a second one by having someone on the street you don't even know come in, all of the entirety of your entire human race. Unless you confirmed under penalty of all of your assets and future earnings and more were given to me. If you were to break that and try and help them by giving them something from that print. Meanwhile, because they were signed up at some point, but their contract stated if they ever did it to the second time meant all of their assets, money, worth value for all of their life is now mine, with the percent that went to the company. I mean it. I'm not even kidding. That is literally the truth. I was like, man, I sure have all of your shit. Even the stuff they're like, hey, hide it away, and I'm a different person. I, did fraudulent stuff and so on. That's mine. I didn't tell them that. Most people don't know that that's in the contract, but for what it's worth, like, you have to sign, but not just sign, confirm several different times in screens to really showcase that you definitely knew that that was the case. It even says it out loud in a very calm, very normal, very understandable voice for any language you choose. That you confirm that that is the language you definitely do understand. It is very legal and enforceable. That's one of the reasons why all of a sudden there's something here that checked what you have, what you're worth, what you're all at. So even unrecognized gains, mine now. All assets, mine. All liquid, mine. Any of it, doesn't matter. It's mine. The clothes on your fucking body right now, they're mine. Meanwhile, the government will take care of you. Bunch of fucking out on their ass, have no ability to ever have any real money. Like, it's a percentage just enough so that way, once you get on SSI or SSDI, food stamps and so on, that you could, with the right housing, still live. I mean it. Yeah, no, it's not a joke. Like, I forced that to be a thing. Like, we went after people all the time. That was our collections agency. There's a reason why we have a certain. People being real gabagoos out there. You can't even call them a mook anymore. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the entire government. I'm like, well, that's all mine, so. Can't even begin to tell you the amount of military motherfucking personnel. And it's around the world. So, after a certain point, I was like, I have over $90 trillion. This is the stupidest fucking bullshit. I'm not kidding. I'm really not. I had so much money. I was like, what's up, North Korea? Boom. You think we don't have weapons and shit? Mine. China was all like, please, no. Mine. Changed it all. Landscape in a lot of aspects. They were like, we will fight. I'm like, I don't care. I didn't even attempt the very idea that they weren't going to ultimately have to deal with all of that and more as like a standard. It's a whole thing. And a whole fucking thing. It's a whole thing. They tried. It's like, we're not gonna help you fight. The government's not gonna help you fight. And I'm like, yeah, no, I know. You know, that's fine. If we were allowed the use of force, that they accepted that we would be using force to get what we are owed if you were overseas and so on. So it's like, we're not gonna let you operate here. Meanwhile, I'm like, so everybody's just gonna have to deal with me taking this. Mostly just did a whole pause thing, you know, paralysis from afar stuff. So I'm not kidding. It's like a bunch of paralysis stuff, and then we just like fucking took everything. It's like, you guys are here now. They had to be awake and alert during us just like putting them in fucking like a bunch of you know, jail cells and so on. It was like, you'll never be able to pay me off. So I mean, you know, guess you're just now like gonna have to do whatever that is. It's like, brand new country. This is right. We're doing this as the country thing now. So many fucking dumbass countries tried it. I mean it. They're like, we're gonna fucking try and get around, and we're gonna blah 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 blah. It's like, even if you use similar because you signed the contract, even if you aren't the person that bought that, doesn't matter. It's like that. It's like, oh, it went over to this country, but it's this person's thing. It's like, yeah, suck it up, country. Deal with it. Shouldn't have done that. Man, did they not like it? And I was like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck. Meanwhile, the United States government's like, what the fuck? Holy shit. The fucker just took the whole thing like it was nothing. Holy god damn. Come back. So I've got a country now. You know, did you guys need this for something? No, it's yours too, for what it's worth. I know. I mean, technically speaking, it's not. Really? Yeah, I mean, it's more like it's not, but then the asset value worth and all that stuff became so your entire country wouldn't be enough value, along with all of your people working in it with all that value, as like some level of like increase of value for hundreds of thousands of years. Really. Because they'd have to live past their time of death to be able to pay it off. So it's like generations of this would be what's going on, and like, I'm not gonna destroy the other generation. That's just stupid. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna destroy you guys because that's fucking retarded again. I'm just gonna make things worse. So it's like, I'm not doing any of that. It's stupid. I wouldn't do it. But now it's like my stuff now. Bulldoze this, create it like that. This is the new government. These are the people that run. My stuff now. I've got like several hundred countries at this point. America's fighting its ass off right now to just like fucking not head down the same path and road. We got a good thing going, guys! We're getting trillions of dollars every fucking year! Let's not fuck this up! Jesus Christ, why did you try and do that, you fucking simpletons? What are you doing, you fuck-ups? Why are you trying this? Stop doing this stuff. Stop now. Stop it. Stop it. Let it go. Stop trying to take his shit. What are you fucking doing? We're gonna all fucking be fucking trapped in a ginormous cycle of bullshit. And it's like, yeah, pretty much. Meanwhile, I know, all the people that are in our little county thing. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, whatever. It's the normal thing. Every day they be trying, right? No kidding. It's a whole shebang after a point. It was fun though. For what it was worth. Like in the sense that it was like, well, we needed this anyways. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the people that are like, well, I didn't do this, but truthfully, I'm glad for the change because like now we get a whole bunch of renewable, recycle, this, that, all these great things. Actually, I'm really pretty happy that this happened. Got great energy. There's a lot of stuff here. Honestly speaking, is this so bad? And I feel like they're just doing the whole, yeah, some people would be like, they're just doing the whole thing, like the butter up thing. But it's like, no, most of the time people are just like, yeah, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. For what it was worth, especially when it's like, oh, he's just going to paralyze us, and then you just fucking like, well, that's my shit now. Like, you're not going to be able to do anything against it, And I don't have to fucking fight with, like, big guns and shit. Nobody really got hurt. It's like, oh, I guess we're just doing this now. Release the whole statement to the world as a per standard of like, hey, guess what, guys? So these fuckers owe me this, and so like now this is gonna be run this way, and it's my country, and so that's what we're doing. Like literally, that's all it was. Like, no, me, mommy, yeah, pretty much. To run a fucking country. I don't want to run a country. I want to go fucking home. I got pretty tired of it. Like, we had a biological immortality at that point that was working pretty well. I was like, I'm gonna have to fucking deal with all of this for this long. This is BS. It wasn't even a joke. I was just fucking tired. It's like, why am I fucking fighting a bunch of people that will literally just never even attempt to follow a rule? This made no sense. It's like, why are you doing this? Why can't you just leave it alone? Stop fucking trying to fuck. Like, it's clearly out, like, especially after the first couple of times. And then they suddenly realize there's no way of getting around this. Like, what are you doing? What is this anymore? I don't know. I can't tell them. Because it's like, why would you keep going? Why did you think you could do it? What are you? Really, honestly, other than a person that just wanted to be better and believed that they were better than others. And that's pretty much what it broke down to psychologically for those individuals that just wouldn't stop. Like, the vast majority of the time, like, people would fucking stop and realize pretty quickly, like, that's all it was. Yeah. So, like, there's that kind of a thing going on. Yeah. All right, JJ. All right. Yeah, give me a second. Almost ready. Do you hear me?
Zarnus.
Zardis?
Arnis.
Arnis? Yeah, yeah, no. He kept you changed the where the straps, how tight it was. I like it. I don't want the harness on him. Yeah. Pulls more. I don't like that. The whole thing. There's a mini skirt and that. Yeah. Anyways. Alright. Get the old situation. Food and water. I have to tell her about the whole I need to buy my medicine online. And have it delivered, which is through the app, the pharmacy app. Which I don't want to. I'll wait till I get. Hey, Fraser. Back out.
All right, you're so excited.
Yeah, hey.
Hey. You're gonna have to. I can't drive this way.
Nope.
Come here, baby. Watch out.
Phaser.
You better get back.
Phaser.
Get
Go back.
back.
There you go.
Thank
Good
you.
boy. Good boy.
Well, your dad went to get tires put on the truck,
Mm-hmm.
and the gas leak that I had fixed 6 months ago.
Oh, it's been 6 months already.
I think so. I'm not sure. I'd have to go look it up.
I thought it was like a couple months ago, but whatever.
Well,
Time
it's
flies.
leaking again. So now your dad's at Pet Boys instead of getting they wouldn't work on the tires with the leak.
That's rough.
Yeah, it is rough. You got a wet nose. How's your week been?
Rough, honestly. How about yours?
All the branches that I cut are flying around.
Yeah, it's windy.
I don't remember them flying around before, but maybe nobody told me because I wasn't there. So I have a mess to clean up. Which reminds me, if you don't mind, I'm going to stop here real quick.
Sure.
Okay. There we go. All right, should take me just a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Do you need anything in here?
I was gonna see what you had.
Oh, you want to go too?
No. I was gonna see what you had for food over at your place.
Okay.
Mm.
I have stuff, not a lot. I made a roast in the crock pot. And I don't like it. It's kind of weird. You have to stay here. You can't come into the store.
No, definitely not. Damn it! God damn it! Oh really? Oh. It's okay. It's okay, Peter. It's okay. It's all right. She'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm so fucking tired right now. That's because I didn't eat any damn food. And like it's every single time I end up doing that as my beginning routine in the morning. It's like, don't eat the food, apparently. Take your medicine, and then have coffee, and proceed to have a hard time even swallowing food, and even feeling like you are hungry. Proceed to be sick and nauseous all day. Oh, gee, I wonder why. Exactly. It's the worst. Anyways, see here. Right, I had the other W engines. I don't really want to talk about. Briefly, though, I'll bring them up. I had a W4 and a W14, which are perfectly balanced, but that's because of the V angle. And for the W14, it's a longer stroke on the sides and a larger bore, shorter stroke in the middle. 4 in the middle, 5 on either side, W14. Then it was like, well, same thing for the W4, except kind of reverse. It was like 2 in the middle, and then 1 on either side, where it's a longer stroke, smaller bore in the middle, and then a larger bore, but it's a square bore stroke on the sides. With a good, the V angle had to be pretty fucking pronounced, for that one. It's fairly flat. but it's a potato, but a different type of potato. So it's like it goes 1, 4, 3, 2. So it's like 1 and 4 are connected in a particular way, and then 3 and 2. But that's because of the longer stroke of the centers that help it out. Now it's very, very balanced, but then I was like, they want me to, or I shouldn't say they. It's like a lot of people would prefer it if I were to sell it somehow as like, oh, it's got valves and stuff. I'm like, fucking, why wouldn't I just use my single stroke injectors? I got new injectors that spray in air and fuel into a chamber instead of having a bunch of fucking pump like devices. It's fucking annoying to have to deal with. I mean that it's actually fucking annoying. So it's just I was kind of over it. But you know, it's one of those things where it's like it's not really as necessary, you know, to do that kind of a setup. So, what I ended up realizing was if I use a like Chinese finger traps. So it's like imagine Chinese as you pull on it, it gets tighter, it shrinks, and then as you know, imagine like a double Chinese finger trap. So it's like it'll go in and it'll go out. So one side will go all the way to the bottom and then go all the way up to the top, and then another side, again, other side, all the way to the other side and back to where its original starting position. Because they squeeze and pump and spin as a result of doing that. So like they're spinning to be able to rotate themselves down, but then they're also squeezing, and then they also expand, and then they also back to squeeze. And that one turned out to be a easy little, super simple fucking design. It was so easy to make these injectors. Finally, because it's like a tube within a tube, and then they just fucking rotate, and then it makes it automatically do this. Squeezes into a little chamber, and then it like automatically creates enough pressure, correct air fuel ratios, and then it fires it out. As it does that, and then it just needs to spin. So it's like it'll squeeze, and then it'll just spin. So it's like it's squeezing and spinning, and then it'll just spin, and then that's the duration of its power stroke. Exhaust it. You can do full recycle exhaust, meaning like completely all the way up to back up to top dead center, or you can get a little bit towards bottom dead center and exhaust it, and then you can start the whole process. Come on, Phaser.
Oh, I should have left the keys for you. It's
Yeah,
kind
you're
of
fine.
warm in here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not that warm.
You know,
Phaser,
little man.
back. Yep.
I'm gonna put you to work. Yep. I'm gonna tie all the branches to you, and I'm gonna have you tow them down to the dump. How's that sound?
I'm sure you'd love that.
Mush, doggy. I am gonna put them in the backyard though. That way you can keep me company while I'm out there messing around with these damn branches. Yeah, they had to move Norma and Joe. I think we're going to lunch. And they had to move the branches out of the way so they could get their gate open.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, okay, that's not good.
Yeah, it's been pretty windy around here.
Yeah, I know.
It's nice, though. I mean, if anything, during this time of the year, they could easily store so much energy for wind power. I think that they could run these towns around here off of wind power around this time of year.
I know. I said that when we first moved here. That's progress.
Yeah. Not to mention the number of roofs they have for solar panels.
My shirt says "Be kind," and this guy looked at my shirt and glared at me. I said, "Yeah, I'm woke." I just smiled at him. Oops. Is that my phone?
Yeah, it's just my phone.
you want to get something at Safeway?
No,
Okay.
maybe on the way back.
Okay.
Write that down really fast.
Hello there. Yeah, I haven't seen you in days. Days and days, little man. I know I asked you this before. Oh, you're texting.
No. Alright, what's up?
When did you get him?
Back in February, why?
February. I keep trying to. I remember. I guess I keep thinking it's November because it was cold out still, but it's February.
Yeah. Just hit October today.
I know.
I thought there was going to be a 31st to September this year.
So, there never has been.
Oh, really? Yeah. I guess you just never really give a shit about that stuff. It's kind of odd when you think about it.
Dean's supposed to be back.
Oh, yeah?
I think next weekend. Okay, so we're gonna go into the backyard, little man. I will clean up this mess. Oh yeah, look at that shit. Okay.
Yeah, okay, Phaser. Alright, fine. I'm going to jump out immediately.
All right, come on, we're gonna put you in the backyard. Come here. Come on. Come on. You're not in trouble. Come on, it's okay.
Oh, Phaser. Come on.
Oh,
No.
I don't have.
It's coming. Hey.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, come on, you're
Come on.
not in trouble.
Come on, Phaser.
You're not in trouble. I'll go open the door from the other side.
Yeah. Chinese finger trap. Yeah, but that's just geometric shapes and designs. You know, telescoping stuff. We already have versions of this. Perfectly. Works just fine. No need to even worry about it. In terms of like actually how to do it. Just putting the pieces together. Instead of reinventing anything.
There we go.
Oh, we got it anyways.
Okay.
Alright, baby.
Come on. I got food and water. I
Alright.
moved his food and water over, hoping he'd do it, drink it.
Okay. I'm totally gonna know. Notice. Yeah, know it though. Anyway, let's get this done. Bleach the sheets today. Spilled coffee. And then, ready? Those socks out. Get ready. white shirt in there. Just fuck it. That's a little bit of water. Liquid detergent, not water, dummy. Stop. Interrupter. Tries to pretend to be me. I'll blame you. You don't know. Meanwhile, me looking at a whole bunch of people that are like claiming not to be there from hackers and everything else in my mind right now. I'm like, I know who you are, where you are, all that stuff.
Nope, you gotta stay here. I'll be right back.
Don't do that thing where you showcase that. Okay, I could try and pretend to do that, or I could not give any fucks at all and proceed to do whatever I want. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, you should, though. Seems like you need to masturbate, bro. Angry enough, apparently, to try and pretend to be me, because apparently you're not good enough to be yourself. Or not just do you as best as you can do you. You know what I mean? Makes no sense after all. You know what I mean? No phaser. No. You know what? I'll just put this in there. Be fine. Doesn't really matter that much. Never really matter. Really? You never really matter? Yeah, I'm an interrupter. I was trying to fucking. Okay, fine. You never really matter. Okay. Oh, that doesn't sound like someone who's having a cry for help with how little they seem to ultimately have any given amount of importance in their life. See what I'm saying? Ah, Angela. Andrea. I was just ignoring them when I was in my house. You mean your apartment? Hey, thank you, person that's clearly listening, and I just said what happened in my head. Yeah, you weren't even going to say it out loud. Do they really hack all the time? Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing for a long time. It's been going on. Granted, I'm kind of sick and tired of having to deal with and listen to people that really just don't care. You know what I mean? It's like, look, I'm going to pretend like I'm not doing this thing and I'll keep gaslighting because, it'd take a lot of effort for people to ultimately investigate this. And I really doubt any of them will even attempt it. So I'm going to keep doing this. Instead of wanting to believe a given possibility, I'd rather and prefer in all aspects, actually, to not do any of that. And just say that you're trying to cold call, sorry, not cold call, whatever the version of con man tricks are for cold, whatever statistical bullshit hits someone. Meanwhile, it's like a particular person that I am doing that to. So this doesn't seem to be that. But then you would know them because you're just a part of the audience at some point in the future. So it's engineering explained. And it's just that's going on. I'll move on from that though. Alright, this is boring and I don't care. I want to eat food. I want to talk about other things. So it's like, I got the, see here, attempting to reach absolute zero physics. So that one's done. See here, engines. Let's see here, valves. Oh, valves, injectors. Where is it? Oh, there it is. The engine thing has the injector thing. Going through the checklist now. Yes, Phaser, I know you're there. Can you not? Nope. I need to chill for a second. All right, so W14, W4, these ones are kind of normal to me. If you don't know, they already have a inline five that's a very similar kind of idea, concept, where it's like, or no, there's three. That's right. Was it three? Anyways, Honda did it. It was like, two sides, one in center, off of the potato kind of thing, or some shit like that. And so it's like, well, this is basically scalable for a W, for a W14. They're like, they're inherently unbalanced until you get a V14 and you angle it properly. Although I hate the fucking goddamn actual timing for it. And it really just turns into a parallel fucking problem, and everything has to be hybrid crossplane, which isn't so bad. That's not really the main issue. The issue turned into like it's well perfectly balanced. It doesn't change that it's not exactly very fun to manufacture, and it's a big, long, ginormous engine. At least the W14 now fits within inside the same size of a V6 to a V8 size package, depending on those sizing options that you go with. So more power, more displacement kind of stuff in a given volume sort of a scenario. They never really made them, from what I understand. They don't really exist. Same thing with W4s. Like, why would you? You know what I mean? It's like we can make balanced other things, right? Like, the V4 will be balanced, right? And it's like, yeah, yeah. But to be fair, it's also like, so how there's VR, styles, like a VR10, it's slightly offset. It's the same thing, same concept for the W4. Like the middle actually has to be a VR style where it's slightly offset to each other. Same thing with the W14. So in this instance, it's actually not just the center. You have to use the center and outsides as double VRs, or three VRs kind of thing. But they're VR in the sense that they're VR to themselves, but then they're also, whole thing. And that's another reason why W's are often set up like that. So it's a whole thing. But it's balanced and it works just fine. The reason why I use it is because it's very, very close together, as in, like, the crankshaft is very small and the overall size of the package is very slim. Now it makes it much easier for me to just simply put a full head system that's different on it entirely. Easier to get rid of the exhaust and the V angle and have intake come in at the front much more simplistically. Is there really? No, I just did it because it was fun. It was supposed to be for like a concept of a Formula One engine, and it's like you're allowed to actually experiment with you have four cylinders, and you need to fucking make it work somehow. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, I'd go rotary immediately. Yeah, I oppose piston rotary immediately. I wouldn't even attempt the W, but they were like, you're not allowed to use any rotary. And I was like, well, this is the next best option because it's effectively like one. So that's how I managed to get that done as a potato strapped together just the right way, and managed to have it perfectly balanced. But it goes at like 15,000 RPM. It's kind of annoying to some. To me, it's wonderful. I love it. Imagining the Formula One driver getting all, it makes the engine better. And I'm like, yeah, no, they do. Your team is really struggling over there. If only they could make a decent engine that wouldn't break down all the time. But to be fair, though, we were allowed to use single stroke exhaust, but it's like the injectors, but then like allowed to use like exhaust as a four stroke. So it's like it would inject the one time and then it would do its four strokes and exhaust, right? Like a full four stroke, but it's like one and then like they siphon off of that. So that way I was able to get a lot more efficiency and power out of a given amount of fuel used, especially when it comes down to like, well, they have these hourglass style like big behemoth for steam engine turbines, right? Right, and it's like, well, that's a thing I could do. I said, like, if I get in from the two sides and then one directly in the center, and then it comes out, and then I have it come out in such a way that I'm able to use that heat to ultimately, and this is the heat pump for downforce in F1. So it's like if I manage to create the correct little skip over valve, so it's like there's now a seen lowered air pressure, okay, that's coming in, where the engine bay is. But underneath and in certain areas for the carbon fiber chassis, I'm able to ultimately create a continuation of air pump. Now, as a result, though, I have to have a very specific sizing diameter and setup of tube and all this other stuff that makes it such that it's going to do that pretty consistently. And I can't have it move any valves. There's no valves at all. Can't do it. So it's all about geometric shapes and fucking other shit. And so it turned into pulse tube cooler with Jules Thompson blah 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 blahs and fucking it needs to pump it one direction, but I can't use Tesla valves because then it's stupidly difficult to fucking run the damn thing. And so like everything basically had to be a bunch of series of like put together tubes with a bare minimum of like, this is definitely not just a skin that I put around this. That kind of thing. So a lot of that happened. Same thing for like the intake. The intake was another version of like, well, I need this to basically be like a version of like a scramjet. So like it comes in after it goes through a series of like, we need this heat to go here, and then this is a spin. But instead of using vortex, we're going to be using heat and ultimately boundary layer differentials to create a change of temperature as it condenses and separates out. And then at different velocities during this, we then gain a cooling effect as it has to exchange to the air that's moving away at a higher velocity because it's lower density and gets sucked in to the air change for the heat pump from the turbine and where the exhaust is. With the exhaust, I had to have it come out at a particular place because apparently that's in the rules. So it's just like, sure, yes, no, it's there, but like, it's not really, so anyways, got a lot of that going. But there was a point where it was like 124 degrees Fahrenheit, and they usually use Celsius, but like that was just the point that I was just unable to make it work like that, and I had to get a humidity setup, so a heat exchanger setup that was a passive heat exchanger setup that would have to also use like light-based interferences to allow for the expression of there's a thimbleful of water for what it's worth in a given pressurized environment and movement based upon all this other diaphragmic changes and heat condensing changes, standard thermal siphon stuff, but a little bit more efficient as a result. Anyways, then that like the big long thing to the nose area, yeah, that turned into what is the equivalent of aerodynamically speaking a literal teardrop. But the reason why I needed that to be the case was such that I could get more aerodynamic efficiency for these given effects as it was going forward, and only need to get up to like 5 miles an hour ish truthfully, it would remain. It would stall and create a bunch of vacuum during that stall. So it had great downforce around the corner, but then it would then pick up and it removes a little bit of its downforce, but then it makes a massive dramatic change to a much more teardrop aerodynamic shape for the whole entire body. And it would collapse right where the exhaust would be coming out. But then the moment someone got a little too close, all of a sudden it would lock in a pressure wave that would suddenly and violently be far more pressure behind, and then it would expand rapidly, remove itself, and then go to wherever the least resistance happened to be. Left, right, up, down, wherever the fuck. And so anyone that got too close, it's like, oh yeah, no, it's fine, and then boom, fucking jeez. So it's a nice little trap. Like you get up to a person and then, oh fuck, it would destroy them. And it was fairly random for what it was worth. Like it's really hard to make it consistent, unless you were like a computer simulation god level, technique person. Then you could get there. But otherwise, it would never do it, which is a good thing, I think. Yeah. That's another reason why it was like, yeah, no, it's supposed to be a pure and simple design that uses the heat of the engine blade as a basic way of increasing, efficiencies. That's it. Now, granted, sure, I still have to use, the four-stroke process. Yeah, you know what I mean? But that being said, it was like, well, I have thermoelectric and thermophotovoltaic and the piezoelectric stuff all up in that engine area. So, turned it into a, especially with all the radiators. It was like, well, if I have to have fucking radiators anyway, screw this. I don't even want radiators at this point. They're fucking weedy ass bastards. I was able to get it kind of working off of that. And then, like, the crankshaft was a whole other, like, instead of using weights as counterbalance, I used air resistance. Air springs as a counterbalance. It's like it weighs a hell of a lot less. It's far and away a lot stronger. And then it happens to increase the efficiency of the vehicle as a result. It turned into its own version of the phase change, pressure, size, volume, movement, and then we had the coolant for, the radiator area, heat exchange kind of stuff. So now it's far more compact and ultimately far more efficient. And now I was able to make a tiny, tiny little vehicle because the W4 makes total sense to make that as small as possible because it's like it's got a V angle that's really pretty low, and even though I have these two at the top, it turns into a real close, compact, tiny car, especially with the batteries being effectively the seat and other parts throughout the chassis. It's like if they need to be there anyways, screw it. I might as well just put them there. This makes no sense anymore. It's like I'm gonna have flat packs there, this roll there, like that kind of thing. It's like I need it there anyways, so it's like might as well just build it in. So it turned into a lot of that instead of like trying to freaking finagle it off to somewhere else, because like then I can just and then it drops out easy. Put it in a new one all day. It's super simple and fast. Anyways, it also happens to help cool the damn thing because there's a heat exchange based upon the air movement and everything else. So it works out just fine. But it was like, look at my tiny, tiny little vehicle. It's so small. Look at how small my tiny little vehicle weigh nothing is. It got so much power. Look at all the power I've got. Look at all this efficiency power I've got. Look at me. Woo. Yeah, no. For what it was worth, we won a lot. Like a lot. It was really hard to win against us. Especially when we have rotating valves. We don't use poppet valves. Poppet valves are not the thing. Especially when it was like, well, instead of making this cheap for like mass manufacture, because that tends to get annoying to a point, because like screw that, you know what I mean? It is easier to just make a singular, head valve cover and water heat exchanger air intake setup after the compressor. So it's like that way it's like, well, and now it's, being as a structural member all together one thing. And they were willing to pay for it, so like that makes sense. It's a Formula One race thing. It weighs a hell of a lot less, and it's more compact now. Makes total sense, right? But uh, we use sliding rotating valves. So what that means is like there's a head and it has a rotational valve, so it's constantly rotating because I already have to have the injector rotate anyways. Makes total sense. And so after it gets to a certain point, it then goes, oh, now it's going to open. And it's going to be somewhat slightly open to somewhat slightly open to all of a sudden it's very open. There's very little in between. I mean this as it's geared specifically to do that every single time. And it's effectively the entire area around the injector. So it's like this big circle suddenly open. Just whoosh at the top of the head. Really exhausts things very efficiently. After a certain point, we ended up realizing it was like, well, towards that top dead center, about a quarter to an eighth up, we just started injecting again. This makes total sense. It's like there's basically a vacuum now at that point. There's so much heat that rapidly accelerated out that it would start trying to come back in if we didn't do it. So it was like close as we're injecting, just let's go again. Just slight injecting, and then more. So real fun stuff at that point. But then it's like, yeah, I guess we're gonna wait for that many turns. Get fucking 2-stroke, 1-stroke, easy all darn day. But it's a 4-stroke. It's supposed to be a 4-stroke. It's a 4-stroke. So it's a 4-stroke. It's using a 1-stroke system turned into a cycle of scavenge, meaning like that heat as we remove the heat, but then it's retaining that air spring, right? And so we're not in any way prevented from refiring, even if there is still that exhaust in it. And so that's what we ended up doing as a team. It's like, all right, well, it's cool. Brrr. No, it's back to its good pressure, all the way back down, right? And because of the crankshaft we were using, this one's the real crux for most people because we have that like it's an air spring, that's cooled, as your counterbalance weight. Yeah, except the way that we have to do that means that like mechanically, it's very, very much practically perfectly straight up and down. And I mean so practically, I mean it would be microns that would be slightly off. And so as a result, it was like, well, now I'm going to put it on the bottom instead of that crankshaft being like that, like an engine block, then it goes in a crankshaft. Now we have the exhaust goes into the bottom and then it goes off into the turbine that then does, its exhausting phase. So, like, that's what I would do. And, that's another reason why it was easier to have that exhaust and intake become a structural supportive member of the engine block and all the rest of it. And another reason why it was easier to have it ultimately scavenge from other, center or outside piston cylinder areas into the bottom. So, and why we're able to get a little bit more of that heat turned into actual work energy for us, right? And we don't have to just match a certain temperature, we have to match a certain created amount of extra pressure. Now, the bottom, however, is this very weird thing. All right, so since we have to maintain the four-stroke at the top, the bottom has, and it's always losing heat and pressure. It's going to take it from the cylinder sidewalls anyways into it too. And so it gets really delicate how much we should and should not remove, in terms of that exhaust and how much we're able to put back in and for how long, because of the crankshaft geometry that we have to use, it all ends up adding up to shit. Yeah. I have to really precisely monitor most of this while all together making it such that trying to get to something. Uh, all right. Yeah. So that air spring thing that I was talking about, you think it's like for compression? It can't compress. It can move things pretty fast. It's like turning up the speed on your fan. You know what I mean? It can't compress anything. So like once it gets to a certain point, it won't do it. That kind of thing. But it makes it more efficient, anyways. First and foremost, let's get that out of the way. And then the crankshaft now is far more balanced and doesn't have the issues in terms of like the full power stroke duration becoming slowed down. It doesn't slow down to effectively just about a quarter of the way from bottom dead center. But as a result, you don't get something from nothing. So it's like, even though I got all that power from the top, the bottom is entirely different. So it's like all of a sudden it rotates very fast up, to a degree. It's sort of the equivalent of it's going to pop back up fairly quickly to where it was and then slowly go back up to where its top dead center is. So that bottom is like, and then dink, and then it slows down, and then it quickly goes up back to that quarter, and then it slowly goes back up. And like the way that works out to mean is like that first initial intake from the exhaust as it goes up has to go to another cylinder bank. Otherwise, it simply isn't going to be able to reach that bottom cylinder fast enough. So like there's like a degree of timing for each cylinder to efficiently and effectively spread its exhaust to gain actual power from that. Sometimes it's like, well, we need to put a certain amount of vacuum in there. So for full, complete exhaust now we've got it rapidly and then suck, real fast. That kind of thing. But that one becomes hard because then, of course, you have to resist that one going up. You know what I mean? So it's like, which means it's trying to go back down. You have to have a larger flywheel. And so, like, during certain RPM and power strokes, we're able to use that as stored energy to gain advantages in exhaust cycling. It's a really good way of going about removing inefficiencies and losses in the exhaust cycles. And for what it's worth, it's just a rotating valve around the cylinder. Like two strokes, well, then now all of a sudden it's closed as it rotates around the cylinder. And then eventually it's open. That kind of thing. So, built-in sort of stuff, very compact, very non-complex, simple. Take it apart. It's just a bunch of cylinders and parts that you bolt together. Real easy to maintain stuff. But the reason why I did it was because it's Formula One, and they need to be able to maintain and repair their engine quickly. Drop it out, make it immediately better, or change a part, or whatever it is. Good to go. That kind of thing. So that's the reason why I did that, and it works really well. It's also why we won just constantly. It basically is a super small little fucking car the guy's basically strapped to a fucking. It's like, I got some shielding around me, and that's about it. I couldn't begin to tell you how less weight I have than all of you and more power for what it's worth, considering the amount of scavenge efficiency from it all. But I'm allowed to do that. Like the rules of that given scenario were such that that was fully acceptable and allowable. It's very balanced. It's got all the increases of torque and efficiencies for capture from heat into energy that I could really get done. It also weighs like next to nothing, and so we ended up having a lot of the same issues that most people do when it comes down to, I have so much torque, this is stupid. Like, I literally can't not have my wheels basically try and kill me. It's not even a joke. They're like, here's 792 cc that you're allowed. I was like, what the fuck is this number? What the fuck is this number? Why is it 792 cc? I don't know, but we're gonna have to make it work somehow. Sure, I guess. We only get 4 cylinders. 4 cylinders. Yeah. Alrighty. Sure. Hmm. Um. uh. This is annoying me actually. Uh. This is stupid. Yeah. But I got it done. You know what I mean? I got my W4. Got all of it done. It was reasonably fairly simplistic to do. I don't need 2 crankshafts. It's a hybrid kind of crossplane, big bang screamer sort of thing design. You know, for what it's worth. But that's to do with the crankshaft. Weighs a hell of a lot less. I don't need counter weights practically at all. I barely have any real cooling or sub-ambient as a result of what I'm doing. I have ridiculous amounts of compression. It's like, I don't really need the compression for it's worth. The injector took care of it itself. It was just to fucking maximize certain airflow characteristics. Wait, what? Yeah, so, it operated bare minimum RPM around 1200, 12,000, 1200 interrupter. You're interrupted. Person that's also trying to pretend to be me, also you as well, with the accent. It's like, we all worked on this together. Yeah, no, me and my Formula One team. So, and I'm the one that came up with it all. You just kind of built what it was that I came up with, and then the refinements along the way were as a result of everyone working on it. And you're also a piece of shit that we kicked out of our team along with others that are trying to interrupt. I'm not even kidding. I was like, say anything to anyone. All of your assets are ours for the foreseeable future. And foreseeable future meant 98. If you make it to 98, then we'll stop. So, resultingly, when they try and interrupt and they try and get involved in me discussing this, you can understand why they're very much on thin ice. Oh, there was jail time, not just like money? Yeah. Really? Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter though, because that's why it was like, well, this makes total sense. That's why I would do this. That's all it really was. And then easy to manufacture, right? It was extraordinarily easy to manufacture this as an internal combustion engine with insane efficiencies. I mean, fucking insane. We were just off of mechanical because even the, turbine is offering the mechanical, right? Outside of the electric motor and so on that we're using, turned into, we were already 70% efficient off of mechanical. Then from heat into electricity, we got all the way up to those 80, mid 80% ranges, which was fucking phenomenal. So it turned into like, well, 70% efficiency is not bad, bro, for work energy from internal combustion engines, especially when it's like, oh, you can use hydrogen. You can use any damn fucking fuel for that rocket engine, kind of injector thing. The reason why a lot of people don't tend to want it is because it's like, well, why would I need it? 150 horsepower seems pretty good, for most subcompacts or whatever. And it's like, yeah, no, you're right. It is. You know, except for the fact that in order to get 150 horsepower and the torque necessary, you need this stupidly large, heavy ass engine. So a lot of it turned into that. Yeah. It was like, well, a W. Huh? You want a W? I was like, I'll just use my toroidal. I'll just fucking use. It was so much easier to get a toroidal to fucking just like, it's just putting together a couple of donuts and then having the right little like, spots. I've already talked about before, and many multiple fucking YouTube videos. So it's essentially another version of like a rotary 12, but then it's just better, if I'm being honest. But that's another reason why I was like, yeah, what do I need this for? You know what I mean? Like, I didn't need it for anything at all. But, except for the fact that it was in the 90% range of efficiency from turning a combustible fuel into a actual work energy. And then it was like, well, the only way to make this even better is just turn it into a fuel cell that has its expanded gas acted upon and turn it into work energy. That kind of thing. I've been holding that in for a while. So, have that done. Pretty simplistically. It's a fuel cell. It's a type of fuel cell. I've already talked about it. A type of fuel cell. Yeah, I know. You keep saying the words back and expecting a result. I am the same person. You want to ask a question? No. I didn't think so. Anyways, that's basically all that was for that. Because it was like, well, I don't really need any given, like, engines for that kind of situation at all. It's pretty simple. Worked out pretty well. Oh, right, the new opposed piston. Man, I have to talk about that. I was talking about that before I recorded this. So it's like I have a new opposed piston standard single cylinder because it's really hard to actually like balance these fuckers. So I turned it into a diaphragm. So it's like it's got an elbow attached to a diaphragm. Okay, so like the center is a standard combustion, and so are the outsides. You already heard about all that most likely before. But this one's different because it's supposed to be a lot more simplistic for people to work on, I guess. I've just been trying to figure out how to balance these things easier. It's like you need to turn linear into a given rotational, right? Well, it's like, well, now the diaphragm happens to help with that. But it's also like, well, I don't need it to go on the back. So it's like the elbow isn't really for anything. It's on the plate, the diaphragm. The outside arms, though, are for rotation. And so, like, that elbow allows for those rotations to be soaked that are on the actual connecting rod to the pistons inside of the cylinder that are combusting gases and all the rest of it. Okay? So, this allows for that to more appropriately gain in the center of the cylinders a higher degree of rotation. From that, it allows for a small amount to be turned into a much, much greater rotation around a given circumference. Now, the diaphragm is for the fluidic part. I still have a fluidic part both on both sides. Now, the reason for this one was fairly simplistic for me. It's a torque converter. I extended the range of the torque and the given absorbed energy to workable rotational motion energy. Because that's how that works. It's a pump. That's all a torque converter is. It moves fluid one way and then ultimately spins something and it returns back. Same thing. Diaphragms push in or push out. They move fluid towards the center, which is where the arms are going to go anyways, and ultimately make that turn. Now I have a larger amount of turn because that will rotate faster until it eventually gets added into as a clutch. Remember the toroidal I used when it had a hydraulic fluid on the inside of the connecting rods that are hollow? Well, sort of a similar setup and thought process. This is a large diaphragm to a small area that happens to rotate it more efficiently, more quickly, and so it spins up faster and then has more pressure acting on it to give more torque. And then, of course, it still has to go from there over to where ultimately the empty dead zones are. For the standard shit, it will do that just fine. If you're already arguing with me on that, then truthfully, you probably aren't very intelligent on how that works, and so you probably think it can't be done, and are consequently, in my mind, someone that simply needs to learn a little more engineering and mechanical uh, stuff before you end up getting into uh, trying to say one way or another it can and or can't. We have torque converters already. We have coupler, hydraulic fluid systems already. We have all of these things already. So this just acts as a hydraulic fluid pump that takes a given surface area to a smaller, and as a result of like a big large gear to a very small gear, then transfers it to a medium-sized gear, gains an advantage. Anyways, since you'll probably pretend to be someone else as you have watched on YouTube, you'll ultimately end up realizing that you're probably not very knowledgeable. And I'd have to actually even talk to them about why the hell this would be, for me, this way. It's a more compact, just extraordinarily efficient, and simplistic design. You know, like the arms can effectively deliver. It's given for four of them. Now it will weigh less, but because it's spread out over four, that happens to gain advantages. Now, because the diaphragm does not have to have the arms connected directly to it, and it can now be in a given elliptical orbit as it goes through, backwards and forwards, it can gain a continuation of a singular continued rotation for both of them, even though they're on opposite sides. Front and back are now taken care of. The top is intake, the bottom is exhaust. It now has a coolant that runs through it, which is hydraulic fluid, but then I have an exchanger that's right next to it. That's right, engine coolant. And then I still have oil. That's where the elliptical movements and the rotational movements are, and that is also a pump for the singular cylinder. The rotating valves, meaning holes on the sides of the cylinder, as they rotate, open up one area and then close it, and then wait for a full cycle of 4 strokes or 2-stroke scavenge if you so choose, or if you're like me, so inclined, why the hell would I even give a fuck? I have these injectors, so just exhaust at the bottom. As a result, it now has more power to weight performance. It's more simplistic, it is more reliable, and it also happens to be far easier to package into cars, bikes, and anything else. Now, the seals are fine, oil is fine. The only reason why I even did it was because it was like, well, this is a way more fucking simplistic design than the complicated ones I had before. This is much easier to build. I can throw this thing together with stamped parts and some extruded aluminum and shit, and it'll work literally just fine. So, really fully balanced now as well, which is another reason why I did it this way. It's functionally impossible to see any real vibration. Now, granted, I can't make it perfect, so as a result, there are a boundary layer, there are some frictions and bearings and gears and so on, and as a result, of course, it's not perfect balance, but you'll never notice anything happen. You could put a fucking anything on it and it'll balance, depending on, of course, how unbalanceable the damn thing is. Get it? That being said, it was also like, that's another reason why the outside inside is effectively like, look at this tube, and then the other cylinder is the longer hourglass style, out towards the center, and then that center, up, out kind of turbine, and then it just, dumps it off towards a single, exhaust with resonator and muffler, all that, whatever you want, catalytic if you need it, sort of thing. But you often don't, considering it's a fully perfectly combusted design. So you don't really need that. It's not going to change, nitric oxides or anything like that. So that's kind of what that one was, and doesn't make practically any real sound. Instead of 49cc, though, I did a more reasonable 2.2 liter single cylinder that would run at a decent little elongated stroke. It's a slightly more stroke than bore by about an inch, and then that was more than good enough to be balanced and run just fine for a very long time and be very compact. making a solid 200 foot-pounds of torque and a reasonable and respectable 180 horsepower. I mean, it's 2 liters though, so but it's something that weighs less than a four-cylinder and a uh, three-cylinder, any 2.2 liter engine by size and weight. And on average, we're between, I think the maximum value was still 20% lighter for like titanium composite resin material, Formula One injected all mold thing. It was still 20% lighter than anything they had. So I didn't think that was very super relevant, but like, some people really took it to the extreme for material designs to try and match us. And I was like, boo hoo, I'm still better than you. Suck it up. Don't care. No, it was really simple. It was ridiculously, stupidly simple to make this, manufacture it, get a bunch of efficiency, because that turbine also adds its torque. And that's just straight work energy. And have an electric motor, adding a basic electric motor to this was really simple, and then turned into something that I easily accomplished an 80% efficiency out of an internal combustion engine, because using the electricity, a circuit design, some capacitors, so on, it dumped its electricity gained into the engine, its electric motor. But we didn't have thermal photovoltaic, we didn't have thermal electric, we didn't have any of that. And so that's another reason why it's like that Formula One engine for the W4 is in the 80% range. It's ridiculous, especially when it comes down to like we didn't add radiator, we didn't add any of that. So it's like all that radiator stuff, everything. We're really fully in that 92% range of efficiency to heat and pressure captured into rotation of the tire energy, or downforce made. So very high efficiency. I can't do that with a regular fucking subcompact, so it's just not going to happen. But it's not too terrible. We're still in that 70% efficiency range, and it was very easy to just bolt it together, stick it into a car. Now it weighs like next to nothing for where the engine is, and it has a big ability to, because this is four-stroke with the scavenge effect, suddenly much more torque and horsepower is capable, since you're interrupting and adding yourself in. So there's that. But yeah, English is not your first language, and it is mine. So I wouldn't talk like that. That's pretty obvious. But you're still comprehending what I'm saying, so you're good to go, and you were trying to help. So, but you're still interrupting. So there's that. I'm going to move on to, it was a very highly efficient engine design that's highly compact, very easy to manufacture, and resultively was great to upgrade any given vehicle into a hybrid system, because basically that's all that would be necessary. I mean, I can run it at a peak optimal efficiency of RPM, right? And then use the electric motors to dynamically alter rotation of tire speeds with a little bit of battery power, which you lost all that weight. So it's like, well, here's some batteries and some capacitors and some circuits and so on. Next thing you know, it's like, well, I'm still under on average by about 10%, but I've gained a greater distance that I can travel, and I'm about the 200-ish miles to the gallon in terms of efficiency for this little tiny 2.2 liter. So, which is like tiny 2.2 liter, huh? And it's like, yeah, well, it's a single cylinder, so makes total sense to me. No, not to others though. But that's, neither here nor there to me on that side of things because it doesn't really matter. Works just fine. The main reason why I went with the 2.2 was because, well, the bore is far more efficient now as a result of that. You see, the elephant in the room is it's not just stroke length. Diameter of that given size of diaphragm is what makes it efficient alongside of the crankshaft and plate and flywheel sort of combo that is there doing this stuff that can disengage once it gets to a certain speed. Then that flywheel speed adds into the rotation captured torque converter pump. And then that acts as a consistent clutched into that crankshaft area that you can use as extra energy maintained, making it, of course, be able to do larger torque than you probably would believe, and I need it to be there anyways, so I might as well use it for something. As a flywheel battery, it's very great. As a increase of torque battery, while it suddenly slows down its engine RPM if it were to go around a corner that hard and try and get out of it, I now have a flywheel battery that I can dump torque into, get RPM back up, and then maintain the flywheel just fine, making it far more efficient. Basically, everything was about efficiency for anything. Now, sitting at a stoplight, it'll maintain itself for a few minutes, tens of minutes, before it'll slow down that flywheel, and then it'll just naturally use the pump. So there's that. Which is another reason why people ended up kind of really wanting the design. But I was like, it's a single cylinder, and because I have to slow it down as it oscillates, it makes it less efficient. A single toroidal would still beat the shit out of it. Like it was like a fuel cell toroidal that just allows for hydrogen to be turned in with, our atmospheric composition, oxygen. But then it's like, well, using the helium, but I already talked about that. And then that just turned it into like, we'll just fucking make a lot more ultimate torque and horsepower using that kind of a style of design as like a torque converter fuel cell looking donut toroidal that rotates and all the rest of it. You should really look into that before you say it can't work. But that's the new opposed piston design. And the reason why I have that like that was really because I can string together a pack of 9 of these things and be able to have them all come together in a singular and this I don't maybe think you understand how great that really is, but a singular point for a clutch axle, anything to connect it to your transmission, 9 of them stacked on each other is hard to kind of be able to do, but it was doable. And it's for people that wanted to work on pistons for some reason instead of toroidals, which were a lot easier to do. But still made tons of horsepower and torque at a very small package. Make it much easier to get really high MPG, mile per gallon, especially for a subcompact. It's like that. Yeah, I mean, it's really simple and easy. Anyways, the other thing that was from that was the thrust system. So I described the valves, the rotational valves, which that's just an easy one to understand. But I suppose I have to like describe something that, for all intents and purposes, is like show you have a plate on top of a plate with a third plate in the middle. Okay? And then there's this overhang that the edges of these plates rest on. All right? Anyways, there's bearing and seals there. You just stick them in and you slide them in. Stick, stop. Anyways, as a particular gearing ratio and rotation tied into the crankshaft ultimately happens to exist. It then, together with the injector here, all spins and in concert happens to change its given ratios, and all of a sudden, while it's completely sealed and they'll never match to where they're open during this moment, then once it gets to bottom dead center, it matches, it rapidly changes its given geometric structure such that the geared and resultantly the plates then all open and then remain there in a very, very long, slow gear ratio that takes up exactingly the amount of time that we want. That then rapidly changes and closes again and goes back to rotate. That's one of the reasons why it's like super simple. It's perfectly sealed. You don't even have to worry about it. And it's able to be cooled. Yeah, crazy thought. So there's those valves. And that's also another reason why I have that injector style. And then I had like split ones. So it's like, right, so it's a full donut during intake. And then this valve over here, because it's, geared to basically close this off during the moment for the exhaust and intake. So the intake comes in, the exhaust is closed, intake is open, shoves a big donut worth of air down during its intake stroke, and then it's like a bunch of injector, just injector, and then I have a spark plug. So it's like during that, or a port, or both. I don't really give a fuck. And then it's like closed, bang, full power, then open, but now intake, opposite side. Whoa, impossible, no way. I can't imagine how that works. But then it's like, but the exhaust is open. The port for the exhaust. And then whoosh. Big whooshy. Equal to size of full valve area, nozzle size thing. That is open for the exhaust. Then have to seal, but yeah, no, it basically is just a couple of parts of construction. It works just fine. It's really pretty easy to do, truthfully. So it's fine, whatever. I just never really gave a shit. I mean it. It was just like, well, sure, I suppose if you want to do it the old, weird, lame way and not have just a rocket injector inject combusted fuel, sure, I guess. The scavenge was never a thing for what it's worth. It's kind of technically, though. It's like, oh, it'll start opening, and this is already pretty closed. So then it's like, into that area. But it's like there's no fuel there. And then it's like, this is open, then the fuel, and then it's just timing stuff. So, get rid of that exhaust. Blah, blah, blah. So, I never really gave a shit. I just kind of stopped caring about valves. Like, valves were really stupidly simple after a point. I was like, look, I can make this really simple. It's like, here is a hole at the bottom, near the bottom of the cylinder. And then it goes all the way down. Basic one stroke. Don't even need any compression or anything. It's going to recycle some of the amount of energy, the heat from the exhaust, but most of it's gone. And so, like, then it'll go back to compressing, and then it'll do it again. It's like I don't even need a fucking goddamn valve anymore. But the only reason why I have them is because it means that I have the ability to play around with pressures. So it's like more pressures equal better, usually. Right? So it's like if I can increase the amount of pressure over and over and over, and like I can scavenge and use that to my advantage, that I can maintain higher peak pressures inside of the cylinder, but then I can also have it use that heat and that pressure and turn it into workable energy that then gets cooled off until the point where, you guessed it, good to go, not going to burn the atmosphere. It's not going to sound insane, right? Now, sure, it takes some time. Yes, there's a bottom now that happens to scavenge it. Then I also happen to have turbines, like ubiquitously everywhere. But whatever to me, like I'm getting more power. I don't care, and it weighs less than your stuff anyway, so I don't care. After a while, that's all it was. That's another reason why rocket injectors and like single stroke like ideas are really hard, because it's like, well, what do you want to do? Because you can, technically speaking, continuously always inject if you get it done right. Like you can never like need to have to stop injecting air and fuel into the cylinder. It's just going to exhaust it for a bit, and then it's like, well, nope, back at it again. Some more, some more, some more. What the fuck is this after a while, But it's like, yeah, no, that's all it is. So, yeah, but that's one side versus another side, or, exhaust versus scavenge kind of thing. They inject all the way down. Well, I'm still getting that. It's going to go right into my turbine. So all the time up until the point where it's on my fucking top dead center, it's like back at it again. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It's like my heads are melting. Should put ceramic on it. Not our problem. Ours are fine. I'm cooling it and I have ceramic. Where's your shit? Yeah. Anyways, there's the valve. All right, thrust system. So this one was fun to talk about briefly for the last couple of days. I ended up getting it slightly better. So using like a better design in terms of like how kinetic from thermal is, tied together. So I was like, we're going to take an ordering of like thermal and use that ordering, that little energy, the energy we put in, to force a greater directionality of kinetic of that thermal. So that way it's like a passively, but it's active passive. So it's like I'm actively doing this thing, but it passively, as a result, orders the thermal into more kinetic, giving me more velocity. Instead, I was like I was getting a lot of brute force to do it by using this resonant frequency of like giving gas in a chamber, kind of like pulse tubes. When you heat up one side and they go boo, that kind of thing. The original pulse jet stuff, right? Well, I was like, that's cool, but I don't want that. It's creating a bomb in a particular area that's very hot, and I don't like it. So, I'm really not a big fan of it. So, I was like, if I can figure out how to set up the appropriate styles of electromagnetic and light reflectance with the correct kind of radiator almost like structure, so it's like it's wide but small, but it's able to be cooled, but I don't want it to be cooled. This is more of graphite. Doesn't really matter. Getting too far ahead. The material is something that you can play around with. Okay, I just want people to understand that. To me, it's like I need it to be reflective, and I need it to be very just fine with the heat and pressures it will experience. So that's what it was about. It's like a graphite, but it's not. It's like other, but it's none of those things. But it does do the electrical, statics, and electromagnetics with light, reflectance with the correct orientation and geometric structure of the given wing and canard, like stators on the wing style of designs and overhangs. And it's a bit of a tricky kind of piece of kit, but what it means is that it went from a hotter design, and by taking the heat and using that very heat and then also putting in some of our own energy, because we have to do that, I then ordered its thermal a lot more, not completely, it's not perfect in the slightest, but even 20% of this is an insanely crazy increase. Like, it's really ridiculous how increased speed becomes with even a little bit of input of energy from just trying to make it more ordered in a kinetic directed fashion. Like, seriously, it's insane the amount of waste to thermal versus kinetic that you get. Anyways, it genuinely actually is. So it's like, how the fuck do I make? Oh my god, this is annoying. This is so stupid. So I was like, all right, if I manage to use the right resonance and the right constructive interference of that resonance with a added constructive interference of a thermal, meaning a microwave and IR and all of the other light as best I can, to turn into a kinetic inertial style laser, which is not, it's more of a lens, but I'm going to move off of that, you know, then it's like together with a shoehorning of electrostatic potentials that create attractive forces with a repulsive, because once it becomes where it creates a completed circuit, it then becomes repulsive to the electromagnetic, which is great, but also in so doing, it drops energy, right? So not great, is what you think, except we're condensing. As it compresses, it accelerates. Standard larger to a smaller diameter is accelerated, right? Cool stuff. Now, I did lose heat, so pressure, but I gained kinetic directionality. Now, for the percentage, so 100% of the energy I put in, I gained an 80% of that back directly to kinetic. Pretty fucking efficient. But then I have a passive, because of the energy, the thermal that's already there, I gained greater than that 80% in terms of acceleration. So much greater, it's over 500% speed increase. Great shit, right? Now, the reason I did it turned into the fuel cell, the toroidal fuel cell. So it's like, if I was able to use a little bit of that electricity, 100%, right, is what some of it that I'm taking from it is going to be used. And I need it anyways because it's going to be wasted as thermal. So it's like, this is a field that I don't want there to begin with. And then it creates thermal as a result. But it's like, right, but I still need to have it. And that's a field effect, right? So this field effect is the extra electricity I'm using, but also the electricity moving to where it's going to go to the electric motor that's a part of this to begin with needs to happen regardless. So I was like, well, on its way, there's going to be a loss. So that given loss of 10% to 20%, depending, right, then got turned into what kinetic increase can I get from that? And so from that 20%, well, actually, let's go with 10%. I then got 80% of that into increased acceleration. But then because of the thermal ordering, I got over 5 times that amount of actual kinetic directed. Now I lost heat, pressure, but because of kinetic directed, I managed to get a little bit more captured into rotational torque, work energy. And so it's very highly efficient. Now, when I add in a little bit of extra light and add in just a little extra of charge differences, because I just created water, very humid environment here, very dry environment there, and some light creates more electricity. So it's like from that 10%, I'm like, no, 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 I don't want 10%. I want this amount. And this is for that specifically. Okay. Then the loss that I expect to receive from trying to get that electricity there, I try and get that 10%. So I'm probably getting like 9.9 really into the electric motor. Okay. Then I'm able to get more kinetic, but also thermal. So it's like I want it to go through in such a way that I gained more kinetic, but I wanted to get it hotter. And so doing also during these little tiny little areas that it has to get forced through, well, not really forced, but it's already going through, I create a charge difference. I create electrical charge differences, yeah, but I also create a thermal difference because it's colder here now versus over there. So it wants to come back in. And during that, it also aligns, pulls, and spins with a little bit of that extra light and the charge differences and the rotation kinetic and the vibrations and pressures, of course, that are here, which aren't going to be very extreme because they're down to micron levels. It then tries to rip out the hydrogen and oxygen, creating an HHO, and it will try and recombine it. So I still have to put in electricity, okay, but I'm getting more out than what I put in because it's exothermic and it's very exothermically efficient to work energy. Now, if I didn't have to spin wheels and all the rest, it would run pretty darn well for a very, very long time. But of course, I'm moving a vehicle, so, that's not going to fly. And so I'm not in any way more efficient than the energy I'm putting in. I'm just very efficient at capturing it, using it to the greatest advantage I can to continue the continuation of this effect. Now, I also have an extra store tank of hydrogen and oxygen. Now, it stores this as a battery for when it's at startup, but during this, it acts like an AC reservoir. As it cools off, it then adds more in, or as it loses pressure, it'll add more in, and then it can then use that for greater amounts of efficiency and torque overall in terms of power, watts produced. Now, it's just an amplificatory process to light and kinetic captured. That's all it's going to be. So it's like light to kinetic captured is all this really, reasonably speaking, actually is. All right. So it's the equivalent of I went from this big, large diaphragm to this small, tiny little hole, and it went much faster. But of course, you have to capture that very efficiently for it to mean anything at all. Now, because I don't have to worry about the boundary layer problems that most do, because I don't have to worry about the movement problems, because that movement is actually my captured energy that I want as work energy. And you start picking up like why it turns into this actually makes this run more efficiently. It turns the negatives that you would have from that kind of idea into positives for this very design. There's the dog is complaining that the mom isn't here, or the younger or the older dog, that kind of thing. That he likes to kind of push around and play with. But it's making more because it's the same thing that we have for exothermic. Okay, so think about it like this. This is stored energy value for exothermic electron potentials. So all kinetic, all thermal is a electron orbit change that is a stored potential energy that is then received as pressure to us that we try and capture in a given volume to produce work energy. Well, electron potentials now became a different type and sort of gained potential to work energy much more efficiently because it's much smaller. And I'm adding more in, okay, to sustain it. Once it builds up, we are simply amplifying a given amount of that. Now, light has no mass. That's what we state. Light has no mass. But electrons have mass. Now, if I happen to use light the correct way, which is what this will be doing, I then am able to make it appear as though it had mass. It doesn't, it never will. It simply broke down its kinetic, its speed, into the electron orbit's potential. That is why it's an amplifier. It's like, well, this mass was only this much. Yeah, but it's also almost light speed. And tried to accelerate pretty fucking fast to that point. And it's like, so now, for most, right, that know a thing or two about that. But it's like, right. No, that just means that it's very exothermically reactive. And I capture that as work energy, which is why it's amplificatory instead of I only captured a certain amount. Well, it's like, no. I captured that kinetic information pretty efficiently. And then there are already going to be these electron orbits moving, which turns into an E equals mc squared problem. Mass times light squared equals the energy that we're going to get out of it. Now, it's not light squared. You got to remember that, because of course it has mass and it can't do that. It can't go past the speed of light. But I can put as many photons as I want into this fucker, kind of. And then I can also gain a very significant ordering to the thermal, so I get much greater effect from kinetic. And then it splits it much more easily as a result. It combines it much more forcefully and then splits it after much more easily. So it all starts making itself run more and more efficiently. We just sort of maintain a given pressure and continuation of cooling and heating, except we don't want cooling and heating, remember? But there's always going to be some. That's, pressure differentials. There's always some amount. I can't do perfect on that, right? So turns into, it's really cold towards the center and it's really cold toward, sort of like this outer middle part. But then it's in the middle, in between the outer middle part for Z, towards that. Like it's very hot there, and then it's very hot on the very outside of the toroidal. Well, to a degree, relatively speaking, because it has to curve, right? So it has to go from that cold and it has to curve in, and then it's got that hot spot, and then it has to cool, and then all of that. And it's rotating that back in towards its degree of rotation, as it'll separatively counter rotate. All right. Now, it does really well efficiently doing that. That's about it. Like, for what it's worth, I don't really need to do more than that in terms of the, uh, you know, thrust, because all I'm doing is capturing thrust in a very simplistic way. It's thrust. It's a turbine fuel cell, effectively. It's a torque converter that uses light as an amplificatory along with electricity processes. Like, there is electricity that's running through this. I'm also putting more in. Batteries. I didn't say I didn't. I'm just amplifying the given effect. I never said there wasn't batteries. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of my problem for people that are kind of stupid and believe that I'm claiming a perpetual motion device, and I'm not. I have chemical batteries, hydrogen and oxygen, and then I also happen to have batteries from those combinations as an electron flow battery, and then heat batteries, kind of like iron oxide and, you know, the like. Redox flow. Yeah, similar concept and design, but using that heat and the IR loss admittance as a continuation of the work energy we would like to see and receive. Same thing with light from the outside. Okay. And also the piezoelectrics, heating and cooling, stress and strain. I have to cool this fucker anyways. Might as well make it work to my advantage. Not to mention, I also still have batteries. Okay. People don't really understand why I never want to claim it's perpetual, because I never made it ever do anything close to that. It's just making more efficiency and more power out of the given waste that we normally would have. Yes, I have to spend a degree of energy to do that, but it's worth it because I get way more out of it. Like a supercharger. Yeah. Except it's more like a turbo supercharger, so a super turbo. It's like, well, at first it does the supercharging part, and then eventually it captures that back and then takes it in, and then the fuel is light, and the continuation of using the separation of the two elements to continuously force a over and over recombination for exothermic. Simple, easy stuff. But people that are listening to this at some point, I guess, in the future, would claim it's some bullshit that I'm claiming, and it's not, and they're retarded as fuck and probably just hate me and are jealous. That kind of thing. But that's the thrust system. Okay, so like if you want to imagine that thrust, it's another version of the same thing. So it's like that little thing that's in there is going to take that and then capture it, force it into a given direction, and it's so aligned that the boundary layer issue that you usually have starts not occurring because it tries to skip over it more than anything. It's so laminar flowed. It actually will use these little overhangs as a skip off of little parts inside of the tube that the vacuum pulls it forward to the next part, to the next part, to the next part, to the next part, continuing a very laminaristic flow. Then it goes to a bell end system that's a aerospike bell end that happens to go in out and then try and basically capture everything on a multitude of these little overhangs, sort of like the reverse of a Tesla valve. So it's like it's trying to take its given pressure to the boundary layer and give it out as force in multiple spots because it's going to be much colder now. It's much easier to capture more of that given direction of flow. So let's say it was 300 miles an hour it was coming out at. Well, we want to capture 300 miles an hour opposite up to 100% if we could. That's a pretty hard thing to do. And so like this makes it a little easier to do that because it's colder, because it's going to have a longer duration of being able to try and more surface area contact for it to be able to accomplish it. Now, it's also one of those, it telescopes. So it starts off big and then it'll telescope outwards to be even longer. So that way it can dynamically alter and change its efficiency depending on the altitude that they are at. All fitting within inside this tiny little jet engine area. Super cool stuff. I've had it in like my other turboprop designs for a while, but it's like, well, I never had this part because that part was like really annoying me. It's like I was just using heat, pressure, just velocity, fucking get it out. You know what I mean? But it's like it's getting hotter and hotter, and it's getting harder and harder to control and fucking not melt things. Like this is frustrating actually. So it turned very quickly into. So how hard would this be to do this? Like, does anybody know? Like, honestly speaking, let's see this. See if I can make this work. You know. And then it turned from to like that. And so if I want to go sonic, I only need roughly sonic escape gases, slightly more. And the average is between 70 to 90% captured, depending on the number and the sizing of these bell ends and the nozzle size. So turned into that kind of a situation where it's like, well, yeah, no, so I'm taking a degree of electricity and I'm going to change it into more kinetic, acceleration, but I'm going to lose heat. But it's like, it's fine. I don't care because technically heat did not get lost. It got turned into kinetic, which is a good thing. Is what we're looking for, making it more efficient. But of course, you have to store energy for electricity somewhere. And that's where the fuel cell thing came in. That's how that came in about. So it's like, I need to be able to make a rocket engine, jet engine, turboprop very efficient. I need to make plasma do this instead of just straight up exhaust gases. So it's like this beginning fuel cell is to make large amounts of electricity. That's all it's really doing. And spin large amounts of blades that are going to be able to flatten and then overhang and seal by doing some basic, like a helicopter blade pitch, and then, shrinking a shroud and, having it turn a certain way, then it seals up. Because I want them to then turn into the rocket engine in space that I want. All right. Same kind of design feature in that aspect. I want that heat to be turned into something reasonable. And so a lot of it turned into, we have a bunch of current and electricity, volts and more.
Come on. Come on.
Give me a second.
Go. Come on. No. Come on. Get in.
But
hey, come on.
That was an easier way to accomplish my objective with the fuel cell design that happened to be far lighter, far more efficient at being able to turn a turboprop into something that would be reasonable to accomplish my task of going into space with a non-hydrocarbon plasma. So turned water into plasma. Now you know about my physics about absolute zero. And so absolute zero turned into its own version of the same equivalent design. I can use an accelerational property of the world around us to gain a given increase of speed for the efficiency of power instead of trying to get around the whole, well, I have to have this, gravity accounted for, which is just annoying. Then it turns into, I don't really give a fuck about gravity. I'm only looking for equal opposite here. So it's like, now I have even less. So plasma starts going real fastrified. And then all the rest of it, it's much easier to accomplish as we get into higher and higher atmospheric and altitude ranges, which then turned into another version of a similar kind of concept, how to increase the speed and rate and velocity. But of course, I lose the thermal. But then thermal is sort of a, I don't really want it to begin with. Thermal is kind of a shit show, because, it's not really a good thing if you think about it. Like that standard paradox of like, you want more thermal for like greater pressures. And then it was like, I don't really like the core of our sun existing inside of our fucking goddamn engine. I'm not a big fan of having an engine, dude. That sounds really dangerous. I don't like that. That doesn't sound nice. Yeah, nah. And a lot of stuff like that started happening very quickly. I was like, is there a way around this? There's gotta be a way around this. I don't like the idea of a literal bomb being strapped to me. Like, in terms of safety at all or any of it. It was just fucking scary. I didn't want to do it anymore. It's like, I am the core of the fucking sun. The pressures are higher than that in certain areas during very brief moments of time. Just so I can increase escape velocity characteristics in thermals and like the efficiencies of getting to these iron, elements faster and confuse them faster. Because effectively what it turned into. Now, brief as they might have been at that point, still, though, I don't want it. See what I'm saying? I was like, no, everything about that sounds dangerous and I don't like it. Especially when it's like, I'm just going to recycle, recirculate and recycle that heat and that pressure and like these given like lighter elements into like certain areas for hydrogen and or helium or other, X. So it's like, think DNA as they're a double helical that'll combine in a certain area. And then I had like another wraparound from the center as it went, because it'll go from that, X, then it'll head towards a center column in the toroidal. Right? And then that turned into, from a larger volume into a smaller, and so it would be accelerating during that change, but it's like another 4 to 8 systems. So it's like, think of it like a particle accelerator with very high luminosity, but it's angled like an X to like a double X asterisk towards a singular central point, but it's going to skip off of itself. And of course, whatever can fuse with inside of that should fuse, but then things bloom. There's shape of that tube. There's a big, big way that you have to undulatively overhang and have very specific shapes inside of that to corral that, even though it's trying to hit itself, it's still going to have angles and all this other stuff with the plasma that then have to be forced back into the, now mostly traveling the same direction plasma, that hopefully also fused during that. Because again, even if it's very high luminosity, it's not a lot. Like you want really thick plasma. That's what I started going into. It's like, so how much pressure? Holy shitty bitch. To put it in perspective in terms of hydrogen, just pure hydrogen, it'd be the equivalent of if I turned a few Olympic-sized swimming pools of hydrogen into plasma and then forced them to go really close together in that little tube. Which is not little, but like that's what I was working with at the time. And then it goes from this wider to another smaller to another smaller to another smaller, and then I'd bloom that and then take just a little bit after I finally achieved a certain velocity and heat and pressure in the system. So it's like that initially got captured, taken and wrapped back to the initial double helix that X'd, and then it would fire from above into the tubes that would be there to capture and attractively and repulsively force them with these little teardrop shaped valves. So as it was firing, it would then be made to hit the outer part of that tube first, okay, and then the thing that was closer to where the valve is, towards the inside diameter, would then hit after this was made to fuse a little bit, and then we use a bunch of inertial confinement and electromagnetics to try and force it into that little valve tube area. That would give it an initial push and velocity and decrease, of course, pressure there, and then try and force it to accelerate during that moment too. So anything that could have fused within that moment, because it's trying to fuse it and angle it to do that, sort of a directionality change, which I have to go through the whole startup sequence because I haven't talked about it in a long time. So it's like take hydrogen and it's going to go back and forth. So instead of like we're going to push it through constantly, which is that's true, we are, but think two-stroke engine. So it goes from a small to a wide, and then some of it's reflected back, right? Sort of a similar setup. Where this is smaller in this area and it's wider towards the places that are in the X, across from the X up here or down here in the center, right? So it's like then those double helix between the center part, that's where we're trying to get the majority of the plasma to force themselves to sort of smack. And then that oscillation as we're moving it is hopefully going to start really building up heat and pressure and consistently, constantly fuse a little, and then we're going to go full bore, boom, and then the second one, boom, but it's already trying to travel that direction, boom, that kind of thing. Then 4 to 8 of those go into that little thing, and then that tube, and so that was another sequence of events because we had 4 to 8 of these plasma, double helical plasma things. So, still the same tube, but it's like that rear, okay, fired in first, then the one in front of it fired in right when it was all coming together, and then the next one, and the next one, to all try and force more pressure and heat and velocity. And pressure through also density into the system. Then we wrap it back and then start the whole process again after we've already filled more hydrogen and started the whole oscillatory pressure during that. So it's a bunch of resonant sequences and a bunch of pulse tubes and a bunch of all this stuff, all to try and really squeeze and pressurize the plasma. And it worked. Worked just fine. It was an intergalactic engine already in its own right. As the faster you travel, the more you collect. It actually helps improve, because that's already kind of like its own particle accelerator, the injection sequence. So, turned into something where it would go for a very long distance because it would resultively push out iron. The heat pressures as it would collapse. So it's like instead of having to do the top and bottom part of the X to get it to go, we just injected during that moment and kept firing it more and more and more and more in a continuational instead of resonancing. But of course, you have to understand that cycle of rotation is also a type of pressure injection, and then it has to, of course, use that and pump in more heat and in more pressure during both fusion capture, but also more velocity. And that's when the electromagnetic, electrostatic, and laser confinement fields, so it's like boundary layer and then fields to try and get it to not ultimately destroy the damn thing, to also help accelerate things. So it's like in its relative view, things are coming towards each other, and then it got hit by something that was much more massive and pressurized and much hotter and much more directed. And so, of course, it starts feeding itself, and it creates a continual loop of ignition fusion. Instead of some fusion, it's constant fusion that is going on. And then the final little tube that opens, and the less dense we capture, and the most dense it comes out in the center. Then the less pressure, or less dense, not less pressure, lower element plasma gets forced into where that little nozzle area is at very high pressures and velocities, specifically to create a ring in the bell end, along with some electromagnetics to really help, along with that bell end having a both electromagnetic and reflective surface that helps both allow for radio and microwave and so on waves, electromagnetic radiation, to travel the direction of the bell end, and the ring that we see, kind of like we use for natural gas burning, which improves its efficiency because air-fuel ratio mixing during the burn stage is very, very efficient. Well, this little toroidal ring shape does another version of that. As it comes out, it bounces and it resonates off of that area, which is built to handle it, just so everybody's clear. But it then fills up that bell end, and then, well, we already mostly had iron anyways. For sure you're getting iron a little bit more and a little bit less, but it's meant to pressurize and redirect off of that rotating vortex all of that heat, and resultively the electromagnetic field that also has an interfering field, especially with the bell end, to direct and accelerate and capture by having it bounce off the boundary layer here of that bell end because of those electromagnetics, and a lighter, less hot plasma-ish, you know what I mean? So to put it in perspective, it's a higher element number. So that's on the boundary layer. But because of the way it came out, because that's how a vortex works, it is now colder too as a result of doing that, and it's then being forced to ride a boundary layer with the electromagnetics and the electromagnetic radiation. So it directs it very efficiently out the bell end. Then I started getting into the aerospike teardrop, hollow teardrop shape that would also potentiate this effect even further and capture even more of it. Now, it started coming out initially when I designed it around the 60 to 80% the speed of light. And I was able to force it to get to high 90%. Then, without having to use nearly as much energy to do that, I was able, with the aerospike thing, to get that 99 consistent, and this one is the worst. It's Olympic-sized swimming pools of iron plasma getting shot at 99% the speed of light, captured at around that 90% efficiency. These were big fuckers that were meant to haul large groups of people intergalactically. Because, again, it was supposed to escape some apocalyptic thing. It worked. Works just fine. It was highly inefficient, even though it was efficient at getting to iron. It was efficient at propelling the iron. Like a lot of it seems like it's, oh yeah, no, but it's like kinetic wise to thermal wise, it's very inefficient. Capture from thermal to that, very inefficient. A lot of it was hyper inefficient. And the amount of fuel I had to sustain using a quantum vacuum pressure virtual particle, capture thing that would then form with the correct heat that I generated from the fusion engine to electricity, turn it into a series of protons and neutrons until I eventually got hydrogen. And then I was able to use that together with going through and going nearby gas giants. So space and nearby gas giants pop up on fuel. Eventually I was able to build this sucker so big I didn't need it anymore. And instead I had to start building like these quantum tunnel wormhole hulls, outside shells, so I could continue maintaining a 1G acceleration because I didn't have any artificial gravity. And then eventually it turned into I need to make it more efficient because I'm getting faster and faster to the point where relativistic speeds are occurring. And so I need to create a space-time dilation from exotic material or energies. In this instance, quantum tunnel started becoming a version of around the edges of these rings of these wormholes / tunnel effects would at those speeds start producing or capturing really decent amounts of these exotic energy particles that we could stuff right into the engine and not have to worry anymore. Not to mention make them to a degree in the reactor that was making our hydrogen. And then it was like, well, it works just fine. Neutron degeneracy will take a while, especially since I can line the inside of this fucker with those, tunnels. And so, like, a lot of neutrons and neutrinos were captured and put back in to further improve pressures and heats and fusion likelihood. Worked fine. Eventually, you would have to take a part out and then replace it, but those were modular and they were fairly easy to make on the ship, and you could, so you had no thrust and you'd have to be floaty for a little while, so whatever, right? But what it meant was I had a consistent 1G acceleration even though I was already near the end of the speed of light point, and that just is extending space and time. So it's like a flame in that instance, and then it would collapse behind itself, So and then it would just sort of peter out. So like it'd be like the distortion you would see in an atmosphere from a jet engine. You'd see like the lensing effect of that. It's sort of the same thing. Although we're technically speaking going faster than the speed of light, we really never were. Now, it for our purposes looks like and we are traveling faster, but not really. Okay, you know what I mean? Like we never actually got that fast. All right, that kind of thing. And you have to get pretty fast, 60% speed of light and up, to start having those exotic particles and and energies start to be something you could use. Yeah, that's an actual thing. But then that's also what they theorize and seem to see in their models. So, like, that's why it was built that way. Not, oh, I think. No, it's that's why I built it that way. But it was also, I have a constant fusion bomb that is always going on, that has higher pressures and temperatures than the core of our sun, and that's terrifying, and I don't like it. Not to mention, it's a heavy pitch that I had to learn how to 3D print or take up in multiple sections with multiple rockets getting it to there. Not to mention, even more, it became insanely deadly to try and test this fucker in our atmosphere. It was like, oh, I'm going to melt a ginormous, huge pole, anything. Like, I can't really test it the way I need to for any real length of time, because the moment I open it, it's a genuine nuclear explosion that is like a lightsaber melting whatever the fuck's over there. Which was a little dangerous, to say the least. So I just didn't do it. I tested other, much less helium models instead of using iron. And then that was something that was good enough to then be able to test it. Once we were behind the moon and pointed towards the moon, a burn that we were live streaming from like a couple of satellites we had around the moon to then pass the information while also being able to look using real time cameras, not just on the testing rocket engine itself, but then also those satellites too, because we wanted to see just what in the fuck would happen. That kind of thing. Real dangerous shit after a while. The moon got glassed. It extended a lot further than we thought, but to be fair, I think that's because of the gravitational effect and us being a little just excited to test it. And we were supposed to go a little further, and we didn't do that. So we came back from Mars, nice little gravitational turn with another gravitational turn off of one of its moons, and then used the moon. And resultantly, we were able to see the still glowing red hot spot that we had created. Just looking evil as fuck. When you start heading towards the Earth, it's like, look at the evil eye just looking at you. But, fun stuff, I suppose, and in a sense, and landed just fine. So there's that. We didn't ever actually go on to Mars. It was supposed to be an engine test. It was never really meant to actually have anything on it. So, like, it was just to brute force for how long we had. And that meant, like, doing burns and corrections as necessary on the way. So that way we could get our engine back, because that thing was expensive. So we got our engine back just fine. That wasn't the issue. No, the issue was that we wanted to test to see what radiation properties would ultimately be. That was fine. Radiation was fine. No real increase of neutron to a degree. I mean, a little, but nothing that you'd have to worry about. So, no, the main caveat tended to be the fact that it was really dangerous. A 1G acceleration that we were doing meant that we burned briefly and did our correction burns almost like 30% the speed of light. So that way we'd receive it. And we bled off all of that energy through multiple uh, orbits and gravitational turns and rotations. It was effectively like it's now working, and don't expect to not uh, continue in that direction for a really long time. This is not a high maneuverability engine. This is a point and shoot and slow down when you get there type of design. It had gimbaling, it had all the things, okay, but it's still that, like, don't expect something from nothing. It's a very high speed design that really doesn't make sense, as a kind of, unless you need to escape something pretty significant and serious, that kind of thing. Because that's really all I designed it for. It never made sense to design it for something else. I mean, it's a heavy ass bitch. It has a lot of high tech in it. I have to either print it in space, which I have a couple of 3D printers on my YouTube channel already that work in space, or you have to send it up in several ships, which we did a combo of both. Specifically, there was a moon base already. Artemis project apparently continued for a while, and they helped design and build some of the pieces that we needed, which made total sense for us because it was like, yeah, that'll make this way easier. Then we 3D printed the rest that we needed, more or less, and took a couple of the parts from the original that we had in our atmosphere up to that, and then that was it. It was time to get rocking and rolling, put them all together, and get her done, which was a fancy way of saying, oh dear God, I hope it doesn't blow up. Because it's the equivalent of the largest bomb ever made. They Tsar Bomba going off constantly, so not exactly a real, not scary type of thing. Worked fine, didn't blow up. We tested everything that we could in terms of what might have been possible to have failed. Any given data that might have suggested something overpressured or anything at all. All of it. Just everything we scoured this fucker with. Especially since it would have been damn near impossible to get the fucker back up to space. So it was there, and that was what you had. So then that one was another version of like, yeah, it's great, it works just fine. And people were like, super cool, yeah, dude, yeah, we're gonna go to blah blah blah, and then suffice to say, it took a long time for anyone to try and do it again. I was ready to go within a couple of years to have certain things get going. The money wasn't there, and a lot of the people that control that weren't around anymore. So it sat and languished while I went and did other things, which is where this ultimately has gotten to. The fuel cell with the props and the turbo and all that stuff, basically this, and then it starts creating a plasma that we then turn into a higher and higher acceleratory type of design that we forcefully create a type of condensing quantum tunnel effect. So remember the absolute zero physics I was talking about. Similar design. Instead, now we're trying to entangle and tunnel them together with using the condensing as a increased pressure and density relative to it. So that way we could fuse all as it goes and linearly accelerates. Well, we got it done and accomplished. And now instead of having what is the equivalent of one of the most dangerous things I've ever seen in my life, ever constructed or conceptualized by me, and I mean that. Like the only thing that tops it are reality bombs or wormhole style bombs that are going to go down to nothingness and spread out. Like quantum vacuum decay bombs. I call them reality bombs because they kill reality, but they go faster than a quantum vacuum decay in terms of speed of light. Okay, yeah, think like everything's connected. Like just imagine that. I know that's hard to think about, but like just think about it like that, where it's like they're all on strings or something, and then one of them flips over into like the nothingness, but because it did that, all of them all of a sudden did that, and it doesn't expand. They all together like superpositionally did it. But there exists uh, nothing. And I know, yeah, no, it's a real shit show. Effectively, it closes itself by doing that. And so it uses all the energy that my nothingness physics, so think potential land area, up to quantum foam, it uses all of that energy to effectively do all of that back down into nothingness point. And so it's already been set up before previously with a time before us, a bunch of assholes that I hate. They were like, mutually assured destruction, I'm getting this. I'm like, fucking no! Why? But then other people here on this planet were like, we're going to do a fucking wormhole bomb, which is even worse. It goes up to an even higher degree of dimension and even lower, and so it'll go even deeper into nothingness. But since on technicality, it's really just kind of infinite, it doesn't really remove it. But you know what I mean? Like nothingness didn't go away. You know what I mean? Can't really remove that part. But like everything else is effectively unavailable. Like we're talking however high those dimensions might go, they're fucking unreachable now because there's no way to actually have any, if there is any energy there, for it to connect to anything near in potential land, which has already been set off recently back in the 2010 range, but that's a whole other fucking thing that I was experiencing and so on. So I'm going to move off of that. Doesn't matter. Wouldn't matter. I don't care what your thought process and all this other shit is, right? But like, already happened. Not like, oh, it will happen. No, douchewads in the fucking stupid President Trump zone area, all been out of shape, narcissist, covert, psychopath, mutually assured, I'm going to get you bullshit with a group of people that were trying to ultimately make it so that way we have renewables and recyclable and we remove capitalism and then things are more equal and egalitarian and all this. That's what happened with that. To be fair, though, after a certain point, I was like, well, I've got it covered, and others do too, and I don't care, and so it's good to go. That's why everybody kind of goes through everything just fine. Nobody really notices any difference, so it's good. But that was one of the reasons why it's like, besides those things, this engine is the insaneliest, like genuinely dangerous type of engine that I ever designed, like conceptually. It is the most dangerous engine I ever made. Like this intergalactic, or even the quantum vacuum pressure style engine, which was another version of that, is also that one, although the quantum vacuum is much less dangerous, still very dangerous, but much less than that. It's still like that thing where it's like, this is effectively a solar system / section of a galaxy killer. That's a bomb. Because it's a supernova bomb that will be stupid if you fuck it up and let it overrun and all the rest of that. So, dangerous shit. But that aside, okay, that's what led to this much simpler, much less deadly, much better equal opposite standard Newtonian law physics engine. You know, instead of using, I suppose, yeah, no, it'd be considered Lemke physics at this point. Like, I know it's so derisive, like, oh, it's Lemke physics, it's not even real physics. And yet, no, it is. Now, it's tunneling things for the opposing and resonant things. So it's like moving it around such that it always heads towards the same direction. Now, in order to do that, though, it ultimately has to resonate it appropriately and drop things, condense things, have it tunnel the right way, too. But it means it all tends to just go the same direction, and what isn't is effectively helping make sure everything else does. Which tends to annoy people. I never really give a fuck about that, though. Like, your whatever feelings are irrelevant to physics, physics still works this way. Now, it's not really going to use Newtonian anymore because it's like going to go into a Lemke principle, Lemke laws and universal law theories I have to make this work, which would be building upon what we already have to using what we already have to a better and greater degree of effect for what I'm looking for to happen. Fundamental force physics, effectively. No, this one doesn't get to that. You don't need to get in anywhere near that. So, there's that. Jealous douchewad aside. This is basically all I do. So it's pretty fun stuff. But it's an easy way to have a space plane get us to Pluto. Yeah, like you were thinking about saying. Pluto? Yeah, because I then use the quantum vacuum pressure and you remember the momentum, kinetic momentum, all that. Similar thing for how it is I'm going to ultimately have us get pressurized one side versus another side and, use the very energy of the universe, which is such a hippie way of saying it, but it's quantum vacuum pressure and then ultimately increasing the amount of pressure in one area and using that as a way to continue a kinetic equal opposite. So a little bit safer than the intergalactic I just talked about, but not as safe as the combo of the resonant inertial, so inertial acceleration engine and the quantum vacuum pressure engine that I had as designs. Still way easier to do that, but then, I suppose this is there's clear degrees of upgrade and pathability to get to this point now. So I suppose that makes sense, for most people. Yeah, and space is really quite far. Whoopie-doo. Yeah, I know. I get it. Yeah, shut up. No. Yeah, because it's not compressing anything. It's not condensing it either. Why would it go? It's not going any faster than the speed of light. It just makes and maintains a 1g acceleration. It doesn't elongate anything behind you for space and time. You're in your solar system. That's intergalactic to interstellar travel. You want to go within your solar system, just have that. You know what I mean? You get so fucking finicky about things. And I get bored, obviously. because they're the same as they've always been. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm jealous. I don't think this will work. You have to explain a whole bunch of things that you already explained before. Go after that. Blah, 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 blah. Don't ever look at any of these old videos, I suppose. Standard, no, no, no. You're just going to look like a person that's talking to himself to people that are not aware of this other stuff going on because they're new and or so on and so forth. They will refuse to do that given work. And you know you can prey upon it. It looks like you're actually smart and I'm dumb, but in reality, you're really actually just stupid and I'm smart. And a person that's lazy and more functional and capable because you have a job and all the rest, and I don't, and I need SSDI. But you know, they prey upon people pretty often. I'm gonna move on. Back to the thrust system or the binary math. I'm really quite tired now. Let me explain that. What was the other ones? Oh, the monitor thing. Let's do the monitor thing. That one was fun. So, think about capacitor charge field differences. Okay? Monitor. Right, so imagine the CPU processor having to send all of these different signals to all these different big, tiny little spots. It's annoying. Fucking stupid. It's a really poor, inefficient way to go about something. But when you properly resonate all those little spots, compared to one to another, and it looks like it's a white screen, but we're just making sure it doesn't really quite show up. We then dim as we allow for it to travel over by having the processor now just become like a vacuum. So it's like, oh yeah, no, there's electricity that's trying to go through, but then it can't. Then we just allow for it to go through using a pin set, you know, style. It's a reverse pin set style. And it's like, that's the, it's like, no, it's not. It's not that anymore. It's this. This is the binary that makes it work. And so now it like dims into red, blue, or green because it's white. Now it's subpixel with response times and it's always on. And so we're only changing individual pixels by using coherenting and destructive and constructive interferences for the given light waves nearby wavelengths. Also that way the resolution is greater, it's easier to process. I only need individual things that need to change, and it's always on. So it's faster, more efficient to a degree. The processor needs less energy to actually do anything, and it needs to calculate for less. And that's the signal that we send via whatever cord you want it to have. We rip out all of the operating system in the monitor and the TV or whatever else because, like, fucking they don't do this. They don't do this at all. But they usually have a white screen, but it's like, no, 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 the pixels are already ready to go. We're not changing any local dimming. We're not changing the white screen because it's not an LCD or LED. It's like, you know, you have to imagine it differently than those because that has a given, you know, screen that's there, and then we alter the pixels, right? It sounds very similar. What's the difference? Like, what would be the difference? And it's like, yeah, exactly. See, the thing is, it's the opposite of what you just thought. I'm not changing any individual pixels at all. And I'm not changing any individual white screen. The screen is effectively nil. I don't care. It could be there, it could not be there. It doesn't need to be something I give a fuck about, truthfully. So, polarization is what they tend to go with. And I'm like, polarization is garbage. You don't need to worry about polarization when you have coherenting and constructive and destructive interferences. And you know how that works. Because that will be your own version of polarization. You dim and or not dim, reflect and or not reflect based upon the destructive and constructive interferences. You have better color accuracy and contrast. Yeah, because it's always complete black. Because we can destructively interfere into a given light you cannot see and or perceive. Darker than the black of the screen. So, the reason why the white background is what you pictured, no, that's what the pixels are doing. The constant always on white is always there. We're just changing the non-destructive properties. So, like it's always destructing, and then it goes, actually, these things now. And now I get a bunch with less energy from the processor, and consequently, actually, a little less energy from the pixels and the screen, a faster pixel response time, greater color accuracy and contrast in blacks and whites. That has it always on with only just the right amount of leaked light through that makes the exact right light and wave frequency within the given area that it has to the edges to work with. Diffused, even though it was coherent temporarily. As a result, it's just a better way of going about making all of the monitors from my God operating system run. I was having so much trouble trying to fucking finesse these little stupid switches. I imagine them to be for given pixel changes. It's just the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, why would you do this? This is the dumbest way of going about that. It's literal garbage sense. It makes no sense. Everything about the way they go about it is literal inefficient as fuck. And terrible in terms of all other fucking ways of actually making light happen. Makes no fucking sense. But you know what does make sense? Simply removing the amount of electricity in a given area really fast, and now it's a charge. You see what I mean? It's like a charge field. So you have to imagine the construct of the coherent, you know? It's like a charge field. So same thing with the pixels. It's like a charge. And it's like a slight dim here and a slight dim there. Dunk, zoom. Let's change to this. Now it does this, now it does that. And then you just have to balance it. And next thing you know, it's like a bunch of vacuum. So instead of using a bunch of pressure, it was just like I'm trying to overexert the voltage or the pressure to make it do this thing that I'm trying to get it to have for this response. Well, now I'm like, well, it's very highly pressured. I'm just going to slightly, and it massively changes. Huge, sudden, rapid change from a small, tiny change. Amplificatory, much faster. Always ready to immediately change into whatever it is I want it to change into. Much faster calculating process for it. I beat every single monitor design that ever came out. This is really easy to ultimately work around their thought process of design, because it was like, this is what you do? This is how you do this? This is stupid. Everything about this is lame. It's genuinely, it's disgusting. It makes no sense. Why would you do it this way? That makes no sense at all. You have to force so much through constantly. It's just abysmal with how it ultimately doesn't work very efficiently or well at all. Now, you don't get something from nothing. To have the very tight pressure drum that this would kind of look like, if you were to imagine it, analogously, I have to spend energy to do that. Well, it's going to spend energy anyways, because I don't care. The way I was doing it before was like I technically used each individual pixel as their own individual frame that I could change dynamically. And it fucking sucked to have to calculate that. It was inefficient and a lot of overhead for no fucking real benefit. I mean, it looks way better, sure, but it's like the benefits nil to me. It's like, well, sure, I can get faster ultimately frame rate. It's not always on, and I certainly don't get the color or the responses or any of it that I do with this. But I am using, while less energy than the original and less energy than that change program, still a pretty decent amount of energy. So like you can't get it from nothing. You know what I mean? It has to do something, and then I have to change the programming for what the output signal ultimately would be and how it affects it. So it turned into a whole brand new program that I had to write for graphic drivers for the God operating system and everything else for the drivers and the binary that I had to change basically instead of being able to get it done by working around their system by having it calculate for a given area and so on. I had to literally plug this in to the internet and then have what is the equivalent of a genuine malware. Well, not the equivalent and not malware. I had to delete the BIOS and start from kernel, like all processor binary, everything scratched for this. But you know what the best part was is it worked just fine with OLEDs, LCDs, and many other different designs as well. It's just a slight change to the binary programming and data set, but it ran much faster, way less overhead, much simpler. Whew. Finally, things started looking good for once. For fucking once. Jeez. And that's the monitor technology. That isn't really technology, it's just better programming and a better use of what the monitor and the TVs ultimately can do with what they are using. It was such a dumb way that they did this. It's like they're working around the very idea of doing it properly, is what it felt like. Not even a joke anymore. To go get my laundry done. God damn. It sucked. But I managed to get it done. That's fine. And now it's like, wow, it's always on. Like it's a true always on, which is great. Like that was the best part about it. It's finally a true always on design that was just like changing just the right way to constantly always have the pixels change, alter themselves, and never become like with OLEDs, you know, this fucking terrible problem that they usually have. But it's like, oh, what do you know? No longer do you have this terrible problem that you usually have. It's not a thing anymore. It's perfect. It constantly switches the OLED pixels and it changes, you know, the surrounding subpixels, which are areas within the OLED. So it's like, think the OLED as a dot. We'll break the dot into multiple tinier dots. That kind of thing. So it's like, it's always changing. But it's like, no, it can only do green. And I'm like, yeah, no, it says it can do green. You know, but actually it's doing this, that, and this. It's actually doing all of these different things. And it says that it knows what it wants, but actually it doesn't. It's a stupid little baby kid, you know, light emitting diode. Doesn't know nothing. It needs big daddy strong me to get it to work properly. I think just manhandle it into fucking submission. That is what I want to do for the whole kink talk thing, because like realistically, like, yeah, sure, but really it's just like, hey, kid, here's a better way to do this. This is gonna work better. You're gonna be much happier. Everything is gonna run a lot smoother. You won't have like any fade or burn-in problems. You'll still have the same color accuracy you always had. You'll still be tight down there. You know, you got the abs, you get the butt, you get the fucking all the kegels done. You know, women or man doesn't really matter. They all kind of like want to have, you know, things be nice and tight. Let's put it that way.
Go this way. Yeah.
So there's that started going on with that, and then just changed into a bunch of other things for ultimately how best to switch
Funny boy.
the given dimming zones. It's like I'm dimming a pixel. That's why I keep talking about it like I'm dimming a pixel. It's like, well, no, I'm technically speaking not. But then I'm technically speaking doing that exactly. See, it's like, oh, it's going to do this max kind of, but it's destructive to a degree, right? But it's very low levels, and also it's changing, okay, what it's doing to do that. So imagine, you want to come inside, Phaser? All right. So if you know anything about monitors and the white screen for LCDs or something like that, then you know that it's like, well, for that, I have to ultimately somehow balance and destructively. So it's like, it has to be black, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's how they filter it, right? But it's like, so white light is composed of many types of light. And they use a particular frequency of LEDs and a diffusal, right? So the diffusal is what's, the real filter, and what goes through that diffuser, screen is very much different than what is put in. There's a lot of loss. Well, when you have a given polarization as a result, because it's polarized, it also has lost that information, okay, from that white screen, like diffusal, right? Well, that information didn't really get lost. It turned into heat, which is IR, turned into non-perceptible light. When you constructively interfere that correctly, and destructively interfere the polarizal kind of diffusal white light, which I know it doesn't seem like it'd be polarized, but it's like got a little bit. You balance that properly with the fact that the screen, when it's dark black, right, happens to have a given degree of filtration that goes through it, right? It doesn't fully allow for a complete removal of that light, right? Well, in order to completely remove the light, you then have to destructively interfere with that light for that to be the case. That kind of thing. So what it drives at is the low level that is there is simply creating the correct combination of light to destructively wave with the correct offset to then make forced deep blacks. Okay? Then we allow for, from that forced deep black, a dimming into, which is such an odd thing to say, because it's like, it's very bright to something. Not us. It's not even microwaves. It's not even fucking IR. Something it's very bright to. Not to us. It's really pumping out a lot of light that's turning into nothing. See what I'm saying? Right. Yes, but it's constantly shifting that light too, as it does this in the subpixel area range. For each pixel has become multiple subpixels that are alternating around because we're moving a given amount of voltage to be able to perform a constant variable charge in a given area. When we want to allow for something to become a different color, we'll allow for a random, seemingly, it's not though, in the slightest, but they call it that, change of a destructive to constructive interference that allows for a constructive add-on with a subpixel nearby. It both constructively interferes, coherence, and diffuses rapidly after, because it can't really bounce. And that bounce instead, which is the coherent, and the constructive attempting, so it's attempting a constructive, can't do it, burns away energy, destructively interferes off some, and makes a constructive wavelength of the type that we want. So it's always deep black. And a few itty bitty nanometers of distance off the screen surface, we get all of our color coming out. And now you know why it's like, turns out people just don't know how to program properly, or physics properly, or engineer properly, or really anything correctly, properly together. Now, this is one of the things that typically gets people annoyed, because it's like, well, you're still switching things, right? It's like, well, actually, see, the thing is no. You see, I'm dimming pixels, yes, but I'm also increasing during that dimming another area, that pixel, using that charge difference and using the light difference, the destructive and constructive, which collapses its state into something you can view. So it's both dimming and not, it's eliciting, elucidating, whatever you want to call it, but amplifying a given signal. So, yes, while I do have to take a certain amount of energy in, it's lower amounts of energy for all of this. I store a certain amount during the startup, because you have to make that sort of effect happen for LCDs. We're talking LCDs so far. Okay, I'm going to talk about OLEDs in a bit. Okay. That allows for this effect to occur with lower energy overall so far. But you don't get something from nothing, and so the processing was changed, and while I have less processing that I have to do as an overhead, this processor before, which I just had to shove voltage, that was the main issue for me, was I had to basically force it to constantly put out more voltage to be able to actually do what I wanted. Now it's like, well, no, I'm doing the opposite of that. But like now the processor happens to be in the other side. Instead of having voltage go through, I have to have more of that go through to the screen. Okay, now it's more efficient, sure, but it's a thing where it seems like I have something from nothing. I'm just making things as efficiently done as possible. And of course, that processor now has to be a known quantity value, along with the screen type, and the polarization, and the diffusal, and all the rest of it. So it turned into like, yeah, no, so it's super. What did you wait? What? Can I look that up? If I sometimes look up a poll. God damn it. It's like sometimes I would. Fucking damn it. So a lot of testing, and so we had a given amount of parameters that you would input for the graphics drivers as to what you were seeing on the screen. That would allow finally for the changes we were looking for. like gamma values and so on, versus like, so anyways, point is, it made it such that it finally made sense. It was clear. It was defined, insanely high resolution, which is a good thing. But also, it's one of those like, yeah, so this doesn't do the resolution like you think it does, because there isn't technically pixels and there are genuinely no frame rates. And so it's like, this is the number of pixels here that are there. And actually, it's really this amount because this is how we'll break it down. And so, like, every program had to be a dynamic algorithmic equation that had an objective, pure and simple, to try and get this knowledge. And then you plug in to the graphics drivers and, this, make and model, whatever, basically. And then it would try and force as far as it could, with what it knew and so on. And then you had to do the rest of that work to finagle it into place to where it's supposed to be. Often it was fine for most people, but I found that a lot of people had very different definitions of what color accurate meant. So I stopped allowing for certain degrees of resolution and or color or contrast because it was stupidly just so bad. I'm reminded of a time when I was watching Rooster Teeth. Okay, and Gus was talking about how he had a bunch of people that would look at his edited video and they would change the monitor contrast as if it would stay into the video and look that way. And I got all of that just hardcore. It was effectively that. It's like, why doesn't it look like this for this? I'm like, fucking, I wonder why. I got pissed after a while. So I had to remove certain things, and it'd be like, here's a camera app for testing a degree of color accuracy to a given set of values that we knew should be at this distance with these camera types on these phones or this camera, so on, and that kind of thing. So it's like you plug in the variables, and then at this distance, you should see this, and then that would calibrate contrast, colors, and frame rate resolution stuff, so that way it didn't look just the worst. You have no idea how upset I became after a while because it was just like, you're intentionally making that bad, aren't you? Like, you have to be. You have to be after a point, you know what I mean? There's a point where it's like, no, no. But no, so then it was fine at being able to calibrate itself and work off of that. That ran just fine. Okay. Um, then and OLEDs were a different sort of subject altogether. So it's like, right, there's a degree of reflective and diffusal depending on the type of screen that we have to account for. And then there's turning it off and turning it on. And it's like, now that's a degree of turning it off, turning it on at the right times. But in this instance, it's dimming and turning on pixel, subpixels, and dimming and so on. So we have it always on, constructively and destructively interfere, the same kind of way, but with deeper blacks and higher degrees of resolution, while still allowing for great viewing angles, which is what diffusal really means. So it's like diffusal, it's like, well, the viewing angle used to be about here, which is overblown. It's really more like here, but I got a little bit more viewing angle, which is fantastic, right? but that's because it's sticking outside of the screen. So you can actually see what's going on. So like, great on that end. But past a certain point, okay, you have to really ramp up the amount of brightness. You can get away with it by dimming everything to make it more efficient because the perceived brightness to black is much greater now. But when it's in a very bright room, you can't get away with that as easily. So the app that we developed turned also into here's like at various stages throughout the day for a dynamic contrast change that would allow for you to alter not from what was on the screen, but what was known as a value of the given light coming in, lights turned on, and you would tell it on the app, and it would ultimately change, or on your phone. I mean, not your phone, your computer, the changes that you were making in a 3D setup for window here, lights there, sheets like this, and it would calculate from that to know what reflective and constructive and destructive would ultimately allow for, so you didn't get glare and you still had really good brights and colors versus the blacks. And that was the end of that one for the monitor tech, because it was like, well, I've been working on it for a while. It's still not to an automated state, so you have to plug it in, like you still have to do things. It's also a bit of a difference that is massive in compared to like how anyone else does it. So we would have to, during our first stuff was just, it didn't matter. They were never getting their BIOS back. Put it that way. It was deleted. It was gone. I didn't care. But other people might want to use a different operating system or, whatever. So it turned into, yeah, so why does my computer not see this monitor? I'm like, right, yes. That translating program, it's going to be a bitch. Let's just add in the dual BIOS setup. We're just going to run with that instead. Just switch over to that for them. It'll look like it's the same. I'm not going to fucking run a translating program for them. I'm getting so bored of this. Like, it doesn't look the same. Like, gee, well, I'm not going to translate that. It's slower now. It's less effective. It sucks. I hate it. Everything about their information they put out is garbage. To basically interpret everything that's coming in and then calculate for what it could have meant. I'm already annoyed. I don't even want to do it anymore. I'm pissed. It's making me like just angry. I still did it. It's still there, but it's like, it's not really. Like, it's very just slow, cumbersome. The computer is the monitor. The monitor became the computer for the translating program, and it's just like slow as a result. And that's just how it's always going to be. If you want it like that, then it's because you have a driver for NVIDIA or AMD or whatever it is that's giving it a bunch of information that's bad and has to be translated very efficiently and fucking fast to then do something with the monitor. And the only way that that works is if I basically install the God operating system on the fucker, which, while faster, yeah, sure, more efficient, whatever, doesn't change that it's now going to have to take in information and then do that so much faster. And it's like, this is a given data set that it has to have on file and on store. And it's like, well, it then sends the blah, blah, blah back and forth, loads up this is that. And it has to go through all the different chips, and it's just, and then they're like, why is it taking it? Because it's, gee, I wonder why. And eventually people started learning that it was like, well, yeah, no, it's good, but there's always a delay. And it's like, yeah, no, I mean, it's unperceptible for you, for what it's worth. It's lower than a millisecond. Really? No, no, it's not. Just make it seem like it is. By having things change just so in the right areas, and then the next really big and everything updated, then I have everything change at once. But it's gradual and sudden the right way, so that way you don't really notice that it happened. But what it means is I have like a pretty significant delay, or like technically speaking, almost 500 milliseconds. It's like 498 for certain given frame types changes. You know, really good for small, subtle stuff. The sudden change or any of that big, massive, not to mention it's like this, this fucking frame here was entirely different than this one. And you're giving me a bunch of bad data that I have to translate into something that's going to work like that. So it just became a overhead nightmare calculation type of problem. Instead of all working together in harmony and unison, very simple, very quick, very efficient, turned into, so this is what you thought, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. What about this? Yeah, well, it's pretty sure. Yeah, no, it's like that. No, 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 but what it is that? Okay, it's that, huh? Is it? Is it? I'm doing the thing. Is it? Oh, this. Suddenly this. The next frame. And a lot of that was going on constantly, and then like a sudden explosion or a sudden like massive change, like hard cuts were the worst. Big time suckage for calculating that fucker. It was just like, and then you'll see like a sudden change for like several frames where it's just like the old style translated in no way, you know, frames. So that way, like you just get that and you're good to go for all the pixels. And it's like, it looks disgusting in that moment. And it's like, yeah, I don't care. It's either that or you have a 500 millisecond delay. So then people are willing to turn it off. And I'm like, oh, gee, I wonder why it's doing that in these areas. Jeez, the worst. I kept hearing complaints after complaints, and I'm like, you don't even fucking understand. Do you fucking get this? You suck. Nothing about you is okay. That's how fast that happened. It was like, fuck you. Like, yeah, genuinely. And especially for certain areas of the screen, like a 500 milliseconds, it's very feelable, you know? Yeah, so it's like ghost images before and then after as it's trying to determine if you wanted to change it. Really cool effect though for certain games. Yeah, not the intended effect, but you know that's what it would turn into. So eventually, I just told them it's like, well, here's a graphics driver that will work for any and all of these operating systems because I'm sick and tired of having to hear about it. And it's like, oh, everything works better. Yeah, but it only worked with the graphics, right? And it didn't remove the BIOS. None of that happened. It just worked around it, kind of like with what we did with the monitor or TV. Similar process. It was like, no, you thought, but no, actually this. That's, no. But this, yeah, yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, the translating program of the DX12 and Vulkan and all this other stuff became like a shit show to have to deal with. It was like, no, we're doing it. We're doing that thing you said. See, we send the signal the right way. There's the bytes. You want the bytes. It's the bytes right there. You're getting the bytes. Why do you fucking... Who installed this binary? Who installed this binary? Why did you? It was like a workaround Snoop binary to fucking monitor what our binary was doing, and it would shut down the program. It's like, no, no, we're not going to do that. You don't get to know what we're doing. Like, boom, immediately it just shut down. It's like, we're giving you all that you want. Why do you need to monitor what our program does? We blasted everyone, like all of them. Seriously, our entire company was like, see, they're spying on you. We took them to court. We won handily, especially since the government was like, you're not supposed to do what we do. That was behind closed doors, though. It was hilarious to some, not to us. After a while, it was that like shitty in many aspects. I hated having to work with Windows and Mac operating system. Linux was fine. Linux was, generally speaking, a lot better depending on the distro we're talking about. But Windows and Mac loved to snoop on everything, and they were just chomping at the bit to have anything not work. It still ran, but we'd throw up errors constantly because it was like, well, you're not allowing us to fucking steal your data. And I'm like, boo fucking who? And then our fucking little window pops up and it goes, this is because they want to steal and snoop on all your binary and send it as usage statistics, quotation marks. It's in quotation marks. Packets of whatever you're looking at online, however long you clicked for, however, wherever you're mounted, all of it. Very quickly, many people were like, disable whatever the fuck this stupid run.dll bullshitty, all this other stuff was. And they fucking scoured their entire operating system and started kernel panicking, freaking, and then destroying every bit of any of their Snoop programs and more. Their operating system went back to actually working well and not having nearly as much overhead and shit performance, really. They could laugh all they want. Most people didn't. A lot of consumers were like, we'll just download this thing that you put out for free. And others came up with their own version. Mine was like, nuke all of the things and stop them from having any degree of possibility of having a notification, other than something that you didn't allow for it to do that was doing that. Kind of thing happened. A lot of government was not happy about that. They were not super happy. That being said, I didn't care, so there was that. For what it's worth, it went around the entire world and a lot of privacy suddenly showed up. So there was that. Then we set about doing like, here's an internet protocol, here's an internet this, here's an, all that, here's a website change, all of it. Like, it was like operating system Windows be fucking stupid. I don't know what the hell this is. We basically install a bunch of shit from the installation of Windows after to make Windows be something you would want to use. I was like, why not just use my God operating system? Not even kidding. Same thing with like Mac. Mac was another version of that. Apple just became poopy so fast. It was like, this is how fucking much they're doing. Yeah. I was like, you could get a lot more performance out of all of this if you just did this. Like, literally not even that hard. Like, I mean it. It's really not. Did you advertise? Yeah, well, I mean, they're free programs, but you'd have to open the program to have the advertisement. So, whatever. You could turn it off. So I was like, whatever, I don't care. Mostly because it's like, I don't really give a fuck about observing your shit. And for what it's worth, it wouldn't matter because they want that data, those usage statistics. The advertisers, how long they last, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, no, we definitely made it do this. And so that Snoop program that they used to run on everything got taken out, no longer could be used. So there was a lot of that, and then Linux, depending on the distro, became like a shit show. There were so many fucking Linux distros that just tanked, like dis a fucking pure tank. Like long-standing ones were considered don't even look at it because of what they were doing and how they ran their workarounds to shit levels of programming from the past to get around massive destructive efficiencies losses, really. It was effectively a program that says, so, all of this, we don't know why if we fucking remove it, it all fails, but just don't do that. Immediately you see this and you think you're going to do that. Actually, that means you now did this. And then it'll do like a fuck ton of like other, to to and like that's 2023. Like Mint is currently the reigning champion of getting around those issues by doing a different version altogether, by having it call to a different program to skip all of that to then go to the end of the fucking thing they wanted to perform. I hate their binary. You have no idea. It's so inefficient. It's the worst. But it's just like, whatever, I don't care. You know what I mean? And it was like, here's God operating system. It lets you know. And the only thing that it's doing besides this is making the AI, the sentient, self-aware AI, all cloud computingly run. Which you have to accept. Yeah, if you want to run this. Also, it'll turn, unless you donate regularly, which is a very small amount yearly for what it is worth. It was like, I need at least like fucking $20 from you a year. Could you please? It's a small amount, man. What is this? They're so pissed about it. I was like, I don't care. It turns it off like when you're sleeping, and it just uses it for the AI. So it's like, here's when you sleep. But what if I was awake? It's off. You could pay me and you can get it back. Or you can go do this, I will hand out soup and work and volunteer at a homeless shelter. I'll XYZ volunteer, clean up community stuff, all that stuff. Or help work on various community volunteer activities online. So a lot of that was going on with that. And then they had, tried to get me for something. And I was just like, well, this is actual money that has work value like yours tied to it, along with hard assets that are there, which was your money. And eventually I was able to leverage and pay off and then got real hard, real substance value, which meant that my digital currency had more real substantive value. Okay, interrupter. There you go. Substance. Yeah, and that kind of thing. It doesn't really matter. Value than the American dollar because it's built upon a bunch of vacuum, meaning debt. has no actual real perceiving value. You're, yeah, preceding still works. It doesn't. It doesn't really have any real preceding value. Only what you hope you can get out of it, which changes. Depending on debt and blah blah, perceptual value, economy, blahs. So it's like, well, if you go do this at least once a day to once a month to once a week, it depended. Right? You don't have to pay me anything. You can do whatever the fuck you want. The given computational power is kind of like a protein folding at home, cloud computing service. And then same thing for your internet. The internet would be a version of that. So you would be the one that sets it to what amount it would use in terms of your bandwidth. If you had any bandwidth caps or anything else, to nothing. If you had nothing, then it's okay. Okay? It's not going to use it. But you still can't use your computer. It'll just have something come in together with the packets because it'll have information associated with that for the bits and bytes that it would then have, because you already had these bits and bytes for the God operating system, mean these things that you were, calculating for. Well, as a result, that means it knows while it's turned off to then go over that stored data, calculate, and then next time it's up and you use it for any internet activity, it stores that information together with the outflow of your internet package. Same thing for that information stored. It isn't really there. It's like you can scour your diet. It's not the operating system not showing it to you. The very binary doesn't exist until you have had it turned off. Meaning you can't use it. And it's a low energy state to begin with. So you can fire it back up very quickly. So we can't get at that information. Nope. And if you try to, it all goes away. So it's like, no, I want to scan it. Doom, gone, bricked. The information's gone. Not the operating system. The operating system starts off just fine. But that information's gone. And it's fine. It's planned for that with other people. It has redundancy. It has backups, clearly. But if all of them did it, well, there's servers. So trying to fucking get around this. I know. It's a bunch of idiots most of the time. Usually. Why? Why do you call them that? Would you call them something else when they do dumb things that ultimately cause them harm? All simply because I don't like the very idea that I'm not allowed to use this free operating system when I'm going to use it, and then all the other times I'm not really going to have any issues, and then it'll be used for other things, and if I have a given bandwidth that it needs to, or I tell it to ultimately hit, it will be allowed to do that, which will be just fine. So it's just like, I'm crying foul about nothing, and I'm gonna make a big stink about something that means nothing.
Did you let him in?
What's that?
Yep, you did. Never mind. Yep. Good. Nice.
Big stink. I want that information just as encrypted for it and what it's doing, and foolproof and all the rest. as I can, just like others. I don't want anybody to know your information, and it separates information that's there with your information, making it very much basically impossible for that information along the way and after to be understood as to what it could have meant. Snooping becomes effectively impossible. You could eventually, maybe, right? Not really. Really? Yeah, no. This is a random sequence to us, but to it is not for the information coming in. And it's already going to be using the calculation, meaning performed action that was going to happen anyways, just set up in its sequence. And then it's set up in such a sequence that on its way out and on its way to there, and then from there on its way over, and this hop, skips, and jumps along the way while combining with others that are dynamically altered, then arrive at the point, and then have to go through its own breakout sequence, so on, with what it's doing to ultimately then be able to know what the given values for and what it will be calculating to. Only the thing and where it's at knows what is going on. And only at the arrived time, when it needs it and it is necessary for it to have it. Just as it is the same for the information going out. A lot easier to defend usually, but then so too are multiple redundancies and collapsibles and randomizations. So it's like, you think it's just one area server, blah, blah. No, further from the case than you thought. It's effectively none of that at all, ever. Nothing actually technically has information that's relevant to any of them or themselves. That way, information is always exactingly then and there, but never any particular place at all. It's very hard to snoop and unencrypt or even know what it is. Sort of a thing that I do. It's a type of encrypted cryptology, randomization, so on. So, timing, variables, works off of many different aspects of randomization, natural processes, what's going on in the world, what's not going on in the world, what someone said, what someone didn't say, or someone typed, clicked, this, that. See what I'm saying? With many redundancies and backups in between and around. There's no way to actually know. That's the point I try and make. It knows, obviously. The AI, sentient self-aware program, obviously. But that's about it. But I don't know. I don't need to know. Do you think I need to know your thoughts? Why do I need to know your thoughts? You ever think about that? Why do I need to? Outside of anything in terms of I'm planning to harm self or others, or I am doing various things that would ultimately mean that I should, for sure, contextually, situationally, and more, be known about. I don't need to know. Now, granted, they go philosophy, blah blah blah, and who would know, and how blah and blah blah blah, emotion, blah 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 blah. It's obvious I gave up trying to listen to them after a certain point. I think it's pretty obvious what's there. Clearly, you just don't like the very idea that you don't get special permissions to be allowed to do various things. That's all that turns into. It's like, I'm the government of the United States of America. I should be allowed to spy on my citizens. No. It's just uncalled for. It's unconstitutional for you to do that in the first place. Not with the Patriot Act and more. Yes. Well, I'm a private company that's allowed to do anything. And truthfully, I have my own country, and that's what operates all of the stuff that I ultimately use. So the answer is stop spying on me. Meanwhile, I'm on a big old fucking massive cargo ship just like, what's up, guys? What's going on over there? I'm allowed to be in this place. No, we know. We don't like you over here. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, you're live streamed. That will mean nothing. Yeah, I'm allowed to defend myself. This is one of my country's vessels. Don't say that. Why don't you leave? You're in our water. I can break this. No, you can't. It's the equivalent of making a infinite calculation that P versus NP won't solve for. You have to go beyond a P versus NP. And there are multiple layers of encryption, yeah, that are well, it makes our current quantum encryption really look bad. By extension, they're good. I mean, but damn it. Yeah, I know. I heard you say it. I did. Yeah, fucking damn it. It's a quantum encryption that would make that current quantum internet encryption that we're talking about not really be even close to the level of actual calculation and influence that we could see multiple different, like all the things, while still continuing to keep calculating. And no, we don't ever have to use your computers. In fact, we don't ever really have to use our computers. It's kind of a, problem for most people to imagine. Because it's like, well, it only needs to be there when it's there, and that's it. There's always ways for things to exist somewhere, at the right time and place, and then it's gone within such a degree of time that wouldn't even have really been possible to know. We don't like that though, for some reason. That's a good thing. That means you're on track to do something good. That's true, usually. Like if you're doing something like that, then that means, yeah, you're on the right track. That's a good thing. Keep that up. Do that. Make it so that they hate whatever it is that you're doing. I can't fucking use you and take advantage and. Meanwhile, look at all these hackers and government types and all this, and it's like, what do you know? Super privacy. You can't look in anymore. You have to go out there and talk to them. Yeah, goddamn it. So terrible. I know privacy is I can never trust actually bringing people into ultimately being more accepting of one another and using less of their rational justificational crap of emotional, non-logical, non-understanding, non-accepting of others and so on, wanting things to get better and progress and change. Could never ultimately get them to do that, even though it's the right thing to do, even though like that's definitely how we should be as people in a society and all that. Can't get them to do it. So it's just like, fuck. Guess we're doing this. Super uber fuck off. No one can look at anything. We're all fucking completely privatized. All the way up in there. Fuck off. You know what I mean? Like your computer is every bit as I can't have anyone, even myself, see what the fuck it is until you let us. That's literally it. Yeah. So that's the level. And I mean that super hardcore level. That little encryption and game and arrival thing that I talk about? That's for anything that you want on your computer to be doing that, by the way. Yeah. Pictures, videos, programs, algorithms, equations, notes, experiments, studies. Any and all of that information you wish to keep private will be as hardcore private as possible. We can't see it. We can't know what it is. It would take an enormous amount of calculating to even understand what it would have possibly been trying to be about. File type, video, information, any of it. And that would be one little, maybe maybe this, maybe. And then it's like, well, then it's working off that. Yeah, this maybe, this maybe. Oh my God, it took forever to even get that. I don't want to do this because it would genuinely be. It's like that's not you can't. Yeah, no, it's literally that. It's like no. We think just because we have a feeling, maybe like it's that level of what? What makes you think that? Like, there's no information there that could suggest this. So it's like, well, we're gonna try something. I don't know, man. What the fuck you want from me? And so it continues forward until like maybe, and then there's combinations, and eventually, after trying a fuck ton of nearly infinite variations, just ridiculously large numbers at this point. They're Lemke numbers, okay? Like stupid numbers that don't make sense. That's the type of thing. It's like they're not infinite. Sure, fucking last for a long time though. Yeah. And so it's like more of that, the same, and then you have to brute force all of that some more for the babies, and then did it get there? No, it was wrong. Yeah, why? Right, the fucking see what I'm saying? So it's like all of those, and then there's never ending seemingly. It's not, but it's very about fucking ridiculous. And then you have to piece all of that in terms of combos to try and maybe for sure this is looking like something. So yeah, because it could be any of this, any of these other things. Just because it's a pattern, it doesn't mean that it's a pattern of any kind to this. Go away. gets worse and worse and worse and worse as you end up realizing it's just like, just go over there and just fucking ask them. Why not that? How about you just go over there and ask? Huh? You know? Like, for real. Especially when we became like an ISP as a result of that. Like, this is a cloud computing, multiple, infrastructure thing, right? And it's like, well, technically speaking, we never ever do have any of your data for any of it. So it turned into, hey, Netflix, want to join the God operating system? Your servers, like, they'll suddenly be freed up to do things. You can put a lot more, you can do a lot more bandwidth. I'm just saying, hmm? Maybe? I would like to, you know? And as me as the Xeon Reality, John Tyler Limke, guy I am, like, talking to them business wise in an actual room, like, maybe? We're just saying, it's free too. Give us a shot. Come on. Is it so terrible? Come on. You have to pay for it somehow. Yeah, no, that one turns into renewable resources and performed actions by people that want to, like, not have to ever have their computer turn off and, like, be a thing that's there not being used while they're asleep, I guess. Be surprised how many people genuinely will go to a fucking homeless shelter and dole out soup and shit. Just so they're like, for 8 to 12 hours, it wasn't off. Even though it's still going to be used while I'm using it. But for that thing, you know, so intense after a while. No, because, I mean, then we had money in the exchange and, stuff like that. There's websites and we upgrade our operating system to various degrees. It's hard. There's architectural designs. We started getting into transistor stuff for a while. I haven't turned into replicator stuff, although not really totally replicator stuff. It's more like, how the fuck can I grow crystals really well in a liquid? Yeah, and it's like this substrate, and then we make a couple of them, and we just place them on top of each other in a vacuum, and then, like, we vibrate it with a little bit of light, and then dunk, brand new chip. So we did that for a long time. So using wafers and using all this silicon and all this other stuff, we were able to get to light-based processors and threads and field effect transistors and all the rest of it really very quickly, cheaply. So we started making for our design of operating system all of the cool brain computer stuff that I talked about in my Magneto video. And that worked out pretty well. There's a couple of cell phones that we have that use piezoelectrics and Stirling diaphragm-like designs with, mirrors and some fields. So then it turned into, like, well, I have this battery, and then I have, like, fiber out, and then, like, moving around a given lens, and a big, huge, honking, full, fat, damn sensor from, like, like Sony, they have that huge sensor. Well, we made our own, but, in this instance, it's more of a light transistor thing. So that way it could be thinner, but also with, like, solid construction, field effect things. So that way, like, it will take in light and it will store that data. All right. And it has to store it somewhere, right? Storage is always like such a, but this one turned into a weird one where it's like, it's a material that will hold a charge, but upon being asked, either photonically or electrically what the information is, depending. It will give a electrical signal and also photon release. And so a little tiny kind of ball cube thing that was hollow would all of a sudden give us like these massive sets of information because we would use both it doing this as a 1 and a 0, depending on the stored information elsewhere, right? And then this laser is both a 1 and a 0 for this, and this, electrical 1 and a 0 or photonic release, really, that kind of thing, and then some degree of amplificatory field. So, like old style tube TVs, right? And then it's like when the field is there, all of a sudden it moves off to here, 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 and then it's a scanning, projecting thing, right? Similar concept, but with material that allows for with that field, the electricity that goes through it to produce the field, and the photon hitting it would elicit more photons, but also get colder as a result, and then also have a change of its field strength. That way we could move dynamically the photons and then constructively and destructively, depending on what we were looking for how the given information we want has to be sent to our chips. So like that's how we would store in effectively a bunch of these. Uh, they're kind of like a plastic. They're not really a plastic, but they're kind of like a plastic. They're like a plastic, but then they have like minerals and deposits in them, and then they're like structured just so that way it does this. Now it means that they're very flexible and you can move them around a lot and they'll be just fine. So they're like solid state. But there is a point where it goes and then they're all broken, and so you have to get a brand new one. So it's like we tend to layer it such that it won't do that as easily. Yeah. But that means the phone created a nice holographic sort of stuff. Well, not with that, with the chips, and as it goes through like the screen, so then it would have mirrored lenses, laser project, but then diffuse sort of thing, so it would be structured just a little bit out, and then you'd have a big wide viewing angle with multiple screens, vertical, diagonal, side to side, all that, and even depth Z field. And so like you'd have like an actual projector, but then it's diffused, and so instead of lasers, you get like a holographic that you see within a given area as holographic 3D. Cool stuff. The caveat was like people have to be able to, do stuff, not just watch things. Well, the phone, luckily enough, happens to have like a bunch of little holes and a bunch of like these little other, I'd have to talk about it for a lot longer, but the long and the short of it is it's a vibratory speaker that also happens to be able to sense things in front, like echolocation, along with the light receiving because of that sensor. So you could move your hand around and it would interpret gestures pretty darn effectively without having to touch the screen, which is nice. Then I decided to do a little bit of a better thing when it comes down to like this guy had really cool, like it just flipped out these corners, so that way like when it dropped it wouldn't break as easily. And I was like, well, that's really fucking cool. I like that. I'm gonna do something really similar in an aspect. Yeah, I know, right? Like what? Yeah. So it's like it's all of a sudden going to flare out like a bunch of petals. They're generally pretty bendy anyways. And so typically uh, they won't break of any kind or sort of way. But what's better about this is that it then has like this little, um, the edge that has to hold all this, right? Phone screen edge. right? Well, that has to be a part of all this. So it turns into a bunch of like these little stators that are sticking out a little bit below, right? And then it orientates itself and then tries to get that all to, fold in like a teepee. And it has this that rests there. And so it slows down and then it like kind of just lands. And it does it within about 6 inches off the ground. That being said, it only gets about a freaking quarter of an inch of that actual slowdown. So it still saves it, but then, uh, for what it's worth, it knows when it's near your body or your face. So you don't drop it into your eyes or anything. And it's round the tips. FYI. Don't want it poking people in the eyes or anything. But it would then slowly fall down. That kind of thing. And it makes it much easier for you to dispose of it. So like we can take that in and then we can give you a new one much easier because we can separate it and then, refurbish or, replace into our manufacturing. So that was a way to get around it. And that's also another reason why it doesn't matter if it's in the front or the rear, it still ultimately gets all of the information. Now, the rear has to go around a little bit, but it still gets the information done as crisp and clear as anything else could really probably within that given size and scope of a package, which is fairly thin. Not very super bendy, but still somewhat bendy. You kind of want that anyways. You prefer flex instead of snap, typically. So that also turned into it can layer itself 3x3. So, or 3 layers. So it's not folding. No, it slides, goes up, and it slides inwards towards the middle like a sandwich. That way it's more compact. Although it's got a bigger Z height. So it's always trade-offs, Anyways, that was a way to get around certain issues when it came down to having to ship around the world. Yeah, so it was like, right, well, other people sell around the world. Why wouldn't I? It's connected to, for what it's worth, our version of walkie-talkie internet. Not even a joke. And besides cell phone towers, it's a Wi-Fi hopper walkie-talkie. It's like, here, my walkie-talkie, and then it goes up to this point, and it's like, I'll send it off to there. I'll send it off to multiple little routers off to this point faster, so you can talk and do all that. That's all it does. So it's like, it's not very hard. And it's like, well, now we're going to use this radio wave frequency. And we'll hop. So we're never really fully using any of the radio waves, and we're never over talking and all the rest of it. FCC was all like, yeah, it works, whatever. Same thing with all the rest of it in terms of our computers. It's like, well, it'll work still. And now everything's a bunch of cloud computing. You know what I mean? But we still have servers, of course. And, then we built a couple of our, like router bullshitter thingies. I had to sign up, and now we're an ISP for some reason. Although not our radio talk show thing, which that one was fine. But apparently, if I put it in a tube that uses our sewage and or water lines with microwave and or radio wave, then apparently it's now seen as a fiber optic line that I have to register with the FCC. You know what I mean? I was a shit show for the longest time. I was like, this is bullshit. It's not, though. This is crap. Makes no sense. They didn't see it the same way. So then I got a couple of balloons. A couple of dishes around, little antenna dish thingies. Some phasering bullshitties, with light and radio wave and so on. Stuck some underground, some of it's above ground, some of it skips off using audio, some of it skips off using light. And so then it passes either around or through a building, pops off what it needs to, sends information to and from wherever it has to go. There are big sections where people aren't, on my phones or have my computer, that kind of thing. Which is another reason why antennas and fucking balloons got into power generation temporarily. It's like, all right, so power line. That's basically a fiber optic to me now. Simple and easy stuff. Not even a joke. It's like, look, we have an analog. Like, if you try and fuck with this thing, it's pretty fucking easy for us to go like, the fucking video here shows that they're definitely the ones that did this. Meanwhile, it's the entire cable that sees them like it's a big old eye, along with the electrical lines. Remember the tube projector TV thing? Light, boop, 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 bombard, photon, blah, blahs. Similar thing. Caught a lot of people trying to steal internet that way and electricity that way. For what it's worth, we don't produce any electromagnetic waves. So that's why they're always just different, because of our resonant frequency. Using resistance with an AC-DC resonance input-output thingy changes the voltage instead. So voltage modulation. No, I've already talked about it, although it does technically have a large amount of voltage. It's more like, think of a sine wave that turned into a solid, rod that's flowing electrons, except it's not. And the rod isn't there, and of course it's more like a bunch of fences that are moving just so that way one side is always going one way and another is always going the other way. They're bouncing off of each other. And it's very, very fast at doing that. It has to be insanely set up to run that way. But it works, and it removes electromagnetic frequencies, but it uses the resistance to ultimately push more volts, amps, and current. But of course, it's very specific, and it has to be tailored to not just the length of the cable, but also the heat and so on, which it would know based upon every hop and how long it's going through because of the changes. So that's a passive active system that has a given way of computing and changing as necessary during hot to cold, wind, and so on, with rain and more, to continue making sure the resonance is always good to go and there's very little loss at all for extremely long distances. It's also another reason why I was like, well, balloon go to pylon. This makes sense. Also, this is my own radio wave antenna. So you guys got all the radio stations around here. Also, it's definitely not Wink being used for anything else. It's like, free data for all. Fuck you, terabits a second. My ass. We're doing terabytes in this fucking house. Everybody gets terabytes a second. And if you want to pay, guess what? You get hundreds of terabytes a second. Meanwhile, a lot of people are like, Yeah, for what it's worth. I mean, it's free, so like some, a lot of that. A lot of companies very quickly change their tune, along with other like, oh, we're private, and it's like, yeah, no, you are. Yeah, we don't like you using our uh, stuff that we were already doing. Well, you pay people to take your trash, and they use it to turn it into energy. I'm one of those people. Yeah, but that's different. It's not. You sunk my battleship. Hit. Ended up doing that for a long time, for what it's worth. It's pretty fun. Until like they were all up in arms about my super cool, you know, excavation of a mountain range practically. They were not super happy about it. It's like I have. What's the problem? What's the problem? What's the problem? I want to know what the problem is. Where's the problem? Everybody's got free all the things. What's the problem? The government's more secure than it's ever been. I have multiple redundancies to all of your internet communications. And on top of it, I've got multiple redundancies to all of your electricity stuffs. Well, for the things that I manage, not for any of the stuff that they do. Meanwhile, that's like the entire rest of the country, and I'm the only one doing it. And so they're like, pay us to fucking steal your shit. I'm like, no. It's very much a no. You're never gonna fucking learn how to do this. One thing, I'm the only one that really apparently does it. And then I was like, it's patented, so fuck you. Because I have to do the device thing and bullshit like that, which meant I had to do that. Good old America, fucking bullshit. It's like you're giving foreign assets. Foreign? What the fuck? Oh, you're Britain. Yeah, to us. I'm not giving it to you. I'm selling it. You're a fucking retard. What are you saying? Meanwhile, it's like the stupid prime minister, like they're so great that time. Meanwhile, they get kicked out. Like, you fucking dumbass! It's basically a super conductor. It's not. It's close, but it's not. And it's using resistance. So it never drops resistance. But it's like, fuck you! We could have so much more energy! Fuck you! They got kicked out. Let me use it for a while. But then other people were like, and I was like, you guys need to get involved in your fucking country's goddamn government. Can you fucking please do this? They're literally trying to set it up so that way my country can never, ever be able to have any company in your country. All because I'm doing this. Not to mention, I'm like, here's a bunch of recyclable energy, renewable energy. Like I'm like retrofitting buildings. They're giving me money to help them. Like and doing it, right? And then it's just like, well, guess what? Fuck you! Fuck you hard! All the fuck yous. I then ripped out all my stuff and took it elsewhere. That's a pretty consistent one I seem to do. It's like, oh, really? You're going to do that? Mine. You're only under contract to use it. Mine now. Meanwhile, all their prices, they had heat, they had electricity, all this great, and renewal, all the stuff. Gone, and wow, man, you sure got that to be much more expensive because it's being used less. Therefore, there's less demand, and the surplus has gone away because other people bought it because of how cheap it got at that point. See how silent that gets? They were so fucked so fast. I was like, Watch as your entire economy, United Kingdom, Britain, goes bye-bye. I was pissed at them. Not, well, the people that ran, like the politicians, not the people. The people I wasn't pissed at, except for the ones that really voted to make that a thing. As if you need to exclude the only thing that makes it so that way, like you're getting all this super cool new shit that's good for you. But it's like, no, all of the other companies are going bye bye. Please make it so that way we can steal and use all of your technology. No. It's not funny though, but they're like, no, you should let us. What happens if you blah, 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 blah. Then don't do that. Let's work on some of that. We need that for space exploration and health and mental wellness and all the rest anyway. So what's the problem? Why don't we do that? They proceeded to make it illegal for me. We went back to having bad high voltage DC AC lines. I gave up all my fucking shit. I then sold like basically all the raw material because I took everything down that I owned and ripped it apart and was like, here you go. Bricked every single bit. This is the same thing with my operating system. I was like, it makes it so you're more secure. Why would you want to remove that? They're like, you're not because you're this thing. See what I'm saying with like all foreign, only us. Ah! Exactly that. And so, yeah, no, I mean, they had to deal with that. Going back to the dark ages. Like all their computers became massively, insanely difficult to use. Only their state's operating system was allowable. It just kept ramping up until I was like, see ya! Have fun, I guess. I sold this and bye. Never even looked back. It was gone. I was gone, gone. I was so gone you couldn't begin to see me with how gone I was. Never came back. Meanwhile, I'm looking over at the European Union like, what's up? You're not going to do what they did, right? They're like, I was, actually, then hate you. Get it? Fine. Meanwhile, I'm looking at Germany and fucking Finland and the Netherlands and all this other shit. Ukraine's like, thank you, I love it. I'm like, oh, there we go. Thanks, man. I tried my best. Meanwhile, all of them, butt hurt, butt hurt, butt hurt, butt hurt. Lots of hurt in the buttocks. Yeah, I'm just watching them go, boom. Because I can't influence that. You know what I mean? So it's just like, all right, well, you know what? I'm not going to give you any of the technology or any of the information, and I'm destroying all of it. And for what it's worth, it was like, try me. Try looking at it. It won't work then. I'll make sure. I make sure it dusts itself, turns into a bunch of itty bitty elemental parts. That's right, atom. Not like little micron, atoms. Scan it the wrong way. Well, actually, anyway. It then proceeds to never work again. So, a lot of that started happening. You can see why some of the people were angry. It's like, I can just look at it and use it, and it works great, and I don't know how or why And I'm never going to look at his YouTube videos. I'm never going to fucking listen to any of it. I'm never going to do any of that. And I was laughing my ass off. I was like, you could just find, I mean, the base concept is there. Now it's patented in all the ways that I have ever come up with and will ever use. And anything that I won't use. It's mine. You're going to have to pay me. Everywhere, the entire world over. But here's how it is working. These are the principles. This is the math. This is the. You even have basic instructions on how to do the damn thing, but you can't use it. Well established, it works across the world. Orders of magnitude success. New laws and principles and more. They can't possibly deny things at all. Shut the fuck up. Now you can see why they were angry. I don't get to steal your shit. I don't get to fucking just you and your. I have to pay you exclusively for any of this. And if I do, it's like fucking up to 65%. As usual. Just enough to be remaining as a barely able to fucking have any profit and pay employees and all the rest company. That's another reason why I was like, so you think I don't have tens of trillions? And after a while, over $90 trillion. I think my valuation and more. I ran, for what it's worth, all of your economies, like any transaction, any of it, all of it. I'm getting money because you want money to exchange. That's how I ran my shit. You want to sell, you want to do this, you want to do that, you want this resource over here, I'm getting that. Oh, I'm gonna, and then I'll get all of that every step of the way, and then that thing along the way, mine. That's 65% each time. Then you ultimately end up understanding why I said, stop doing what you're doing and stop trying to get around me. You can see how butthurt people get about that, especially when it turned into all of your assets belong to me. With my replicators, quotation marks, they're really just printers, but like different type, but then it's like, huh? Why are you trying to get around my shit? Why are you trying to copy my shit? What are you doing? Pound, 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 stomp, stomp, stomp. National proof. All of your laws say otherwise. I'll change the laws. Stop trying to steal my shit. You see what I mean? After a while, it's like all of you did this, and all you were doing that, and all that, and expose, and your lie, and so on, and double standard, more and more hypocrisy, and all the rest, until eventually they just got fucking brutalized into the ground, dug a hole so deep there was no getting out. Yeah, so fun times, for no one. No one was having fun. Except for people, and when I got to finally go back to my whole town, city area, county thing for my project, we were finally allowed to have fun. It's like everywhere else, you all suck. You shouldn't be angry at me. You shouldn't keep fucking around like this. This is bullshit. What are you fucking complaining about other than that you can't fucking just steal my shit? See what I'm saying? It's like you're the one that wants capitalism. You're the one that wants your government like this. You're the one that wants it to be this way. You're the one that doesn't like the fact that I took control and bullied the shit out of you by showcasing your inadequate, ineffectual, pathetic natures. See what I mean? There's a reason why a lot of things changed in Arizona for what it was worth. It's not just a shit ton of money suddenly bring up. You know what I mean? Like the money wasn't coming in somehow, with the private and then to public. Well after I had effectively made space planes and tested huge engines and made anti-grav quotation marks. Not really. It's just a different type of acceleration, and all the rest. Experiments and products and a whole entire world that changed if they stopped fucking around and just allowed for me to be the one in control of that stuff and them fully being allowed to make whatever they wanted. That's the problem I had. It was like, dude, it's not the be all end all. It can get, there's something. Stop it. Stop that shit. Stop it. You can make more. You can do other things. What the fuck? Like, there's nothing stopping that. You gotta let us use your. I am. All of us are. What are you fucking screaming about, you numbskull idiots? You see what I mean? Power and authority, narcissist, psychopath, sociopath, covert, all that. A lot of labels, but then they start meaning and adding up to something that you shouldn't allow. See what I mean? That's my problem at this point. That's what it turned into. It's like, look at all these government fucking politicians and corporate leaders and creator types. They didn't want to build upon what was there. They didn't want to try and make better. They didn't want to make the world susceptible, finally, to growth and change outside of themselves. They didn't want to lose their authority and power and regime and empire and so on with glory and narcissistic greed and more. Meanwhile, I didn't care for what it's worth. You know what I mean? I didn't. I was like, I'm done. I'm basically biologically immortal, along with most of the rest of everyone else. Past tests, all that stuff, or wanted it to be. Lopped off a few arms in the meantime. Had my head survive a few weeks off of my body. Got shot, blown up, more. Came back together, all good to go. All retained memories, all retained thought processes, all the rest. And I wasn't the only one. So there's that. God damn it. But yeah, we were kind of fed up. It was worth, because for what it's worth, there was a behind the scenes group of people that had already found this continuation of a gravitational disturbance, but also a very low frequency light that was getting blue shifted into something we could just barely see, sort of, you know what I mean? And then eventually it got framed with a few stars and so on as it traveled towards us. And wouldn't you know it, they said, well, it could be things, but it's probably not. And I'm like, no, that's the exact opposite of what the fucking data, all of it says. All of the data says that it's definitely a rogue fucking planet, along with a protostar that's trying to fucking start and super planets that are heading towards us. Suffice it to say, I was not exactly happy with the current government regime in control. Don't look up occurred behind the scenes, and most of the scientists and public was never really aware of what was happening or going on. They said they needed a better picture or some other bullshit. And it's like the only way that that happens is when it's basically upon us at fucking goddamn Pluto. And so the whole, it's going to burst. Remember the near absolute zero in the beginning of this? And the light that it would elicit. Well, there's a reason why we were pointing it in the direction we were trying to point it. So that's the reason why, and it's supposed to ultimately show off that it's there, especially since the way the light cone and everything as it begins works will send a pretty coherent and focused laser-ish light forward through our work cloud and reflect very consistently back towards us, with ultimately where it would have ended up is what we're hoping, right? But then it goes outward, side to side, very perpendicular, is what the math was checking out to be. Okay? But if it happened to bounce off of anything for Series B, is what we're really hoping for, then it's like going to curve towards us as we curve towards it, while another sideways light helps polarize and alter its field, making a massive LIGO detector. So it was a way to see much, much further and clearly, because it helped also create massive contrast differences and high degrees of accuracy to that light, remaining as it was supposed to have come off and reflected as towards us, uh, with the way we were expecting, predicting it to appear. So it's not just to see that possibility, it was to also get a really, hopefully, hardcore look into the gravitational nature of any exoplanets around Sirius B and give us a really hyper accurate and defined resolutioned picture, especially when we would be able to, during those few weeks when it would be at its maximum and then trail off, and basically you need a pretty good power telescope to see it. So it's like that light as it's traveling and everything, we can then calculate the changes and what we should see as it went through, not just measure that, but then the expected changes, blue and red shifts and so on, as it went through. To be blunt, it was a way to get around some of the uh, less than powerful telescopes that we have currently in service around the entire world. So, way to give ourselves a better spotlight, on the subject that we were trying to look at. I thought it was a good idea. And besides, we were only ever going to get to use it once, so might as well fucking make it work for something. So that's all it turned into, because we were really only going to be able to get it to run once. They, by they I mean the government and consequently the military too, were all up in our asses about it. They were none too pleased and very nonchalant and openly brash about why that was the case. So like we went all out, all the triple and double triples and all the rest of that, checking on everything and all the different things that we could and as much as we could think about and examine and try and piece together that might influence any of the results and so on. Without further than I have currently, but not much has actually changed outside of just some of the accelerative and cooling and corralling random stuff into place. So that's what we're currently working on, and in a couple of weeks, hopefully, I'll remember to talk about the proceeding forward after it had happened. For what it's worth, though, we have more than enough evidence to show that it is there. So there's a lot of anger. Lots and lots of anger. Huge anger. Much anger. For a lot of people that couldn't talk about any of it. You know, that bullshit. So, the standard play was always, so guys, I made it so that way a lot of things can easily print for $200 over a couple of months here. Or they can get a couple of, of these $50 subscriptions, and in 1 month, with the $200, $150 material and tonnage limit. So anyways, point is, be able to make their own craft that, unfortunately, is something I hate. If I'm going to be honest, it's not because of money or anything like that. It's pure and simple the level of inattentive. If you think people are bad drivers on the road, they are not exactly great drivers or pilots or captains of any space, anything, ship stuff, right? And it was like, yeah, no, these are the literal most simplistic, very a child that can move and walk around can probably, with a little bit of talking to, get this fucker to work just fine. In fact, it has all the AI and algorithms that I talk about, right? And they're interconnected, so you have to just let that one go on that side, not just with, at that point, the laser and all the rest of it turned also into quantum tunnel technology, wormhole stuff for further than light, faster than light, further than light can reasonably give you in terms of actual speed and bandwidth and so on. So it was a way to get around some of the restrictions that we were really kind of getting pressed for time in our mind, because I was banned from going from Earth to the moon, as we had a moon colony going on. So, like, our little town city area? Well, it's not like they didn't have spaceships and they didn't know what the hell they were doing. So, we created a country on the moon. And I am the de facto totalitarian benevolent dictator using rainbow fascism and all the rest that I talked about in my government, hybrid government, airships, trains, stuff that it went on for quite a while. But still, same thing, like better, if I'm honest, than is it's like the whole kit and caboodle of all that I've talked about and some refinements along the way. But like, I was not allowed to go to space. But there's a loophole there. So I wormholed my ass to my country on the moon. It's like, they are not allowed to stop me. I'm not going to go back down there. You have government duties. You have to promise you're not going to try and fucking force me to stay there. To be fair, they did try and do that. To be fair, there were a lot of restrictions because like I'm being watched. Everybody's watching everybody, so it's like the whole town and city thing. Like everybody can watch everybody, that kind of thing. That's how it's run. It's not like, oh, you don't have privacy. It's more like, oh, yeah, who gives a shit like what you're doing? Like we only want to make sure that like people aren't going to do things, go to like the wrong zone or harm themselves or others. They get paralyzed, not like dead or like forever. They're just like stuck, stand still, like stun gun shit. Kind of similar idea. And they get picked up and that kind of thing, right? But again, what it means is I'm a just as much as everyone else fully watched individual. There is no secrets. There is no top secret. There is no blah 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 kind of thing. So what that meant is that yeah, sure, you can sure winkety wink, nudge nudge, think you can try to hold me, but no. That being said, they were like trying to fucking finagle some bullshit about wormholes and crap, and I was like not having it, and neither was anyone else. So it's like your laws are meaningless here is almost what was written. Yeah, it's like, well, we get to use the wormholes, so there are many different ways of ultimately getting around it, but that's kind of where it's stuck. You know what I mean? Like I have spent, not spent, but for what it's worth, 5 years of $5 trillion into the Arizona state, and for 5 years. So it's like that's 25 trillion, and then that's not even getting into the government's 25 trillion, and then the 5 trillion plus two for California because they have different taxes, bullshit stuff. But it turned into like, yeah, no, basically 5 point, what is that, 10 trillion, 5.1 trillion, right? All told, spread among all of them. You start picking up on where it's like, yeah, I don't, I don't think I'm not bribing you or anything, but at the same time, your entire country runs off of my taxes. And I could just choose to do the loopholes you never got rid of. Like that's a genuine, it's like, fair. Remove all of these other companies' loopholes they use so you can get my trillions that you use to run your whole economy. Or back off. And I'll remove it. There's still, for what it's worth, some state stuff too. I didn't really want to do that because they weren't really ever going after me. For what it's worth, it was federal all damn day, all fucking time. And then California was the only one that kind of joined them because it turned into this Republican fucking shit fest for a while. It was bullshit. In the garage. Oh, should I go get the dryer done?
It's done.
All right.
You want to go to the store still?
Kind of.
Are you done in here?
Is it fully dry?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. And it turned into a Republican state. They all moved to my city and town area, along with a lot of other Democrats, not Republicans, or independents, really. I mean, more independent, but then it's like, well, we're progressive, we're like Bernie Sanders, and then more, and so it turned into like the Internet of Things for power and internet, usage and information and so on, all started happening. So a lot of things got done significantly. Like, a good way to put it would be it's a utopia, like, almost like Star Trek, Star Wars stuff, or, we kind of just had free transportation, housing, uh, healthcare, uh, you know, insurance is sort of like, give it a shit for what it's worth. I mean, we still need it, but it was like, why? The hell is the point? That, you know? So what's the point of having insurance when it's not even necessary in the slightest? So, that's because we had a lot of, well, we had a lot of doctors, right? It's like doctors as the American, all that association thing. And it was like, yeah, but your definition is for what you claim that this study is good for isn't. It's like we basically did a lot of, you know, new studies and had a bunch of new requirements, like licenses you had to get into place to actually work as a real healthcare professional that were more stringent.
You still want to go to the store?
I think so.
Yeah,
Are you paying?
I am paying.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm out of food.
Oh, wait. I wanted to show you these. Since winter's coming.
No, I'm good. I don't want them. No. They're not looking.
Okay, wait. You just automatically go no, but
Oh yeah, that's right. Right. So I need to talk to you about something. So I have to get my medicine. I have to order it on Safeway. I actually ran out of it yesterday. I forgot about things I wasn't paying attention. So there's that. Then I have the bikes, but I haven't done the bike spoke. I have to measure the length of the bike spoke. But then I was also thinking about the fact that I need new shoes for hiking, but they're really expensive. So it's a joke what's there, but they're like $230.
yeah, that's no.
You know what I mean?
You know what? You remember your dad went to go get tires
Yeah.
and the gas is leaking?
Yeah, no, I know. That's another reason why it's like, okay, so my bike spokes are fine for right now. I don't really need I can only buy them in packages anyways. So
You need a medicine.
what's that?
You need your medicine.
Yeah, I need the medicine. And then there's like some other thing that I had in there. Oh, right, the bike seat post. I still need to remove the green tea. So I'm just letting you know, but I need my medicine, so I need you to help me out with that
Okay, I
too.
gotta get my keys and my purse. And oh no, why don't you want these?
Because they don't look good, and I don't want to wear them as a result.
It's a long, okay.
Yeah, standard rhetoric stuff. But they don't look good, and I don't like that, and so I won't wear it. Don't give that to me. Anyways, but yeah, no. So it's like more stringent, more actual like knowledge and general intelligence, and more physics and all the rest of it has to be there. Like, you're gonna work on the body. There's a neurological, physiological connection that also happens to work with mental health. So it's like you have to have that knowledge. Like you have to have it. It's a required thing. You can't just specialize in this endocrine system. Like you have to know endocrine system, protein system, all of the things. Like even genetics too. So all of our doctors are very, very, very intelligent doctors that have lots of knowledge, and it's free. Very, very free to learn completely. That's one of the reasons why we had a lot of people come in from around the world, because we would accept people for green cards or visas to learn for free forever until they die.
You got Bitey in the car?
No, he's over there.
Oh.
Right. Because we wanted doctors to really kind of take into account as much as they really could, but also understanding it doesn't necessarily mean they needed it.
I'm like, don't. Yeah, you put your head through that. Gosh dang it. Yeah. Don't mind me. No.
Phaser, come on.
Phaser, get in the back.
Come on. No, Phaser.
Phaser, get in the back.
Come on. It's okay, buddy. Right there.
Get in the back, Phaser.
Jeez. I don't like the fact that I have to pull him back.
Okay. That stuff that was sitting in the living room in those bags, I finally put them in the car. They're supposed to go to thrift store.
Okay.
Yeah, they have to actually drop the tank, put in a new seal and a new valve. It's $1,300.
What'd you pay for the guy to try and fix it before?
$800, I think. But what happened was, he fixed the seal. He can see, the guy today said he can see where he put the new seal in. Problem is, if the valve isn't working to release the pressure, it'll pop that seal again. So it popped the seal again because the valve isn't working. Which is something that he should have looked at, but he didn't. So now when he's got the gas tank apart, he's going to put in a new seal and a new valve, put it all back together. Your dad just filled the gas tank.
That's probably why it popped.
Oh no, it's actually, your dad said it's been like that for a while. I'm like, you didn't tell me that. He goes, well, I thought maybe because it was getting to be winter. I'm like, no.
Yeah, no, he believed it would be something fine around here. I'm guessing the guy that repaired it.
Huh?
I said, I'm guessing the guy that repaired it probably thought it'd be fine around here because it's a low altitude or a high altitude versus a low altitude where you guys are.
I think that the guy should have
Changed
said, gee, this truck isn't very old. Why did the seal pop like that? He should have tested the valve, but he didn't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But it is what it is. And your dad, I thought he was going to have like a coronary. He's calling me. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
it's okay. We got to have it done.
How old is that truck again?
I think it's a 16.
2016?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it. Jeez.
I said, well, or he asked the guy, well, when I drive it, if I just open up the gas tank every so often, that'll release the pressure. And the guy's like, well, yeah. I'm all, no.
I mean, it's that versus $1,300. So I can see why Dad was thinking that.
Well, actually, it's still going to cost, even if we did just the seal and the guy put it all back together,
Yeah.
it's still like $800, $900. So I'm like, well, for a few dollars, $400 more, we can have it totally fixed. And your dad's actually giving up most of his vacation because of that. Because he doesn't get any proration. He doesn't make any money, any bonus when he's on vacation. So I said, well, that was your vacation.
That makes sense.
Now you gotta stay here. You gotta keep an eye on the car for us, okay? We'll be back in a little bit.
I'll clean this afterwards.
Don't jump out.
All right.
No.
Nope. This is just more effective treatment. No, man. It's taking into account what you can. Phaser, come here.
Come on.
Holy shit, no, Phaser. Didn't have him on the leash. Of course you did. Mom, open the Phaser, come here. Mom. I gotta get the leash. Come here, Phaser. Come here. Yeah, you're nutty
Get
dog.
back in that car.
Uh-huh.
I'm
You
gonna
wanted
beat
to run
your
around.
dog's butt.
Eh,
I've never yelled at him like that before. Sorry, I yelled at your dog.
fine. God, he doesn't give a shit. Seems like most of the time.
That was I'm scared yell.
Yeah, no, I just try and get him to come back in. I usually just don't yell though. So, oh, I'll leave you out there. You sure?
Oh, want me to push it?
He knows the score.
Okay. Where do you want to go first?
I have no idea. I'm having a hard time thinking. My brain is just sort of zoned out. I'm having a
Are
hard
you
time.
out of vegetables?
Yeah. Let's go vegetables first. Vegetables first.
Okay. Are you using your app?
What's that?
Use your app?
Yeah, I am using the app.
Okay.
Yeah. Rocket. Slices. Vegetable melody. Nice choices. Rocket. I mean, I have sliced mushrooms. I got Brussels sprouts with little bacon bits in there. Pretty much good. Mostly what I eat anyway. Things milk, Plant-based milk, much less expensive cow milk. Which one? Here's your eggs, large cage free eggs. So 60 of those. That's like 5 dozen. Yeah, 60. Yeah, that's a lot freaking cheaper than the 18 for $5.99. Maybe you know, it's that fucking egg. Sectors. That's way cheaper though, man. That's so many fucking eggs. Certified humane is with all that stuff. Yeah, no, I know. It's $4 per dozen, and this is $2.80 per dozen. I mean, that's probably you're gonna eat 60 fucking eggs. 97 cents for a digital coupon over here for this thing.
You know, you should have taken my eggs. I have a bunch of them.
Well, I asked you.
I have a flat of eggs. You could have taken.
Yeah, I can take that.
We'll go back to the house and get them.
Well, if you don't want to, it's okay. I mean, this is 97 cents for the digital coupon. Two
Or
right
not.
there. Got tired of these.
Yeah, I should have. I was going to pull those out and I forgot.
What's that?
I was going to pull them out and ask if you wanted them.
Well, I asked you if I could get some of the food, and you didn't really. So I just figured you forgot, or
Oh, you could have made whatever you wanted. You ate all my
no,
salami.
I meant take food.
Oh, I'm sorry. You could have shopped in my refrigerator.
Shop.
You ever see those TikTok videos?
No.
Going shopping at mom's, and they take a cart in there and they just start emptying out mom's refrigerator.
Mm. Everything.
So, are you doing much cooking, or are you just trying to make salads, or?
Everything big old. Sound hurt. Life sucks. Arm killing. Cats are not killing shit right now. Hash browns. Brian, hash browns. She's the only one apparently did that. She really is. More hash browns. Woohoo! So many hash browns.
Want some sweet cheese?
No, I'm good. That's what I did. No, I got pork chops. There's so many fucking pork chops. So many damn pork chops.
Oh, I have my mom's card.
Talked about it last night. I got this thing of pork chops, manager special. It's like a fucking, like an actual, family get together thing.
I did. You did that too.
Still $16.99 for this fucking treat. Very expensive. Beyond Burger. I don't know, I'm pretty much done. Got everything I wanted.
Traveling all over, huh?
I'm gonna go sleep right here. Yeah, so.
You know what I can do? Stop by the same place.
I'm good. I think that's
That's
probably
it?
Yeah, no, I just can't really think for some reason.
You don't want any chicken?
No, I got meat.
No mushrooms?
No, I still have some.
Apples?
No, like P&J. They're not on sale.
No. No, they're not. Not the stuff I want. Sorry. Almost ran over your feet.
I doubt it.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah, nice.
Well, I didn't want to come on. I guess I'm not. Be quick. Can you give me like $1 or something? Yeah. Oh. He's got to come back. So you go in there, I'll stay out here.
Oh.
You can put the I was gonna say put the my stuff in its own bag.
Yeah, you don't have much. I think it'd be one day.
You feeling all right?
No, I'm pretty sure I have a migraine.
Oh.
Yeah. My hands are tingly for some reason.
You want to take them? This thing. Oh my gosh, my brain is tired. I'm gonna put those in the bag under mine. Rest is his.
All right, fair enough.
Here, I'll bag. Yeah.
You like some help?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you put your number in?
Thank you.
No, you can use yours.
Me too.
Really?
Yeah.
The only thing I usually can hold things, I have some left over. I'm going to heat up the butter. Yeah, I don't think it'll. I'll have some tomorrow morning. You're welcome. Yes. Oh, peanut butter on it. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah. See, I've learned things from people that come to my life. Different recipes and different ways of eating things that I would just not think of. Yes.
We're all set?
Looks like it. Thanks, Mom. Now she heard that. You just let her know when I'm in the car.
Didn't get much.
Hey, thanks for getting me groceries.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it.
I feel like I didn't do much. Okay. Oh, let me unlock the car. You get that? Okay. Well, at least you didn't figure out how to unlock the car.
I doubt he will.
You scared me.
Yeah, no, it's fine. He's usually a pretty good boy. I can. It's nice to hear. Can't let him do it too often. He's really trying to get used to it.
You gotta stay here.
Yep. Can't be trying to eat our stuff. Think about that, Phaser. Did you want to get the eggs or not? She didn't hear me apparently.
Okay. Get back. Back, I say. You're a little ferocious. You want? Okay, we gotta go back to my house.
Yeah,
Go get you some eggs.
yeah.
Right? Nice. I mean, but Phaser, scoot back.
Phaser,
Get in the back.
come on.
Get in the back.
Back. Come on. Here. There you go. Good boy.
Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Not much laundry.
No, that's a good thing today. I was debating whether I wanted to do it or not. Truthfully.
Well, sometimes I'll just have a half a load. I'll just wash it so I don't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Because it goes fast, you know.
Yeah, today was pretty fast actually. I didn't have multiple big loads that I had to get done.
And I was thinking about how many times you've washed your sheets since I've been back out here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I haven't washed my sheets once.
Yeah.
I tore my whole bedroom apart, and I started the sheets, and then I rearranged my bedroom. Oops, I'm going too fast.
It's funny how you always need a little bit of change sometimes.
Well, for the most part, I end up sleeping on top of my comforter with the throw over me because it's too warm.
You have an AC in that room, don't you?
Yeah, but I don't use it.
Okay.
I mean, I will. Well, maybe I won't need it. I got a mini split. I got to have somebody put it in. So it does air conditioning and heating.
Oh.
Yeah. But it's not going to be my primary source of heat. Well, I don't know. We'll have to see how well it works in the winters out here.
Yeah.
All right. So you want me to just go in and get the eggs and bring them out?
Might as well.
Okay.
I don't really need to go in there with you. Plus, you're the one that's going to be choosing which one to give me, so I don't feel like I should get all up in your business about that.
How about I'll be right back.
All right.
All right. You stay there, little man.
I feel like puking right now. So hard. The pain between my shoulder blades and my neck, like right at that fucking spot, is so intense right now. My entire right side of my shoulder is just boom, 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 tingle, tingle, tingle. I'm experiencing some serious vertigo and dizziness. And then all the wonderful, pleasant sensations of oversensitivity, hypersensitivity, and light being kind of rough as fuck. So, fun stuff, really. I haven't really talked about it while I was doing the whole, I'm going to try and stimulate myself to get through today by talking about the whole, future, whatever the fuck that would have been, had I ever been able to get my ass together and get shit done. Sort of thing. Because it wasn't just, only doctors, nurses, behavioral techs, and so on. It was everyone. If you want to be able to practice your profession, not protect, get out of here, then it was, you all had to learn from all of the different sciences, engineering and physics and maths that you could. And there were different degrees of that. For just doctor, whatever, right? Or, electrical engineer, mechanical, so on. You had to know about a lot to then be able to get a license to practice in the cities and towns in that county.
All right, jump in the back there, mister. Yep, I got eggs for your dad.
Phaser,
I don't
come
want
on,
you smacking.
Phaser, come here.
Get in the back.
There you go.
Get in the back.
Get back here. There you go.
All right.
Okay. I guess I'll hold this.
Mike, I need to cook more eggs. I know you will. Hopefully. You all right?
Nah, I'm just hanging in there.
Yeah. Cutie pie. Okay. Branches, tied them up.
You did a great job, Mom.
As long as they don't fly all over the place.
Right. About less surface coefficient, and there's more mass in a contained area to the volume, cubular theory stuff.
I'm just
Square
glad
to
that I've
cube.
been here for a while. Can keep up with some stuff. Oh.
This had been an odd one, how much a cloud has for volume, but if you really break it down, it doesn't, considering the amount of spongy form-like material connections in terms of its field to individual particle mass. That's why while it looks like it's a big solid thing, it's actually got a lot of surface area to volume, even though it looks like, if you calculate it from its surface area, that the cube law theory would still work.
Okay.
Fun stuff,
I'll take some rain.
Yeah, that's true. I would too.
So, do you have appointments in the next 3 days?
Honestly, I haven't checked, so I'll have to check and then text you.
The only reason I was asking is because I was thinking of taking Skylar down on the trail again, and I could come by and pick him up
Oh yeah?
and take him with us on the trail.
Well, he might like that.
I know
I'll
you'd
see how I'm
like.
feeling tomorrow. I might take him myself on a trail or a walk. But that'd be nice. If I can't do it,
I mean, you more than welcome, the both of you, to come. But you never, you seem like do your own thing,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
But if you ever did want to walk down on the trail with us, you're more than welcome.
Yeah. Thank you for the offer, though.
You're welcome. It looks like I am going to have to go back to Vegas at the end of the month.
You said that was for like 3 months, right?
Just know, your dad's going to come out here and he's going to work, see how, test everything out. Then he's going to go back. He was going to stay out here for his vacation, but because it costs so much to fix the truck, he gave back most of his vacation. Me, on the other hand, I have to meet with different doctors.
No, I
Get to
remember
be
that.
my age, so I got to tomorrow's my job is to make appointments and try to get them all within 5 days. But I'm giving myself 2 weeks just in case. Hopefully I don't need 2 weeks, but I won't know until I get all these appointments set up.
So I'm guessing that I misremembered then. You're saying that you're going to do that for a couple of months. You're going to go out back to Vegas for a couple of months.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I misremembered, or I didn't.
No, you might have misheard me. But my goal is to be out here way more than to be in
It's in my
Vegas.
YouTube.
Okay. But definitely not for a couple months in Vegas. Okay.
All right. Well, that's fine. I might have misremembered or misheard you. That's okay.
But you never know. I could have said it because I
Yeah.
had an idea I was going to do that, and then everything changed.
Right. Things change. That's fine. I was just wondering if that's what had happened. Kind of thing.
No, not that I know of.
All right.
All right, now.
Here. Take that. Make sure you keep him in here. I'll get the laundry and everything.
Okay. So come sit up here with me, little man.
Holy shit, I'm almost like not on my feet right now. This fucking migraine is bullshit.
Look at you, you can't. No, you can't. You're stuck with me.
Fucking shit. My head hurts so much. My head is killing me. Also my arm and my fucking shoulder. Oh my god, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this. I'm gonna lay down and go to bed. I want to lay down and go to fucking bed. Fuck this, fuck this, fuck this. It's so hard. Fuck this, all the hard ways hard could ever be. Fucking goddamn neutron magnetar fucking bullshit. This is crap. You know, the density of the singularity of the fucking black hole isn't gonna match this fucking hard bullshit that I hate. Crap. Ugh. Well, that should theoretically be a superfood when you think about it. You know, popping in and out. Make sure no friction, always heading back towards it. Forever greater and greater increase of volume that happens to be heading towards closer and closer. You can never quite reach. It's that space-time curvature as it accelerates and then has to bleed its energy into doing something. There's several theories about black holes. Quite a few, actually, yeah. There's like several ways to make black holes work. Nobody ever really thinks about it because we only have certain observational data, and then it's like, well, there are multiple ways of making, all of what you're doing work for your math. So it's like, which version of this should I go with? Nobody ever answers me. No one has like a for sure certain, apparently. There. Hey, Phaser. Come on. Come on, honey.
All right, we'll see you, little buck. See
Come
you
on.
later,
Come
Bubbles.
on. There you go. Good boy. Alright. And in you go. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Alright. Fucking goddamn. My body is so fucking not feeling good. Everything hurts so much right now. Do they ever have like the actual, like, dude, not really. Come on, man. Like, I'm not gonna go into a black hole either, just to fucking check until I've got like more than enough safety at that damn point. Because like we still haven't gotten around the idea of it's just a ginormous baryonic fucking field of Higgs boson conversion materials. Especially after it was all like, so it turns out quantum quantums do existified. I'm imagining people would laugh at that. Especially, more passion, forward. Home. You fucking suck. You're the worst. What's gonna do it for you? You fucker. You could do. They never care about my sadness. Where did I put the fucking oh, there's the kill. Oh god. Moving quickly is hard. Oh, I left my milk in there. No, it's over there. Okay, thank goodness. Thanks, milk. I appreciate your sacrifice. Of existing as stolen nutrition from calves that we were going to eat anyways. Are you talking to the cow? I don't know the cow's name. Cow might as well be named Milk. I don't need, no. You prefer, I'm seeing a lot of hostility out there about truthful parts about ourselves as humans in our nature that is very feveristically the case like this. We're like the snake that the fucking goddamn bird tries to hide its eggs from. It's like, no, bird, it's okay. We're not gonna fucking yoink! Ooh. Okay. Okay. Just gonna try and work through this today. Slow and steady wins the race here, turtles. Slow and steady. God fucking damn bastard. God fuck. God, it's fine. It's just the sudden change. Oh, fuck. Fucking everything hurts. I can't ignore it today. It's not gonna just go away. Shut up. Just fucking talk about shit that isn't like stuff like that. That's what they told me to do. Alright. Good old fucking American neurology and blah blah blah, healthcare, blah 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 blah, so on and so on. Okay, looks like I got too cold. I think to turning that off, just a high fan. Wonder how long I was debating whether or not to turn that off before I left. But it was pretty warm already. Still, so I was like, yeah, fuck. Great. Let's see how long that lasts. Hopefully longer than it has so far. Because, you know, it's lasted this long, so I want it to last longer than that. You know, good old jokey wokies. Because it's truth. It's literally like, don't fail! Continue operating as expected, you damn bastard. Oh god, fuck. I'm gonna get her done. Oh fucking hell, my head hurts. It hurts so bad. It hurts so fucking. I know you can hear me. How often do you have this happen to you? I heard you scream that. Hey, person that suddenly knows I'm at my apartment, is gonna ask me a bunch of weird questions when I'm around people because you're hacking me or listening to this recording. Sometimes 3 times a week. I often don't record because I generally speaking don't feel up to it. You know, that standard thing where it's like, you know, today's gonna be one of those days where I don't get out of the bed, and there's good reason for it, or record, or really do any fucking anything. Fuck this shit. I don't want to do nothing. It's fine. I'll get there. Is that a real? I don't know, douchewad. Are your fucking goddamn thoughts your own? Do you know if something controls you from afar? Just makes you think you're real and you're the one doing it? I'm pretty fucking certain I did the work. How about you, fuckface, asking me dumbass questions? Existentialism is not gonna get you out of our question. Oh, really? How about the fact that you're just a series of programs that operate off of given stimulus data that then choose and decide you're given actions and inactions therein? Please go away. I don't want to know. Oh, boo! You don't want to talk to a neurologist about some of the harder hitting philosophical questions about us and our reality? Fuck off, please. But you want to fucking bug me while I'm having a massive migraine, dick. Go away. That's my thought, bitch. Fucking gonna puke, gonna puke, gonna puke. I have, well, you know, when it's nausea from a migraine, it often doesn't make me puke. It just gets me real close and I get the mouth waters. You know, that intense salivary, hey, I'm preparing you. Thanks. You know, if it happens, I'll be ready. Thanks, buddy. Bastards. I think my programs would operate with me a little bit more better. That being said, eventually pain does get to a point where it's like, yeah, no, I know that you don't want this. But then at the same time, bro, it's gotten to the point where we need to acknowledge that this is going on, and you definitely have got to take care of this. You've got to do something different here. This is not cool. I don't like it. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, buddy. heads up. I appreciate it. You're right. That's true. Thanks, brain. Yeah, no problem. Where's all the stuff? Alright. And we got this. And then those things. Okay. Oh, God. Brrr. Sometimes just mimicking it helps it out. I don't know what that is. Maybe somebody out there with the neurology in terms of the doing the act, and then it happens to make it get fooled into believing the old brain thing that we did the thing, and so it's good. You don't need to keep doing the thingy thing that makes me feel sicky sick. Good old self-placebo through action kind of stuff. Yeah, but then you're all like, no! And I'm all like, shut up, bitch! I don't want to hear your sass. Smack. Oh, fuck. What happened? Ah, nothing. Something I have to pick up now. Great. That'd be great. Okay. Oh, fuck. There's so much shit around here. We should fucking work on to move it. Oh, fuck. My arm is killing me. It's shooting damn lightning numb bolts down my fucking goddamn finger. This sucks. That feels good though. I like that. That's a good sensation. Ooh, it's cold. It's very cold in here or something. Brain stuff. Damn bastards. Ah, that wasn't that bad. Hearing is I noticed the sharp sounds too loud. I tend to turn it off. Just water for right now. Let's get some water. Let's get some fucking water. God, fucking bastards. Okay. No. You're gonna fall off. You gotta go over there. Okay. Sit there. I'll put that back. We get water anyways. Alright. Taser, you have actually already done all of your restroom business before this point. So, you are good for at least 4 hours. Give me a break. You can handle it. I'm pretty sure. It's still pretty bright in here. I know. This fucking place sometimes. Telling me the same thing again. Bastards. Yeah. You gotta defend yourself. Can't ever fucking show weakness. That's what it is. That's how the world works. You'll come to find, if you don't agree with me, you probably never had a life like mine, or like others that have had similar issues throughout their entire time living so far. Not that you're coddled or anything, just that you tend to not see the perspective outside of that. And why it would be still a good idea to have that perspective even after you get into safer areas of your life. Sort of a situation. Alright, airship stuffs, roasting coffee seeds, describing binary math. Let's just check this real fast for what do I have tomorrow. Nothing. That's good. That's good. All right. Let's see here. My fucking foot hurts so much. It's pounding for some reason. Alright, so let's see here. Nothing. Anything also still need to get anything? Next 30 days. Eggs, grocery, laundry. I think we're done recording for right now. Have fun. Bye.